Introduction. Upon his initial exploration, man had found nothing amiss. Yet, such occurrences were familiar to him in the realm of cultivation. He chuckled. If it were a cultivator's treasure, one wouldn't be able to detect it with spiritual awareness. Well, let's see what they uncover, Feng Xiaojing said, idly kicking a pebble beneath her feet. Stuck guarding them, she lamented that she couldn't venture out to hunt or play, finding the entertainment room back home far more enjoyable. All right, once we find the treasure, it'll be a thrill, Zhang Man reassured her. Just then, he felt a sudden fluctuation in space, and a small squirrel appeared on his shoulder. It turned out to be the little creature that had sought him out after its transformation. Hee, little one, have you had enough rest? Chapter 1. The First Guide to Death in a Transcended World. In the dead of night, Luo Ling sat before his dormitory computer, his eyes gleaming as he searched for a certain mysterious academic resource website. After a lengthy search, he finally found the coveted material. With excitement, he opened the comment section and habitually typed, "My apologies, brothers. The resource is valid and of exceptionally high quality. I shall dive in first as a show of respect." Soon, he received a flurry of instant replies. "The host is a good person. May you have peace throughout your life. Understandable. It's human nature. Hurry. Stay steady. Brother, don't get too excited." Luo Ling grinned. "Thank you, brothers. I'm already in, and it's exhilarating." Suddenly, a violent palpitation surged through him, and his vision darkened. Goodness, no way. Luo Ling awoke in a realm of pure white, discovering himself adrift in the center of a magnificent temple, the floor beneath him shimmering with the brilliance of stars. He raised his gaze to behold two goddesses exuding supreme pressure hovering before him. On the left stood the goddess of light, Alicia, adorned in resplendent silks, her flawless visage captivating, yet her brilliant golden eyes, filled with disdain, bore into him. On the right, the goddess of darkness, Lilith, starkly contrasted Alicia's sanctity, her petite form enveloped in an exquisite black gothic gown, her silver hair moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. At that moment, her blood-red pupils glimmered with profound admiration. An oppressive silence enveloped the temple, and Luo Ling felt a shiver run down his spine, particularly under the piercing gaze of the goddess of light, which felt more excruciating than death, though in truth, he was already dead. Finally, Goddess Alicia spoke. "Luo Ling, your soul is utterly tainted. Your demise is absurd beyond measure." Hee. The goddess of darkness, Lilith, chimed in with a melodious laugh, pointing at Luo Ling and exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Alicia, sister, speaks truly. But this is simply marvelous. So amusing. Luo Ling, right? Congratulations. You are the first and only guide to death since the inception of the world of Wolde." Boom. Luo Ling felt his soul explode into ashes upon hearing those 5 words, engulfed by a sense of social death that made him wish to vanish on the spot, covering his face as he lamented. This is natural human emotion. Alicia turned her face away in disgust, as if another glance would cause her to explode. Now that it has come to this, according to the world's rules, you may choose a faction to reincarnate into. Decide swiftly. A luminous screen materialized behind Luo Ling, showcasing the thriving scenes of the Light faction. Human knights, elven archers, dwarven clans, phoenix tribes, and more. Most prominently featured was a man clad in splendid holy robes, wielding a massive flaming sword, labeled as the Joy of Flame. Lilith bounced closer to Luo Ling, waving her hand to unveil another screen. In a dark, mysterious forest, orcs, bloodsuckers, succubi, dragons, the undead, and a figure cloaked in icy mist wielding a frost blade sculpted from millennia of ice appeared. In a childish tone, Lilith urged, "Come to the darkness, little Luo Ling. Here, you are free to do as you wish. Look at our ice magic, isn't it cool?" Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Luo Ling's lips twitched upon hearing the ludicrous name, the Joy of Flame. The Joy of Flame? Is naming in the Light Temple this casual? Does the darkness have a counterpart called the Sorrow of Frost? As soon as he spoke, Alicia's expression froze, while Lilith's eyes widened in shock, her face alight with astonishment. How do you know the name, the Sorrow of Frost? That is a secret known only to a handful of ancient beings within our dark faction. Lilith's cheeks flushed with excitement. Wow. So incredible. Little Luo Ling, you truly are extraordinary. Hurry and choose darkness. Let me help you find the Sorrow of Frost, all right? Under Alicia's watchful gaze and Lilith's urging, Luo Ling shouted, "Choose what? Only children make choices. I, Luo Ling, want them all." As his words hung in the air, The temple fell into silence once more. Alicia's face bore an expression of profound exasperation. Wow, Lilith exclaimed in awe. That's amazing. Little Luo Ling, you truly are the best source of amusement. One of them all. I like you. What a greedy and oblivious insect. Very well. Alicia's response took Luo Ling by surprise. His heart soared. Could there be hope? But Alicia's next words plunged him into despair. I grant you this opportunity, provided you can survive in the world of Wolde. This shall be your trial. Before her words faded, Alicia dismissed him with a glance, her radiant foot gently kicking forward. Wait, goddess, how am I supposed to survive? What about a starter pack? A golden finger? Luo Ling cried out in terror, but it was too late. He felt an irresistible force kick him squarely in the rear. With a piercing scream, Luo Ling transformed into a meteor, ruthlessly expelled from the reincarnation temple by Alicia, plummeting towards an unknown corner of the world of Wolde. Lilith cheered, good luck surviving, little Luo Ling. I believe in you. Want them all. Want them all. Ha ha. Bang. Luo Ling landed heavily on the edge of a muddy swamp, tasting the foul vegetation and muck. The pain from his new body made him grimace. Struggling to rise, he surveyed his surroundings. A dim sky, twisted dead trees, bubbling swamps that exuded a foul odor, and barren hills in the distance. There was not even a ghostly shadow of a novice village. Damn! Luo Ling pounded the ground in frustration. Where's the promised everything? You, goddess of light, are despicable. Is the trial just tossing me into this wretched place to fend for myself? This is outrageous. I've even lost my undergarments. What a total loss. Purely taken advantage of by a goddess. Before he could finish his lament, the sky suddenly turned frigid. A massive shadow loomed overhead, accompanied by a deafening roar of a dragon. Roar! In terror, Luo Ling looked up to see a gigantic dragon, so vast it blotted out the sun, hovering above, its body covered in ethereal blue scales. Each flap of its massive wings conjured a fierce, icy storm, its chilling aura freezing the swamp below. A cold voice echoed in Luo Ling's mind. Wretched insect. Are you the holy son of the light faction? By the command of our lord, the demon king, I shall utterly erase you from this place. Chapter 2. A scheme by capitalists, the frost giant dragon, Ice Jujing, opened its massive jaws, and a terrifying breath of icy cold coalesced within, aimed directly at Luo Ling. Luo Ling felt as if the very blood in his veins was about to freeze. Is it over? Just as I landed, am I to be boxed in? In the very moment before the icy breath was unleashed, the heavens on the opposite side suddenly ignited with a blazing golden light. A resounding cry of a phoenix tore through the oppressive chill as a divine bird, shrouded in sacred flames, descended. Its feathers shimmered like flowing molten gold, while its tail trailed long, fiery tendrils. Wherever it passed, the frozen marshes instantly vaporized, the frost evaporating almost entirely. The proud head of the fire phoenix, Fiahubode, was raised high, its golden-flamed eyes locking onto Luo Ling. A voice filled with divine authority echoed in Luo Ling's mind. Filthy fallen one, are you the one who dares to covet the darkness as the dark holy sun? By the decree of the most high pope, I shall purify your tainted soul with sacred fire. With a powerful flap of its wings, the fire phoenix unleashed countless fiery meteors, akin to solar flares, raining down upon Luo Ling. The terrifying heat made Luo Ling feel as if he would be vaporized at any moment. Caught between the absolute zero breath capable of freezing all and the meteoric flames that could incinerate the world, Luo Ling, ensnared by these two cataclysmic forces, experienced a moment of profound fear that sparked an epiphany within him. He abandoned the notion of escape, for it was utterly impossible, and relinquished any resistance. In the symphony of death composed by the dragon's roar and the phoenix's cry, Luo Ling howled in despair, filled with indignation against the capital. Damn it! I understand now. I see it all clearly. What nonsense about the goddess of light and the goddess of darkness. What trials? It's all a facade. You are the Ma Yun and Ma Huatang of another world. I am merely a small shop that just opened at the village entrance. You see my potential and fear I may one day snatch your business. So you have conspired together, haven't you? One sends out a frost giant dragon. The other dispatches a fire phoenix. 666. You have truly stirred the pot of capital and have been played. Despair consumed Luo Ling's heartbeat. And just as he prepared to close his eyes and welcome the dual onslaught of ice and fire, A spark of cunning, belonging to the first of the doomed, surged forth in his mind. Wait, wait, hold on, Luo Ling shouted with all his might. Miraculously, perhaps due to the absurdity of this ant's dying wail, or perhaps because Luo Ling's claims of capital conspiracy were so novel, the impending icy breath and the descending fire meteors halted simultaneously. Ice Jujing's icy light dimmed slightly, and the enormous dragon's eye flickered with impatience at being interrupted. Faya Hubode, the noble phoenix, tilted her head slightly, her burning golden gaze scrutinizing the minuscule figure on the ground. Luo Ling roared at the sky. Are you all fools? This cry had a remarkable effect. The colossal forms of the frost giant dragon and the fire phoenix trembled slightly, evidently taken aback by being scolded by a creature they could squash with a single step, an experience unprecedented in their long lives. Look closely at who you are. One is a frost giant dragon under the command of a demon king. The other is a fire phoenix dispatched by the Pope. You represent the pinnacle forces of darkness and light, sworn enemies locked in eternal conflict for millennia. Your masters would love nothing more than to scatter each other's ashes. Why? Why not you join forces against a mere pawn like me? Look at the true threat. Isn't it right in front of you? Darkness and light are the eternal adversaries. You should be seizing this opportunity to strike at each other. Miss this chance, and you'll find there's no shop left. The frost giant dragon Ice Jujing turned to face the fire phoenix, which exuded an equally terrifying pressure from the sky. Indeed, while this insignificant human deserved his fate, he had made one undeniable point. Light and darkness, the demon king and the Pope, were eternally at odds. As a proud servant of the demon king, why should he join forces with this radiant bird against a mere insect? Faya Hubode, Ice Jujing spoke with the pride characteristic of dragons. You, a mere dog of light, dare to join hands with me to erase this wretch? Begone, he is the prey of my master. Upon hearing Ice Jujing's rebuke, Faya Hubode's golden flames surged even higher. Despicable insect, Ice Jujing, this fallen dark holy sun deserves to be purified by my sacred flames. You, frost creature, dare to taint the judgment of light? Return to your filthy ice cavern. Seeing an opportunity, Luo Ling eagerly added fuel to the fire. Exactly. One plays with fire, the other with ice. Water and fire cannot coexist. If you are to fight, then strike at each other. Silence. Insect. Ice Jujing and Faya Hubode roared in unison. Yet Luo Ling's words undeniably pierced the deep-seated hatred between their factions. Roar. Ice Jujing redirected its icy breath, transforming it into an extreme cold torrent that surged toward the fire phoenix. In its view, the appearance of this fiery bird was yet another affront to the authority of the demon king. Faya Hubode, equally enraged, forcefully clapped her wings together before fully spreading them, unleashing countless fiery meteors that mercilessly bombarded the frost giant dragon. In her eyes, this ice dragon not only obstructed her purification of the fallen one, but also represented a blatant declaration of war from darkness against light. Boom! Ice and fire, two forces capable of annihilating the world, collided violently above Luo Ling's head. In that instant, a destructive energy sphere, woven from blue-white ice crystals and gold-red flames, expanded, and the terrifying shockwave surged outward in all directions. Seeing them engage in battle, Luo Ling's heart soared with joy. It worked. Time to flee. He quickly scrambled away from the explosion's epicenter. However, he had underestimated the terrifying power of the two capital minions clashing with all their might. The speed of the shockwave far exceeded his expectations, and just as he dove into the edge of the desolate forest, he hadn't even found a large rock for cover when the wave of destructive energy caught up to him. Ugh! Darkness clouded Luo Ling's vision, and he felt excruciating pain, as if his life were but a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. It's over, just escaped the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair, and it was my own doing. Luo Ling's consciousness faded, filled with bitterness. In the sky, the frost giant dragon and the fire phoenix had fully ignited their true flames. Ice Jujing's icy breath froze the space, and its dragon claws tore through the air with terrifying icy fissures. Faya Hubode's sacred flames scorched the heavens and boiled the seas, unleashing a storm of purifying flames with each powerful flap of her wings. Every clash between them summoned celestial phenomena, as ice crystals and fiery rain splattered, transforming the already desolate marsh's edge into a hellscape of ice and fire. Having long forgotten Luo Ling's existence, their gaze was solely fixed on the annihilation of each other. Capital, fighting innocent bystanders. Luo Ling coughed blood, weakly lamenting, his vision growing ever dimmer. Chapter 3 Princess Alice in the Sky. The Frost Dragon Icejugan and the Flame Phoenix Feobord were locked in a cataclysmic battle, their fury unrelenting. Each clash reverberated like the collision of celestial bodies, with shards of ice and fire cascading like apocalyptic rain, transforming the vast marshlands into a desolate realm of elemental annihilation. Icejugan's dragon scales, scorched by Feobord's divine flames, peeled away in large patches, revealing charred flesh, only to be instantly frozen into ice scabs by her own frigid breath. Her prideful breath of absolute zero was repeatedly neutralized by the phoenix's searing heat. Feobord, equally beleaguered, found her feathers dulled and weighed down by the thick layers of ice formed under Icejugan's icy claws and breath, each flap of her wings becoming an arduous task. Wretched reptile, today shall mark your end. Feobord screeched, engulfed in a final golden blaze, transforming into a fiery meteor as she charged toward Icejugan. Foolish firebird, perish alongside your light. Icejugan roared, shattering the void as he channeled his remaining magic into a dragon crystal, morphing it into a frigid comet that boldly surged forward to meet her. Boom. This clash surpassed all previous encounters, unleashing a cataclysmic energy storm that ravaged the land, carving out unfathomable chasms. When the tumult finally subsided, the sky was left with only the gradually descending energy dust. Icejugan and Feobord had vanished, their forms obliterated in that ultimate confrontation. At the heart of the battlefield floated two cores, radiating terrifying waves of power. One, a deep azure, exuding an essence that could freeze souls, was the frost dragon heart left by Icejugan. The other, a golden red, pulsing with sacred flames that could incinerate all, was the flame phoenix heart bestowed by Feobord. These two cores repelled yet attracted each other, forming a fleeting and fragile balance. Luo Ling lay amidst the rubble, feeling like a torn leaf drifting in a tempest. Each faint breath brought agonizing torment, just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion. A bone-chilling energy and a searing essence surged from the outside world into his battered form. The Frost Dragon heart and Flame Phoenix heart, sensing the dying vessel of Luo Ling amidst the chaos, instinctively sought a new host. Ag. The unconscious Luo Ling let out a wretched cry, his body transforming into a battlefield of ice and fire. On his left side, blood congealed, muscles stiffened, and thick frost enveloped his skin. On the right, blood boiled, veins scorched, and his skin turned a deep crimson blackened by flames. The ultimate cold and the ultimate heat. The powers of the Light Pope's followers and the Dark Lord's minions, two opposing forces of supreme attributes, clashed violently within Luo Ling's near-collapsing form. The agony he endured was far more excruciating than the impact of the shockwave. Luo Ling's body felt as though it might shatter into a myriad of icy shards and ashen remnants at any moment. He was on the brink of death, truly torn apart by the ruthless forces of capital, and the only thought lingering in his fading consciousness was one of despair. The energy emanating from the core of ice and fire was overwhelmingly massive, far beyond what he could withstand at this moment. Just as Luo Ling was about to be utterly obliterated by the raging ice and fire within him, a voice tinged with concern echoed nearby, accompanied by a faint but lingering breath of life amidst the terrifying energy residue. A figure cloaked in emerald green gracefully navigated through the dissipating energy tumult and arrived at Luo Ling's side. It was none other than Princess Alice of the Elven race. She possessed the signature pointed ears of her kind and an exquisite visage, her verdant eyes resembling the purest forest lake, brimming with compassion, adorned in vine-embellished light armor. She emanated a profound aura of nature. As a treant, Alice was deeply connected to the forest, endowing her with an acute sensitivity to the essence of life. Alerted by the cataclysmic energy conflict that had erupted in this area, she had come at the behest of the elven elders to investigate. Upon witnessing Luo Ling's dire state, profound sympathy washed over Alice's beautiful face. My goodness, is this the core power of the Frost Giant and the Fire Phoenix? How could this happen? Time was of the essence. She could not afford to ponder further. Immediately, she knelt beside Luo Ling, her hands hovering above his tumultuous body, alternating between icy chills and searing heat. Closing her eyes, she began to chant an ancient and melodious elven incantation. A vibrant emerald light surged from Alice's hands, gradually infusing Luo Ling's being. This luminescence was imbued with the purest life magic of the wood element, a gift from the forest. Rather than attempting to forcibly dispel the violent forces of ice and fire, Alice skillfully directed and soothed the impending explosive energies. The verdant vitality permeated Luo Ling's nearly shattered veins and internal organs, astonishingly mending his wounds at an extraordinary pace. Simultaneously, she endeavored to establish a fragile buffer between the ice and the fire, guiding them away from sheer destructive conflict towards a stable coexistence. Under Alice's relentless and selfless efforts, the excruciating pain within Luo Ling began to miraculously subside. Although the encroachment of frost and the scorching flames did not vanish entirely, they were enveloped in a gentle green luminescent membrane, significantly slowing the rate of destruction. Concurrently, his fractured bones began to heal under the nurturing essence of life magic, and his damaged internal organs slowly mended. Luo Ling's tightly knit brows relaxed slightly, and a muffled groan escaped his lips. The two tumultuous cores, under the harmonious influence of the wood element life magic and the capacity of Luo Ling's body as a vessel, found temporary stability. In an ironic twist of fate, Princess Alice was beaded with fine droplets of sweat upon her forehead, as maintaining such intense healing required immense expenditure of her energy. Just as she felt a moment of relief and prepared to further stabilize Luo Ling's injuries, a sudden crack echoed in the air. The once silent and charred forest suddenly erupted with a cacophony of sounds. Countless tendrils, cloaked in dark moss, emerged from the ground, filling the air with a putrid stench. Alarmed, Alice's expression shifted as she halted her incantation, rising alertly to shield the weakened Luo Ling behind her. Twisted trance. This is the edge of their territory. A swarm of grotesque trance converged from all directions, their desiccated, ebony leaves rustling ominously, while hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly green flames. These creatures brimmed with loathing for the living, particularly targeting Alice, whose pure essence provoked their ire. At the forefront of this menacing assembly stood a striking figure, markedly different from the others. Towering over Alice, she donned a suit of armor woven from thorns, accentuating her formidable physique. Alice's countenance paled as she recognized this dread presence, the war goddess of the Xiahua Twisted Trant clan. Xiahua's silver-gray eyes swept over Alice before settling on the unconscious Luo Ling behind her. Slowly, she raised her bow, aiming it at both Alice and Luo Ling. Elves and humans shall perish. The decisive ferocity of Xiahua's intent surpassed Alice's imagination. The bowstring thrummed as a jet-black arrow, infused with death's corrupt essence, materialized and flew towards Alice. Nature's barrier. Alice gritted her teeth, her hands weaving rapidly as verdant light coalesced before her into a shield of interlaced leaves. Thud, thud, thud. The dark arrows struck the natural barrier with ferocious impact, pure life energy clashing violently against the corrupting force of death. The shield trembled violently, the green light dimming swiftly. Alice's face turned ashen, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. As a tree spirit, her strengths lay in nurturing and healing. Combat was not her forte, especially against the war goddess renowned for her ruthlessness within the Trant clan. Thorn protection. Alice strained to cast another spell, sharp thorns erupting from the ground in an attempt to ensnare Xiahua. With a dismissive snort, Xiahua's black thorny armor glimmered with an eerie light, causing the encroaching thorns to wither instantly. Drawing her bow once more, she conjured an arrow as dark as ink, its tip glimmering with a chilling emerald hue. Aimed directly at Alice's heart. Despair flickered in Alice's eyes. She felt utterly powerless to defend herself. Just as the moment of doom approached, stop! A furious roar erupted from behind Alice as the previously unconscious Luo Ling struggled to sit up. His eyes blazed crimson upon witnessing the elven maiden, gravely injured in her attempt to protect him, on the brink of death. A primal chill, emanating from the heart of the frost dragon, intertwined with his desperate will to retaliate, surged uncontrollably. In the realm of the peculiar novel network, Luo Ling was devoid of any understanding of magical incantations. Fueled solely by an intense desire to thwart the assailant before her, she raised her left hand, cloaked in a delicate frost, towards the arrow that Xiyu had unleashed. Get away! A deep, blue torrent of primordial frost energy erupted forth with a thunderous roar. Wherever the chilling wave traversed, the air solidified, leaving behind a crystalline trail, colliding fiercely with the lethal black arrow aimed at her. Crack! The arrow, imbued with corrupting power, was unexpectedly frozen upon contact with the frigid surge and shattered into countless icy particles that scattered into the air. Moreover, the relentless cold wave surged forth, striking Xiyu with unforeseen ferocity. Bang! Xiyu's towering figure quaked, and a thick layer of ethereal blue ice crystals formed upon her thorned armor. She staggered back several paces, each step leaving profound impressions in the charred earth, her expression shifting to one of profound astonishment for the first time. Ice elemental? Such an unadulterated force of deep frost. Shiyu's pupils constricted, fixating intently upon Luo Ling's left hand, exuding an aura reminiscent of the supreme frost dominion that only a demon lord could wield. Who are you? The dark faction upheld a strict hierarchy, with ice magic regarded as the noblest power, reserved solely for demon lords and their core vassals, such as the Duke Icejujing. How could this human, shielded by the elves, possibly unleash such pure frost energy? This completely shattered her understanding. Shiyu's murderous intent shifted from Alice to Luo Ling. This human concealed a monumental secret, potentially linked to the demon lord himself, far surpassing the importance of that elf. Yet, as Shiyu pondered how to capture Luo Ling, she found him stumbling forward, positioning himself protectively before the weakened elven princess. This act left Shiyu momentarily stunned, only for a surge of rage to well up within her. You possess the supreme frost power of the demon lord's vassals. You are a potentially noble being within my dark faction, and yet, you wield this power to protect an elf of the light faction? An enemy with whom we are eternally at odds. Do you not comprehend the distinction of factions? The impossibility of light and dark coexisting. Protecting her is but an act of betrayal against the darkness. It is an affront to the power that flows within you. Shiyu demanded, answer me. A chilling aura of malice enveloped both Luo Ling and Alice once more. Alice gazed at the unwavering back of Luo Ling, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in her emerald eyes, concern, gratitude, and a hint of confusion. Is he truly a member of the dark faction? At that moment, Luo Ling's head throbbed painfully, and Shiyu's inquiries sent a buzzing echo through his mind. Darkness, light, factions. He, a mere unfortunate soul who had just crossed over only to be bombarded by the capital's vassals, understood none of these concepts. All he knew was that this elf had just saved his life. Though Luo Ling might be socially inept, he was certainly not ungrateful. Factions? Betrayal? Nonsense. Luo Ling lifted his head and, with all his might, shouted at Xiaoyu, I care not for the dichotomy of light and darkness. All I know is that she has just saved my life. She is my savior. As for the notion of being a pawn of the Demon King's power, that was forced upon me. It fell from the heavens. It is but a burden thrust upon me by those two foolish dragons. Gasping for breath, Luo Ling declared, You want to kill her? You must first step over my corpse. What nonsense of factions. I only know the principle of repaying kindness. Alice was taken aback by his blunt declaration, her lips twitching slightly in disbelief. Her eyes reflected a profound confusion. The Demon King's power was thrust upon him from the heavens? This was simply unheard of. Xiaoyu's cold, sharp visage rarely betrayed any emotion, yet a crack appeared, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Those piercing silver-gray eyes fixated on Luo Ling, searching for even a hint of pretense on his face. Forced upon him, disdaining such supreme power? Had this human's mind been shattered by the shockwave just now? Suppressing the absurdity rising within him, Xiaoyu reminded himself that it was the power of a demon king, a frost authority of unparalleled might. Yet, a trace of amusement crept into his tone. Fell from the heavens, did it? Xiaoyu scoffed. No matter how you twist your words, the fact remains that you bear the frost power of a demon king. This power itself denotes identity and responsibility. You speak of repaying kindness? Very well. I shall spare this elven princess. Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at Alice, who was sheltered behind Luo Ling. As for a member of the light faction, should I eliminate her, I would gain the boon of the world's rules, significantly enhancing my power. After all, light and dark are at odds. Eliminating a core member of the opposing faction is one of the quickest paths to power. This is the very reason for the endless conflict between the two factions. Luo Ling felt a chill run down his spine. So there existed a rule of killing to level up? This other world was truly merciless. Then what do you propose? If you spare her, would you not be at a loss? Xiaoyu replied, It is quite simple. Since you possess such noble power of the Demon King, the loss of allowing this elven princess to escape must be compensated by you. Compensated? How? Luo Ling felt an ominous premonition. Xiaoyu stepped forward, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming pressure as he spoke with crystal clarity. You must unite with me. What? Luo Ling was instantly taken aback, doubting whether his injuries had caused him to hallucinate. Unite? Was it the meaning he thought it to be? Luo Ling instinctively glanced at Xiaoyu's powerful physique and that face, beautiful yet brimming with lethal intent. This transition was far too abrupt. Had they just leaped from life and death combat to discussing marriage? Xiaoyu was quite pleased with Luo Ling's stupefied expression and raised his chin slightly. Indeed, it is precisely the union you are envisioning. Ignoring Luo Ling's flushed face and Alice's equally astonished gaze, he continued, You possess a noble frost bloodline that flows close to the essence of the Demon King. United with me, the offspring born shall inherit the potency of this bloodline, possessing the potential to become the new sovereign of Frost. This is not merely a great honor for myself, but it will also have profound implications for the entire Twisted Treant clan and the dynamics of the Dark Faction. The Demon King shall bestow upon us unparalleled glory, elevating our status to unprecedented heights. Xia Yu's gaze ignited with fervor. This is far more precious than the gifts one could receive from slaying an elven princess. Luo Ling was rendered utterly petrified, his mind a chaotic whirlpool. The magnitude of this revelation was utterly absurd. Mere moments ago, he had been calling for bloodshed against those who had saved him, and now he was being propositioned to unite and spawn a potential powerhouse? Was the mindset of the Dark Faction truly this direct and erratic? This was harder to accept than being ensnared in a plot by capital affiliates. Wait a moment. My dear sister, we have just met. I am not one to warm up quickly, and look at me now, in such a pitiful state. How can this possibly work? Luo Ling pointed to his battered body, attempting to deflect with his physical condition. Xia Yu's gaze unabashedly swept over him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Your injuries will mend swiftly with that elf's presence. As for your physique, you carry a bloodline of the Demon King, ensuring your vitality is remarkably resilient. Her voice took on an imperious tone. This is not a request. It is the price you must pay for allowing a core member of the Light Faction to escape. Either I slay this elf now, or you come with me to complete the union ritual. The choice is yours. The pressure returned to bear down on Luo Ling. Behind him, Alice weakly tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with concern. She had not anticipated this turn of events. Observing Xia Yu's readiness to resort to violence, and recalling the elven princess who had saved his life amidst a series of calamitous encounters, he felt overwhelmed. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xia Yu's hand shot out like lightning, moving too swiftly for Luo Ling to react. You, he gasped, only to find resilient vines ensnaring his waist and arms, binding him tightly. Simultaneously, another tendril captured the weakened Alice. Since you cannot make a choice immediately, I shall safeguard you. Xia Yu's voice returned to its earlier chill. Until you reach a conclusion, you shall remain here to recuperate. Release her. If there is a confrontation, let it be with me. Luo Ling struggled fiercely, the vines tightening painfully around his wounds, rendering him breathless. The frost dragon heart within him also fell silent, unable to provide the explosive power it once did. Conserve your strength, Xia Yu retorted, casting him a glance. Before I decide how to deal with you both, it would be wise to remain compliant. Without further ado, she dragged the bound Luo Ling and Alice deep into the twisted forest. The power of Xiyu is immense, as Luo Ling and Alice are nearly dragged across the rugged terrain, their wounds scraping against the coarse ground, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. Alice bites her lower lip, enduring the torment with a gaze filled with concern, yet unlike Luo Ling, she does not struggle or cry out, silently bearing the agony. As they pass through the towering trees exuding a scent of decay, they are brought into a vast fortress formed naturally by the gnarled roots of ancient trees. The interior of the fortress is dim and damp, walls adorned with bioluminescent moss. The central hall resembles a grand, tree-hollow throne. Upon this throne sits an unimaginable behemoth, not entirely human in form, but more akin to an ancient tree reaching towards the heavens. Standing over 10 meters tall, its trunk is as formidable as a mountain wall, covered in thick, ebony bark, marred by ancient scars resembling the marks of axes and blades. This is the ruler of the Twisted Treants, a terrifying entity known as Makai, the war giant tree. She roughly casts Luo Ling and Alice onto the hard floor of the throne hall. Luo Ling lets out a pained groan, while Alice curls slightly, stifling a whimper. Great war giant tree, His Majesty Makai, Xiyu kneels on one knee, proclaiming, I, Xiyu, bring you the fruits of victory. She gestures towards Alice on the ground. The princess of the elven tree spirits, Alice, has fallen into our grasp. Oh, Makai's voice reverberates, shaking the very air of the hall. A powerful pressure descends heavily upon Alice and Luo Ling, causing Alice's already pale face to lose all color as her body trembles slightly. The tree spirit princess is indeed an excellent catch, Xiyu. You have done remarkably well. The elves have lost their heart of nature, their hope for the future. This will be a grievous blow to the elven kingdom. Makai leans forward slightly, his overwhelming presence intensifying. Capturing her means a significant breach in the elven defenses. This is the opportunity we have long awaited. Summon all tribes. Makai's will shall crush the forests of the elves. The fortunes of the elves have run dry. War has begun. As Makai's gaze once again falls upon Alice, he declares, let her head serve as a banner. the most resplendent offering upon our altar of war. A banner. No. Luo Ling struggles to raise his head upon hearing this. Shiyu frowns slightly. Your Majesty, please wait. This elven princess cannot be killed just yet. Shiyu, do you question Makai's decree? Or do you show pity for the enemy of the light? I dare not. Shiyu immediately bows her head. I harbor no pity for the enemy. It is merely that this human captive possesses immense value that I require time to extract. The elven princess is the key to forcing his compliance. If we slay her now, we risk rendering him utterly worthless, perhaps even leading to our mutual destruction. Shiyu conceals the fact that Luo Ling possesses the formidable frost power of a demon king. The power she possessed was astonishingly formidable. Before she could fully comprehend its origins, or whether she could wield it, she wished to keep it from Mao Kai, to prevent any unnecessary complications. She yearned to monopolize the immense benefits this discovery might yield. Mao Kai's keen gaze lingered on Luo Ling for a fleeting moment. Luo Ling felt a chilling, intense sweep over her, as if all her secrets were laid bare. Chapter 6. An undercover agent yet. Mao Kai appeared to discern nothing extraordinary about Luo Ling's frail form. She seemed merely an ordinary human. Humph, a diminutive human? Mao Kai's voice dripped with disdain. What value could she possibly hold? Is she worth exchanging for an elven princess? Xiaoyu, where is your decisiveness? Your Majesty, allow me to clarify. Xiaoyu lifted his head, asserting that this person's worth far exceeded your imagination. Grant me just 3 days. Within this period, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. If she proves to be of no value, I will personally deliver this elven princess to the altar. A profound silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the reverberating sounds of Mao Kai's bark-like skin as he weighed his options internally. At last, his voice resonated once more. Very well, Xiaoyu, I grant you 3 days. After this period, regardless of the outcome, this elven princess must perish. Her head shall hang from the highest branch of the war giant tree. Take her away. Ensure she is strictly guarded. Xiaoyu immediately responded, yes. Thank you, your Majesty. Luo Ling and Alice were roughly dragged by Xiaoyu through a dim, damp, narrow passage. Ultimately, they were thrust into a secret chamber deep underground. The chamber was encircled by black roots, devoid of windows, with only patches of moss on the walls emitting a ghastly green glow, providing a faint source of light. The air was thick with the scent of mildew, and in the center lay a heap of hay exuding a putrid odor. In the corner, a small puddle, faintly alive, appeared to be the only relatively untainted object, likely formed from some underground seepage. The vines loosened, and Luo Ling and Alice fell heavily onto the hard, muddy ground. Clang! The thorn-encrusted prison door closed behind them, sealing off the light from the outside. The sound of approaching footsteps, unmistakably guards, echoed outside. Luo Ling struggled to sit up, causing her wounds to throb, and, aided by the moss's faint illumination, she turned to glance at Alice, who was curled up beside her. The elven maiden's complexion remained as pale as paper, with traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. Her emerald eyes appeared dull in the darkness, evidently enduring torment and fear. A wave of intense guilt overwhelmed Luo Ling. I'm so sorry, Luo Ling. Alice's voice was filled with remorse. I have brought you into this. Alice slowly raised her head to meet Luo Ling's gaze. No, do not blame yourself, Luo Ling, Alice murmured softly. Xiaoyu was originally targeting me. You were drawn into this because of me. However, if it were not for the purpose of protecting me, you would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Luo Ling recalled the lethal arrow shot by Shiyu. Had it not been for Alice, he would have perished long ago. Moreover, if not for me, you would not have been captured here. That hulking treant intended to use you as a sacrificial offering. The chilling proclamation from Makai and the 3-day deadline that Shiyu had secured weighed heavily on Luo Ling's heart. 3 days. In just 3 days, Alice would face beheading as a sacrifice, and he had been reduced to a mere breeding tool in Shiyu's eyes. Alice's body trembled slightly at the thought of being sacrificed, and a flicker of despair passed through her eyes before she quickly suppressed it. She gazed at Luo Ling's guilt-ridden face and forced a smile, saying, At least we are still alive, are we not? You just unleashed such formidable power to save me. Mention of that frosty power ignited curiosity in Alice's eyes. Luo Ling, the power within you, it is the frost authority possessed only by demon lords. Are you truly of the dark faction? But why would you save me? And what about the union that Shiyu spoke of? A barrage of questions overwhelmed Luo Ling, leaving him with a pounding headache. He let out a bitter laugh and leaned against the gnarled roots of the wall. Me? Of the dark faction? Nonsense. Luo Ling spat disdainfully. I am merely an unfortunate transmigrator, cast down by a goddess, crushed by a foolish dragon in a celestial brawl, and forcibly infused with their powers. This frost authority and the firebird core were thrust upon me against my will. I have no idea how to wield them. That last display was purely a reflexive act. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Look at me now. Do I resemble a servant of a demon lord? And as for Xiaoyu, she is nothing but a madwoman. She threatened me with death upon our first meeting and then spoke of procreation. Is the mentality of the dark faction truly so bizarre? Alice listened to Luo Ling's modern, sarcastic complaints. Although she did not comprehend many of his words, she grasped the essence of his meaning. He was oblivious to the power within him and was not a member of the dark faction. This alleviated some of Alice's confusion, yet her worry deepened. Xiaoyu is the war goddess of the Twisted Treant clan, decisive in her actions and resolute in her words. If she has spoken of a union, she will surely employ every means to achieve her goal. Alice's voice was laced with concern. In 3 days, should Xiaoyu fail to obtain what she desires, or if she deems you of no further value. Alice did not finish her thought, but the implication was unmistakable. In 3 days, they would likely face Xiaoyu's forced union and Makai's blade. The chamber fell into a stifling silence. Luo Ling observed Alice's pale countenance, and a thought pierced through his mind. Wait, Alice, you mentioned that Xiaoyu was originally after you? Your clan of tree spirits, are they not mortal enemies with these treants? Indeed, Alice nodded. We tree spirits are attuned to nature and life, guardians of the forest's balance. In contrast, the twisted treants worship darkness and decay. Our war has endured for countless ages. Their power far surpasses ours, far surpasses yours. Luo Ling furrowed his brow. Then, what of the elder who sent you to investigate? Has he lost his mind? Knowing full well the formidable strength of the treant, why would they send you, a seemingly unseasoned princess, out alone? Is this not akin to courting death? No, it cannot be. Alice nearly exclaimed. Elder Elrond, the wise ancient tree. He is our most sagacious and esteemed elder. How could he? Instinctively, she wished to refute Lauren's blasphemous conjecture. Yet, Lauren's words evoked memories of the elder's summons. Only you can perceive the anomalous fluctuations erupting in that region, Alice. For the safety of the forest, we must ascertain what has transpired. The rationale sounded grandiose. You possess the purest affinity for life, sufficient to conceal yourself in the fringes. Go swiftly and return promptly. But do not venture into perilous territories. Though it seemed caring, that area lay perilously close to the treacherous marshlands of the Twisted Treant. No escort was provided. Even if the Treants were not particularly formidable, dispatching a princess on such a treacherous mission without a single guard? At the time, she believed it was the elder placing trust in her stealth abilities, but now, doubts began to surface. The arrival of Xiaohua was too abrupt. It was as if she had known Alice would be there all along. Was it merely due to the target being the elven princess? Or was there more precise intelligence at play? Chapter 7. The reversal of perception. A horrifying thought began to uncontrollably spread within Alice's mind. Could Elder Clevo truly be? A tempest of emotions surged within her eyes, nearly rendering her breathless. The long-standing absolute trust in the elder clashed violently with the terrifying possibilities derived from this cruel logic, pushing Alice to the brink of despair. Observing Alice's reaction, Lauren felt a jolt in his heart. His initial suspicion, uttered in jest, seemed to have struck a nerve. No way, Lauren muttered under his breath, realizing the weight of his conjecture upon Alice as he witnessed her torment. That Alice, I was merely speculating. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Yet, Alice remained unresponsive. Curled up with her face buried in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. The chamber was filled only with her suppressed sobs, until they were abruptly interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. The footsteps halted outside the cell, and the door was roughly flung open. Xiaohua's tall silhouette appeared at the entrance. Her silver-gray eyes locked directly onto Lauren, not even casting a glance at the curled-up Alice beside him. Time is up. Tell me your choice. Accept the union or refuse. Lauren felt a ringing in his head, leaving him momentarily blank. His body involuntarily recoiled. This is far too sudden. Lady Xiaohua, surely, grant me a moment to consider? Hasn't he the 3 days yet to pass? Xiaohua took a step forward. Procrastination is futile. I must ascertain whether your value can be realized. Now, answer me. Luo Ling's heart raced as he gazed upon Xiaoyu's icy yet enchanting visage. To be candid, her beauty and figure could easily rival that of a goddess from his former life, a fantasy too extravagant for an introverted otaku like him to dare to imagine. However, the crux of the matter lay in her temperament and tactics. This was far from a harmonious union. It was, in fact, a blatant coercion, with him relegated to a mere passive recipient. You, Lady Xiaoyu, are undeniably captivating, Luo Ling stammered, straining to accept the situation, yet he hesitated. Summoning his last vestiges of courage, he exclaimed, "But the position is paramount. It pertains to my dignity. I must be on top. This is a non-negotiable principle. Otherwise, it would be an utter disgrace. If news of me being subjected to such humiliation were to spread, how could I ever show my face again?" Beside him, Alice, who had been engulfed in sorrow, found herself momentarily distracted by Luo Ling's absurd mention of reverse piling, stifling a gasp of incredulity before hastily covering her mouth. Xia Yu's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes flickering with annoyance and confusion at Luo Ling's nonsensical ramblings. What position? What piling? What chaotic thoughts plagued this human's mind? Her patience waned. "No more noise," she uttered coldly, and with a swift motion, she moved. In an instant, Luo Ling felt a blinding flash, followed by an overwhelming force seizing his collar and hoisting him violently from the ground. He wished to struggle, to summon the intertwining powers of ice and fire within him, but the sheer panic rendered those forces dormant, as if they were slumbering volcanoes. He yearned to flee, in this confined space, against an adversary of Xia Yu's caliber. His hopes were as futile as a dreamer's fantasies. And no, wait, I can be on top. Truly, he shouted in vain, attempting a final negotiation. Xia Yu, indifferent to his pleas, dismissed his words with a casual wave of her arm, sending Luo Ling crashing onto the hay in the center of the chamber like a discarded sack. The impact brought a wave of pain that clouded his vision. Before he could regain his senses, Xia Yu's weight bore down upon him, an unyielding force rendering him utterly immobile. "Xia Yu, stop. You can't do this." Alice cried out desperately, trying to intervene, but Xia Yu paid her no heed. With a mere flick of her wrist, black vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Alice and silencing her cries with a binding tendril, leaving her to emit only muffled whimpers of despair, her emerald eyes brimming with tears. Let him go." Alice futilely writhed against her restraints. Luo Ling, witnessing Alice's helplessness, was overtaken by an unprecedented surge of anger, mingled with a profound sense of impotence. "No, I beg you," he implored, casting a desperate glance at Xia Yu's frigid silver gaze. Yet, she remained unmoved by his supplications, exuding an aura of unyielding control. As if fulfilling a task with absolute authority, the sharp edges of her armor pressed painfully against him, her gaze looming over him devoid of any desire. Only an imperious dominion over a mere tool. In the dimly lit chamber, only the sound of fabric being torn, Luo Ling's muffled groans of suppressed pain, and Alice's whimpers, stifled by the gag, remained. When silence finally descended, Xia Yu rose expressionlessly, as if she had merely completed a routine training session. Luo Ling lay crumpled upon the filthy haystack, his garments in tatters, his body marred by bloodstains, but it was the wounds of the soul that ran deeper. His vacant gaze lingered on the confines of the room, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks, rendering him a pitiful and wretched sight. Overwhelmed, Luo Ling succumbed to uncontrollable sobs, lamenting, "I am soiled, I am unclean, I was forced, passive, and now I have lost everything. Oh, divine being, let me perish." Xia Yu, initially prepared to depart, halted at the sound of his vexatious cries. "Enough," she interrupted, her voice sharp. "What a sight you are, crying like this." Luo Ling stifled his wails at her rebuke. Yet the tears continued to flow, his shoulders trembling in a display of further indignation. Observing his pitiful and submissive demeanor, Xia Yu furrowed her brow. "Is it truly such a loss? To unite with me is a blessing sought by many lower beings. Were it not for the supreme frost power within you, you would not even qualify for my gaze." Her irritation grew as she witnessed Luo Ling's despondent expression. "Enough. Wipe away those useless tears. The union has been accomplished. And from now on, I shall protect you." At her words, Luo Ling's sobs lessened, his swollen eyes gazing vacantly at Xia Yu. "I will also safeguard the life of this elven princess. I shall speak to His Majesty Amokai. In 3 days, she shall not perish." With that, Xia Yu turned her back and exited the chamber without a further glance. Luo Ling lay amidst the hay, feeling as though his very soul had been stripped bare. Having been exploited without recompense, he pondered the nature of this transaction. It felt as though he had emerged with naught but his undergarments remaining. Yet, at least Alice was temporarily safe. Just then, Alice, too, succumbed to a fit of anguished weeping. Chapter 8. Futile efforts. Luo Ling, his swollen eyes still dazed, turned to Alice. The vines that had ensnared the elven maiden had loosened with Xia Yu's departure, yet she made no attempt to flee. Instead, she curled into a corner, her hands covering her face, her verdant hair disheveled against her tear-streaked cheeks. "Why are you crying?" Luo Ling questioned, bemused by his own inquiry. "Shouldn't he, the victim, be the one to weep?" Upon hearing his voice, Alice's cries faltered momentarily before erupting into an even more intense lament. "Oh, Luo Ling, I am so sorry, so sorry. It is all my fault," she sobbed, inconsolable. "It's because of me, it's my fault." "What?" Luo Ling was utterly bewildered, even momentarily forgetting his own tears. "What are you apologizing for? What does this have to do with you? It was that madwoman, no? It is precisely because of me," Alice fervently interrupted. "If it were not for the need to protect me, you would never have attracted Xia Yu's attention. You would not have been coerced into enduring such humiliation." She gazed upon Luo Ling's tattered appearance, her heart writhing in agony. In Alice's pure worldview, the integrity and dignity of both body and soul are sacred and inviolable. Yet, Luo Ling had paid a harrowing price to protect her. "Luo Ling, you could have simply disregarded me. You could have allowed Xia Yu to take my life. And then you would not have." Alice could not continue. That word was too foul for her to utter. To her, Luo Ling had been forced to sacrifice his most precious possession to save her life, enduring a humiliation more dreadful than death itself. Luo Ling opened his mouth, observing Alice on the verge of suffocating from her tears, and suddenly, his self-pity was washed away. He had not anticipated that the reason for Alice's breakdown was her belief that she had burdened him, that he had sacrificed himself for her sake. Such a misunderstanding was monumental. Hey, Alice, please, stop crying." Luo Ling felt utterly at a loss. "It's not as you think. I was compelled. It has nothing to do with saving you. That madwoman intended that all along. I merely happened to become her target." He wished to clarify that Xia Yu's demands were aimed solely at his frost power. Whether Alice was involved or not, she would have pursued him. However, Alice was not receptive to his words. In her eyes, Luo Ling was merely comforting her, taking all the responsibility upon himself. "No, you mustn't say any more, I understand." Alice shook her head through tear-filled eyes. "You endured all this to save me, and I can never repay you in this lifetime." Alas, this misunderstanding seems to deepen. Luo Ling felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze, more so than when faced with Xia Yu's antics. He hastily shifted the topic. "All right, calm down. Now, let us assess your injuries. You are a tree spirit. Your recovery abilities should surpass mine, right? Can you still sense anything?" Especially, Luo Ling attempted to sense the powers within him, the left side housing the heart of Frost Dragon and the core of Flame. Both forces lay dormant, akin to two extinct volcanoes. He endeavored to reach out with his will, yet to little avail. "You too, for heaven's sake, lend me some strength," Luo Ling anxiously implored within himself. It was a matter of life and death, and he sought a response. Just as he was on the verge of despair, perhaps due to his intense will to survive, or perhaps because of the faint essence of life that Alice had absorbed, creating a subtle resonance, a faint, chilling aura began to emanate uncontrollably from his left hand, the very spot that had once unleashed a deep blue current. Simultaneously, golden red patterns flickered beneath the skin of his right hand, causing the surrounding air temperature to rise slightly. Though merely a negligible fluctuation, it was akin to a glimmer of hope for Luo Ling, ensnared in dire straits. "Is there a reaction?" Luo Ling's eyes widened as he beheld the interplay of ice and fire in his hands, a spark of the extinguished flame rekindling within him. "Alice, look quickly." Alice was taken aback by his sudden excitement, her sobs halting as her tear-filled eyes followed his gaze. When she discerned the golden red radiance emanating from the wrist of Luo Ling's right hand, her eyes widened in astonishment, a level of shock surpassing that of witnessing the frost power. "Fire element." Alice's voice quivered, for this was undeniably the pinnacle of fire elemental power belonging to the light faction. It was an essence that could only be possessed by the holy son of the temple or the legendary sacred beast, the phoenix. Alice was astounded to find that he possessed both the supreme frost authority of the dark faction and the top-tier flame core of the light faction within him. This was a paradox that upended the rules of the world, yet at the same time, a deep sense of regret surged within her. "What a pity," Alice murmured. "Such a potent fire element is a fatal restraint for our tree spirit clan. Our life essence belongs to wood, which naturally conflicts with fire. It seems that Xiaohua's desire to give birth to a progeny with frost power may be in vain. The existence of the fire element will severely disrupt the purity of the frost bloodline." Luo Ling was momentarily taken aback, nearly laughing in disbelief. Hey, what time is it? Are you still worrying about that crazy woman? She has just used me as a tool, and you're still concerned about her success?" Alice blushed at his words. "I just think it's a shame for this power." "A shame? Nonsense." Luo Ling interrupted her decisively. "A towering building rises from the ground. Brilliance must be achieved through one's own efforts. That madwoman Xiaohua is unreliable. That big oaf, Mo Kai, could change his mind at any moment. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. Since the fire element restrains the wood element, then I shall cultivate it. Burn. Ignite for me. Luo Ling envisioned that strand of golden red pattern as a tiny spark, yearning to breathe life into it, to stoke it into a flame. Recalling the terrifying aura of destruction he felt when targeted by the flaming meteor of the fire phoenix, Wolde, he attempted to replicate that sensation. His breathing grew heavy, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Alice watched him, clumsy yet utterly focused, feeling a mixture of admiration and helplessness. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly, "Luo Ling, your willpower is truly remarkable. To summon the primordial fire is already a miracle, but this method may not yield significant results." Luo Ling paused in his actions. "Then what should I do? I can't just wait idly, can I?" Alice organized her thoughts and replied in a low voice. "The rules of the world are exceedingly harsh. The enhancement of power requires nourishment." "Nourishment?" Luo Ling frowned. "What kind of nourishment? Spiritual energy from heaven and earth?" Alice shook her head. "Regardless of whether it is from the light or dark faction. The enhancement of power adheres to a core rule. By slaying or purifying life units of the opposing faction, one can absorb a portion of their primordial power. Accumulating to a certain extent will allow one to break through bottlenecks, unlocking more formidable abilities and ascending to higher tiers." Luo Ling grasped the concept. Killing to level up? Is this otherworldly realm truly so hardcore? That is one way to interpret it. Alice nodded, asserting that the stronger the target, the greater the wealth of experience one could glean, and thus the higher the likelihood of a breakthrough. Luo Ling gasped in realization, finally comprehending why both Xiaoyu and Makai regarded Alice as a treasure, and why the camp wars were so merciless and intractable. "In my current predicament," Luo Ling pondered as he gazed at his hands, entwined in both fire and ice, harboring within him the pinnacle of light, fire, and darkness, ice. "Who should I eliminate to ascend?" Alice's voice softened. "Therein lies the crux of the matter. The powers within you are inherently oppositional. The laws of the world may never have anticipated a being such as yourself. Should you seek to enhance one aspect of your power, it could provoke a backlash from the other, or worse, draw the ire of the world's laws, leading to your obliteration. Is there truly no way out?" Luo Ling growled defiantly. Alice replied, "Perhaps the only solution lies in achieving a balance between the two forces within you and simultaneously augmenting both attributes." Upon hearing this, Luo Ling fell silent. It was nearly a deadlock. "No, I cannot concede. Alice, please enlighten me. How is the hierarchy of light and dark factions delineated?" As he clumsily attempted to stabilize the sparks of fire, he inquired. He needed to comprehend the pinnacle and stratification of combat power in this world, to know both himself and his adversaries. Alice elaborated. "In the world of Wolde, the power hierarchy of the light faction begins with the mundane level, which is further divided into 3 tiers: the awakened, who have just begun to sense energy and possess slightly above-average physical capabilities, forming the foundation of the army. The practitioners can reliably wield basic spells, such as elementary healing or combat techniques. The pinnacle of the mundane level is the elite level, representing a significant development in power and mastery of various practical skills. Knights and priests belong to this tier. After surpassing the mundane level, the essence of life begins to metamorphose, leading to the heroic level. The initial heroic beings are exemplars, possessing signature abilities or nascent domains such as the Holy Shield domain or group healing spells. Elder elves and ancient trees belong to this level. The intermediate heroic beings are known as sanctifiers, who brush against the edges of the rules and can influence their surroundings on a small scale, are elven rulers. The ancient trees of life fall into this category. The advanced heroic beings are referred to as legends, renowned across the land, wielding powers akin to domains. Dwarf kings, demon hunters, and paladin kings all belong to this echelon. Beyond the heroic level lies the divine level, of which only 2 beings exist within the light faction: the flame phoenix Wolde and the light pope. Finally, there exists the supreme ruler of world laws, the light goddess Alicia, the paramount deity of the light faction, representing the apex of combat power. Both Alicia and Lilith belong to this tier. Upon absorbing this information, Luo Ling felt utterly overwhelmed by the complexity of it all. Yet, before he could fully grasp this knowledge, Alice continued her exposition. The Dark Assembly is similarly structured, albeit with different titles for each minor rank. Their initial awakeners are referred to as servants, low-tier monsters, skeleton soldiers, and lesser goblins, all belonging to this echelon. Those slightly above servants are termed as minions, ghouls, orc warriors, and low-tier vampires. Ascending further, they are designated as elites, encompassing creatures such as orc chieftains, taurens, and butchers, paralleling the elite class. Corresponding to the hero tier is the lord level, where lower lords are known as war generals. They possess formidable strength, commanding a faction and capable of leading legions of the undead, corrupting vast territories. Figures such as death knights, demon lords, and vampire counts fall into this category. Mid-level lords are referred to as overlords, wielding significant influence over extensive regions with immense power, exemplified by two-headed chimeras and soul harvesters. High-level lords are classified as monarchs, with the war giant tree, Makai, reigning at the pinnacle of this tier. This level corresponds to the legendary beings of the light faction, while most dragons, save for frost dragons, reside within this rank, representing the peak that many dark entities can attain. The dark counterpart to the sacred tier is the demon lord level. Similarly, only two beings within the dark assembly have reached this status. The frost dragon, Eistwagen, as a demon lord's kin, and the dark demon lord reside in this realm. After listening to Alice's narration, Luo Ling fell silent for an extended period. Thus, Makai is at the zenith of the monarch level, while that frost dragon, Eistwagen, is of the demon lord level, and both the goddess of light and the goddess of darkness stand at the apex of the supreme god tier. Indeed, Alice's eyes reflected a profound sense of helplessness. Currently, we are not even considered initial awakeners at the mundane level. Perhaps in my prime, I barely managed to reach the exemplar tier of the hero level, yet now my strength is suppressed, rendering me weaker than even the elite tier. Luo Ling pondered the terrifying power of Xiaoyu that effortlessly shattered thorns, as well as the mountain-like oppression emanating from Makai. Listening to Alice describe the despairing chasm of power, particularly the terrifying strength of Makai at the pinnacle of the monarch level, he swiftly grasped the crux of the matter and inquired with curiosity. Wait, Alice, you mentioned that Makai is at the pinnacle of the monarch level, corresponding to the legendary beings of the light faction? Yet your elven ruler, the ancient tree of life, is merely a sanctified being? The disparity is quite staggering, is it not? And what about that madwoman Xiaoyu? She seems to be only slightly weaker than Makai. Alice leaned against the wall, a hint of resignation crossing her face. This is related to their essence and the choices they have made on their paths. Makai, the war giant tree, derives his core strength from war and destruction. His very existence is meant for conquest, slaughter, and consumption. Through relentless warfare and the extermination of light beings, his power has rapidly expanded, allowing him to attain the pinnacle of the monarch level. Conversely, the ancient tree of life that our trance safeguard, Alice's gaze turned reverent before dimming, nurtures the forest and shelters living beings, though it can also gain experience through purifying darkness. The process is exceedingly slow, and most of her strength is devoted to maintaining the life barrier of the forest, countering Makai. Hence, her presence at the sanctified tier has persisted for quite some time, which is fundamentally one of the reasons our Treant race has remained at a disadvantage in this war. When Xiyu Alice mentioned this name, her expression turned grave. She is the sharpest blade of Makai. Her innate talent is exceedingly formidable, marking her as a rare combat prodigy within the Treant clan, an occurrence that transpires once in a millennium. She relentlessly challenges the strong and currently stands as a dominant entity, aligned with the light faction as a sanctum guardian. Although she ranks one tier below Makai, her unwavering focus on combat enables her to briefly contend with some of the weaker monarch-level beings. Alice remarks, Shiyu's prowess surpasses my own during my peak. As the princess of the Treants, my strength leans more towards support, and the disparity in power between us, with her being a whole tier above, is as vast as the chasm of heaven. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling felt a sense of impending doom. At that moment, the entire stone chamber, nay, the entire hill, began to tremble. Debris cascaded down, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls. An immense pressure descended with a thunderous force. Chapter 9. The war giant tree through the shattered walls. Luo Ling and Alice glimpsed the outside. The sky was shrouded in a terrifying shadow formed by branches. The war giant tree Makai. Alice's complexion turned ashen, instinctively attempting to gather natural magic, but under the overwhelming pressure of this peak monarch level, she could not even stir a ripple of power within her. Simultaneously, a root, sharp as a spear, descended upon Alice with merciless intent. In that perilous moment, a jet-black streak of light collided with the side of Makai's root. The tremendous force caused the root to veer, narrowly missing Alice's hair as it plunged into the scorched earth beside her. The arrow, dark as ink and enveloped in an aura of death and decay, bore the mark of Xiyu. Lord Makai? Xiyu stands ready to draw her bow. This woman must not be slain. Makai's massive head turned toward Xiyu, radiating fury. Xiyu, how dare you obstruct me? Kill her, consume her essence, and I shall be able to utterly suppress that ancient tree of life. I have awaited this day for far too long. The annihilation of the Treant clan is within reach. You dare tell me not to kill? Facing the terrifying pressure, Xiyu boldly met Mackay's gaze. Lord Mackay, while her essence may be significant, it pales in comparison to my discovery. That insignificant human? What secrets could he possibly possess that outweigh the destruction of the Treant clan and the consumption of the ancient tree of life, allowing me to ascend to even greater heights? Xiyu pointed at Luo Ling. He harbors the power of Lord Aishijin within him, the essence of the frost dragon heart. Though faint, its nature is that of the supreme authority of a demon lord. What? Mackay's colossal form visibly stiffened as his frenzied perception sharpened onto Luo Ling. Scrutinizing him more closely this time, he indeed sensed the presence of Aishijin deep within Luo Ling's left arm. The emergence of the frost dragon heart's power within a human shook Mackay. For such a phenomenon was a miraculous overturning of understanding. Xiaoyu was indeed correct. If this were true, a human capable of wielding the power of a demon king would possess research value that far surpasses that of an elven princess's essence. However, while Mao Kai was astonished by the frosty power and his senses scanned Luo Ling's entire being, he detected an entirely opposing surge of energy. Wait, fire. The core of the highest grade fire element from the light faction. How could this be possible? The king-level perception pinpointed the faint yet radiant gold-red energy deep within Luo Ling's right arm, a force that clashed with the frost dragon heart, yet coexisted in an eerie harmony. Fire? Xia Yu's eyes widened, her expression displaying disbelief for the first time. She had been solely focused on sensing the icy power within Luo Ling and had never anticipated that, within the same mortal vessel, there existed a top-tier flame of light, rivaling the frost. This was nothing short of a grotesque jest of the world's laws. How could light and darkness, ice and fire coexist within a single human? Absurd. This was a blasphemy against darkness. Moreover, it posed an ultimate threat to my Treant kin. The brief wavering in Mao Kai's demeanor, induced by the frost dragon heart, vanished without a trace. He pointed his tree arm at Luo Ling, dark energy coalescing ominously. What does it matter if he possesses the power of a demon king? That flame of light within him is the natural nemesis of my Treant clan. Xiaoyu, do you see? This is the secret you spoke of. This boy must not be allowed to live. Mao Kai's final decree was to erase him, along with that elf, without hesitation. Mao Kai. Xiaoyu's heart trembled violently. The presence of fire within Luo Ling was something she had never anticipated, completely disrupting her plans to bear frost offspring. The clash of fire and ice, with fire additionally countering wood, would yield unpredictable consequences. Nevertheless, the allure of the frost dragon heart, the tantalizing possibility of touching the demon king's authority, compelled her to make a decision amidst the chaos. Xiaoyu knocked her bow once more, the arrowhead aimed directly at Mao Kai's raised arm. Grant me 3 days. I need to ascertain whether the frost power within him still holds value. This fire may merely be a distraction. If he is killed, Lord Ace Zhugung's power will dissipate. This loss. Mao Kai let out a scoff, yet the destructive energy coalescing in his tree arm diminished slightly. He was weighing the situation, assessing Xiaoyu's resolve. Xiaoyu tightened her nerves, her silver-gray pupils fixated on Mao Kai, searching for any sign of opportunity in his response. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Mao Kai unleashed a terrifying surge of power without warning. A massive tree trunk crashing down upon Xiaoyu's back with tremendous force. Thud! In the face of a king-level ambush, Xiaoyu's body crumbled like fragile paper, a dark green blood spattering forth. She shattered several colossal charred stone pillars in her path before crashing heavily into the ruins not far from Luo Ling and Alice. Dust swirling around her. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoyu struggled to rise, her back armor completely shattered, revealing gruesome wounds, her breath dwindling to an extreme low. Mao Kai slowly rose, his roots once again supporting his mountainous form. Foolish Xiaoyu, you are too enraptured by that illusory possibility. Any threat to the existence of my kin must be extinguished in its infancy. As for the dissipating power of Lord Aishijin, what of it? Slaying them and consuming the remnants of their essence will propel me further. With these words, Mao Kai raised his tree-like arms once more, this time targeting not only Alice but also the severely injured Xiaoyu and the dazed Luo Ling. Now, the troublesome insects must vanish entirely. Mao Kai's decree fell with the merciless weight of a sovereign. Chapter 10. Promises must be fulfilled in this moment of dire urgency. The bloodied Xiaoyu recklessly channeled her remaining magic into the obsidian longbow in her grasp, which erupted with a piercing dark radiance. Thorn barrier. Black energy thorns erupted from the bow, growing wildly to form a massive thorny shield. Boom! Maokai's colossal arm struck the thorn barrier, and crack, crack, crack. Within mere seconds, the hastily constructed barrier by Xiaoyu began to shatter. The dark thorns splintered inch by inch, the force unreservedly transmitting back to Xiaoyu. Another mouthful of dark green blood erupted from her lips, and her body was once again hurled violently to the ground, as if severed from its strings. The thorn barrier was utterly destroyed. However, this devastation afforded a final opportunity at the edge of the shadows. General, run! A towering Treant warrior charged forth from behind the charred remnants of the wall. Following him were two similarly twisted Treants. These Treants were Xiaoyu's core guards, who had followed her through countless battles, emerging from the brink of death time and again. The leading warrior spread his arms wide, the remnants of dark, corrupt power within him igniting without reservation. For the general, the Treant guards let out a final roar, their bodies, along with those of the two warriors behind, began to swell as they collided resolutely with Maokai's descending arm. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted beneath the giant arm. The self-detonation of the three elite warriors far surpassing Xiaoyu's hurried defense. Though it could not truly shake Maokai's essence, it did impede his attack. Ants, seeking death. Maokai bellowed in fury, forcefully dispersing the residual waves of the explosion. Yet this fleeting moment of reprieve was the only lifeline for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu bore the agonizing pain, propelled by the shockwave of the explosion as she rolled backward. Go! In the next instant, disregarding everything, Xiaoyu summoned every ounce of her remaining strength, even at the cost of her essence. She dashed away with Luo Ling and Alice in the direction opposite to that of Maokai's form. Trying to flee? Maokai's massive eyes burned with furious fire. The tree arm, momentarily hindered by the explosion, lifted once more. Countless roots sweeping across the sky towards Xiaoyu's escape route. Swish, swish, swish. Xiaoyu, without glancing back, relied on her intimate knowledge of the marshy terrain and her godlike combat instincts to execute astonishing evasive maneuvers at high speed, narrowly avoiding the majority of attacks. The few tendrils that managed to strike her protective dark energy merely elicited a muffled grunt, yet she surged forward with even greater velocity. She could not afford to halt. To do so would be tantamount to sealing her fate. With the burden of two liabilities in tow, she had to plunge into a domain so perilous that even the corporeal form of Maokai could scarcely dominate it. Pursue. Tear them apart. Bring back that traitor Xiaoyu. I shall subject her to torments 1,000-fold worse than death. Maokai's roar echoed across the heavens, as a multitude of twisted Treants surged madly toward the direction where Xiaoyu had vanished. Time became an indistinct blur as Xiaoyu raced through the treacherous marshlands, her speed eventually waning. At last, after traversing a hollow shrouded in toxic miasma, she succumbed to her limits. A cough escaped her lips as she stumbled, the vines entwining Luo Ling and Alice snapping free. The trio fell heavily upon the unforgiving ground, Xiaoyu collapsing face first, her body convulsing violently, dark green blood spilling incessantly from her mouth. She struggled to prop herself up, yet ultimately could only lie helplessly, each breath a Herculean effort. Luo Ling, disoriented from the fall, was more shocked by the scene before him than by his physical pain. The once cold and formidable warrior Xiaoyu now lay in utter disarray, on the brink of death. To rescue these two burdens, she had not only withstood Maokai's lethal ambush, but had also compelled her loyal guards to self-destruct to cover their escape. In a moment of bewilderment, Luo Ling pushed himself up from the ground, feeling his mind clouded. This script was amiss. Wasn't this deranged woman supposed to discard them after using them as mere tools? What was her motive? Was it truly for that elusive frost heir? This obsession was terrifying. Alice was in a slightly better condition, having instinctively summoned her life magic to shield herself when Xiaoyu ensnared her. She staggered to her feet and approached Xiaoyu, gazing down upon the once indomitable Treant warrior. Xiaoyu's silvery hair was matted with mud, clinging disheveled to her pallid face. Her formerly icy silver eyes now dulled and lifeless. Alice knelt beside her, asking Xiaoyu why. With great difficulty, Xiaoyu lifted her head, her gaze meeting Alice's clear azure eyes. Yet she offered no reply, merely gasping for breath, her expression remaining frigid. You could have abandoned us, or simply handed us over to Maokai. Alice's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. You know full well that I am the Tree Spirit Princess, an enemy of your dark faction, and you just treated Luo Ling in such a way. Are you not afraid? Not afraid that I might kill you right now? By vanquishing you, a supreme force of your dark alliance, my powers could potentially be restored, or even transcended. What a perfect opportunity for revenge. For my kin. For the humiliation endured by Luo Ling. I possess a myriad of reasons to terminate your existence at this very moment. With that, Alice extended her hand. A sphere of remarkably pure emerald green life magic coalescing in her palm, its radiance starkly contrasting the surrounding decay. She hovered her palm above Xiaoyu's head. The pristine life energy now akin to the most lethal poison for the gravely injured and dying Xiaoyu. Tell me, Xiaoyu, you risked your life, betrayed Makai, and sacrificed loyal subordinates to bring us here. Are you truly unafraid that I might seize this opportunity to eliminate you? On what grounds do you believe I would refrain from doing so? Luo Ling's heart raced, anxiety gripping him as he gazed at Alice's hand suspended above Xiaoyu. He recognized Alice's words to be true. This was indeed an unparalleled opportunity. Yet, deep within, he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Prostrate on the ground, Xiaoyu, confronted by the interrogation, struggled to lift her head. Because I vowed to protect your lives for 3 days. Despite her grievous injuries, Xiaoyu's demeanor remained resolute. A promise is akin to a battle command. I, Xiaoyu, have always upheld my word. As she spoke, a self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. I underestimated Makai's shamelessness and greed. I presumed he would at least adhere to superficial rules. Yet I did not anticipate he would strike at me so brazenly. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from the nearby thicket, followed by the appearance of a small squad of twisted tree spirits. Chapter 11. Fire Cloud Resolution. There were approximately 7 or 8 of these tree spirits, significantly smaller than those summoned by Makai previously, exuding a noticeably weaker aura of darkness. Leading them was a slightly larger tree spirit, evidently a minion, while the others appeared clumsy and sluggish, mere lowly subordinates. They detected the scent of the living, akin to hyenas catching the whiff of carrion, and immediately brandished their gnarled branches, encircling the trio. Their pace was slow, yet in this morbid marsh, any commotion could attract more pursuers. This is bad. Alice's expression shifted, retracting the life magic hovering above Xiaoyu and adopting a defensive posture. She attempted to harness the power of nature, but in this severely corrupted realm, her strength was heavily suppressed, barely able to maintain a faint green glow in her palm, rendering her defenses precarious. Luo Ling, equally anxious, scrambled to his feet, heart racing as he observed the advancing tree spirits. Though they were mere fodder, their numbers were considerable, and both he and Alice were in poor condition. With Xiaoyu gravely wounded and on the brink of death, coughing, Xiaoyu turned her head with great effort to face the visibly anxious Luo Ling. Useless. I now rely on you. What? Luo Ling thought he had misheard. Channel the power within you. Xiaoyu gasped. Whether ice or fire, either will suffice to eliminate them. I cannot do it. Luo Ling exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead, the two entities refusing to heed his command. I attempted to escape earlier, and there was no response whatsoever. Use your will to pry it loose. Xiaoyu commanded fiercely. Imagine them as an extension of your own body and tear them apart. This is your sole opportunity for survival, as well as mine. Gazing into Xiaoyu's eyes, which were fierce even in the face of death, the terror of mortality overwhelmed Luo Ling's hesitation. He resolved to fight back. With a low growl, Luo Ling turned to confront the nearest few servant-level tree spirits. He closed his eyes, desperately recalling the searing heat of being targeted by the fire phoenix, envisioning the divine flames of Faya Bode's golden red fire. Burn. Ignite. Luo Ling roared internally, concentrating all his thoughts on the faint golden red glow deep within his right arm. Perhaps it was the acute sense of crisis that stimulated him, for the dormant spark finally responded with a flicker. A surge of searing pain radiated from his right arm, and to his astonishment, a small orb of orange flame actually materialized in the palm of his hand. Is this it? Luo Ling was both surprised and elated, only to quickly frown at the meager size. This flame was hardly more potent than a candle's flicker. A mere gust of wind could extinguish it. Throw it. Xiaoyu's scolding voice rang out. With little regard for anything else, Luo Ling hurled the tiny flame at the leading servant-level tree spirit. Fireball. The orange flame wobbled as it soared toward the tree spirit. Sensing the imminent threat, the tree spirit attempted to swat it away with its gnarled branches. However, an astonishing transformation occurred the moment the flame made contact with the tree spirit's body. That seemingly weak flame ignited like gasoline upon contact, erupting into a ferocious blaze. The orange flames instantaneously transformed into a fierce golden red, radiating an overwhelming purifying aura that completely engulfed the servant-level tree spirit. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the tree spirit as its body writhed violently within the golden red flames, and within mere seconds, It was reduced to a small pile of smoldering charcoal. What the hell? Luo Ling stared in disbelief at the hand that had summoned the tiny flame. Was it truly this powerful? Was this the might of a top-tier fire element? Even the faintest spark proved to be a nemesis to the inherently wooden, servant-level tree spirits, incinerating them upon contact. This spectacle instilled fear in the other tree spirits, particularly the lieutenant-level leader, which emitted a furious roar yet hesitated to charge forward, clearly wary of the peculiar flames. Don't stop. They fear fire. Luo Ling's confidence surged, and he concentrated once more, attempting to conjure another fireball. This time, buoyed by his previous success, the formation was notably quicker, and a slightly larger fireball materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he hurled it at another servant-level tree spirit. Boom. The flames erupted once again, and another tree spirit was reduced to ashes amid its anguished cries. The successive annihilation of two spirits sent the remaining ones into a frenzy. The lieutenant-level tree spirit appeared enraged. It ceased to hesitate, plunging its branch-like arm into the ground. Several thorn-covered vines erupted from the ground, their speed far surpassing that of the minions. Be careful, Alice exclaimed, immediately waving her hands as a vibrant green light surged forth, forming a delicate natural barrier before Luo Ling. Thud. Thud. The vines collided with the barrier, which flickered violently, but ultimately held firm. Damn it! Luo Ling stared at the grotesque vines, a chill creeping over him, and conjured another fireball to hurl at the tendrils. Boom. The flames erupted, severing one or two of the vines, yet the remaining ones continued to lash against Alice's shield. A wave of dread washed over Luo Ling. Indeed, the minion class was far more formidable. The small fireball could annihilate a minion, but against a higher-tier foe, its power was woefully inadequate. In this dire moment, a voice called out from behind him, "Watch out behind you." Reacting instinctively, Luo Ling spun around and launched the freshly conjured fireball toward the indicated position. Boom. Another ambushing minion, a twisted treant, was engulfed by the flames. As the treant turned to ashes, Luo Ling felt a warmth enveloping him, a stream of vitality surging from the void, coursing through his limbs. This warmth bore a pure essence of light, invigorating his spirit, and the dormant core of flame within him began to swell, becoming more vibrant. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in the depths of his mind. Kill. Minion class Twisted Treant 3. Light faction experience points reached critical point. Level up. Practitioner, mid-level mundane. Unlock basic fire technique. Fire cloud art. A torrent of fragmented information flooded Luo Ling's mind, detailing how to more efficiently coalesce fire elements and guide them into forms of greater destruction. I leveled up. Luo Ling was both astonished and elated. Realizing the experience point mechanism within the world's rules, slaying dark beings could indeed enhance one's power. Roar. The higher-tier treant, witnessing yet another subordinate obliterated, descended into a frenzied rage. It abandoned its manipulation of the vines, its body swelling with power as it prepared to unleash a more potent attack. Luo Ling, utilize your new strength. Quickly, Alice urged, erecting a thicker natural barrier to shield him once more. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ling felt his control over the fire elements had ascended with his new level. He no longer needed to awkwardly form fireballs. He closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts deep within his right arm, where the now more vibrant flame core resided. Fire Cloud Art. Chapter 12. Is this the Butterworld? With Luo Ling's low incantation, he thrust his hands forward. Whoosh. A colossal fireball, burning fiercely, suddenly coalesced before his palms. This fireball radiated an astonishing heat, scorching the surrounding miasma into hissing vapor. Go. With all his might, Luo Ling propelled this fireball, infused with the full force of a practitioner, toward the charging higher-tier treant. The minion-level treant sensed a grave threat, emitting a terrified roar as it exhaled thick, black toxic mists in a desperate attempt to obstruct the impending danger. However, all of this was in vain against the supreme flames imbued with the power of divine purification. With a thunderous crash, the fire cloud technique collided with the toxic fog, evaporating it, and the fireball continued unabated, striking firmly against the treant's trunk. With a howl, the treant that had previously given Luo Ling and Alice so much trouble, along with several stunned servant-level treants nearby, was reduced to swirling black ashes in the raging flames. One strike. Instant annihilation. Did you see that? A triumphant smile adorned Luo Ling's face as he boasted loudly to the fallen Xiaoyu and the nearby Alice. I just obliterated that minion-level creature. Impressive. ISNT it. The combination of his rank as a practitioner and the overwhelming effect of the supreme fire elemental core had fostered within him a delusion of invincibility. Alice gazed at Luo Ling's exuberant demeanor, her face breaking into a gentle smile. Luo Ling, you were phenomenal. Truly extraordinary. The power of the fireball you just conjured was astounding, and your mastery over the flames is indeed worthy of one who bears the might of the phoenix. Her lavish praise was abundant and encouraging, greatly satisfying Luo Ling's vanity. However, as he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu on the ground, hoping to extract a modicum of approval from the once mighty woman, she merely glanced at him and uttered 2 words, mediocre. Luo Ling's smile abruptly froze. Mediocre? You stubborn woman. Even lying there, you maintain such defiance. I just annihilated a whole group of treants. Do you not grasp the meaning of being objective? Xiaoyu closed her eyes, indifferent to him. Her complete disregard ignited Luo Ling's fury, resurrecting memories of past grievances. With old grudges and new resentments flooding his mind, he became enraged. All right, you stubborn woman. Luo Ling approached the prostrate Xiaoyu, declaring, I remember exactly what you did to me last time. The wheel of fortune turns. And now it's my turn. Let us see how you fare now. As he spoke, he reached out, poised to grasp Xiaoyu's shoulder, a gleeful expression of vengeance on his face. Alice was taken aback by Luo Ling's sudden movement, her cheeks flushing crimson. Luo Ling, what are you saying? Stop this at once. Although Xiaoyu had her eyes shut, her body tensed, preparing to endure the humiliation. Just then, Luo Ling's actions halted, and an expression of intense agony twisted his face as he let out a harrowing scream. A surge of excruciating pain erupted from within him, stemming from a clash of powers. The right side of his body burned crimson, and golden-red flame patterns emerged uncontrollably, as the power of the heart of the fire phoenix became exceptionally volatile due to the recent stimulation. In stark contrast, the left side of his body felt as though it had plunged into an eternal abyss of ice. The formidable power of the frost dragon's heart was utterly suppressed by the sudden surge of solar flames. Deep blue frost patterns emerging as a thick layer of white frost enveloped his skin. Ice and fire, light and darkness. These 2 opposing forces of unparalleled might clashed violently within Luo Ling, a fragile vessel newly ascended to the rank of practitioner. The eruption of fire magic shattered the delicate equilibrium that had been tenuously maintained by the life force bestowed during the fusion with Xiaoyu and the healing efforts of Alice. The dominance of the sun over the moon led to a catastrophic imbalance between ice and fire. Alice, horrified and pale, rushed forward, her hands once more coalescing with vibrant green life magic, desperately attempting to soothe the raging conflict between ice and fire. Yet this time, her efforts yielded little effect. The level of power raging within Luo Ling far exceeded her current capabilities. Xiaoyu, struggling to open her eyes, gazed at Luo Ling, writhing in agony on the ground. Filled with shock, the backlash of ice and fire dawned upon her. This fool, having just ascended, unleashed the full might of his supreme fire power to vanquish a formidable foe, completely disregarding the opposing yet equally potent frost power within him, an act tantamount to courting death. Alice, on the verge of tears, desperately amplified her magical output, but to no avail. What should we do, Xiaoyu? Think of something. At this rate, he will explode from within. Xiaoyu, observing Luo Ling's anguished struggle, managed to shift her body closer to him, uttering, "Give me your hand, you fool." At that moment, Luo Ling was being torn apart by the tumultuous energy within him, half of his body scorched by flames while the other half was submerged in icy depths. His consciousness beginning to fade, responding instinctively to the will to survive, he tremblingly extended his frost-covered left hand toward Xiaoyu. She grasped his wrist, causing Luo Ling to gasp in pain, uncertain of her intentions. However, what followed left both Luo Ling and the anxious Alice in disbelief. With gritted teeth, Xiaoyu summoned her last vestige of strength, flipping over to once again pin Luo Ling beneath her, her movements still commanding and forceful. Madwoman, even in this state, you still... Luo Ling's protest was abruptly silenced by a new wave of ice and fire clashing within him, causing his body to convulse in agony. Xiaoyu disregarded his curses entirely. If you wish to live, cooperate. Release your solar flames. Guide them to yield. As she spoke, she leaned down, her lips, imbued with a metallic tang, pressed against Luo Ling's. Simultaneously, her body melded closely with his, as a surge of dark, corrupt energy flowed from her into him. Luo Ling's eyes widened as he felt a torrent of dark energy forcibly enter his being. Yet this energy was not an attack. Rather, it served to direct the rampant crimson-gold solar flames within him. Xiaoyu's physique resembled a conduit, as the uncontrollable, ferocious yang energy within Luo Ling surged through the intimate connection between them, flooding into Xiaoyu's body. A soft groan escaped Xiaoyu's lips, her form quaking violently. The supreme flame power of Luo Ling proved to be a formidable adversary for her, who was inherently aligned with wood. The influx of blazing yang energy inflicted excruciating pain upon her. Chapter 13. A difficult choice yet. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and clung even more tightly to Luo Ling, desperately drawing upon that radiant fire. She utilized her body as a vessel, forcefully sharing the excess yang energy from Luo Ling simultaneously. A remarkable phenomenon occurred. As the rampant yang energy within Luo Ling was significantly siphoned away, the suppressed power of the frost dragon heart finally found an opportunity to breathe. The deep blue icy force began to instinctively counterattack, striving to reclaim its territory. And Xiaoyu, the dark tree spirit enduring the searing yang flames, found a subtle resonance with the now active icy power within Luo Ling, awakened by her own cold attributes derived from her tree spirit lineage. A stream of pure, deep blue chill emanated from Luo Ling, gradually flowing into Xiaoyu's body through their connection. This pristine, demon lord-level icy power was akin to a long-awaited rain for the severely wounded and near-death Xiaoyu. It bore an essence capable of freezing all, swiftly extinguishing the rampant yang flames tormenting her and beginning to mend her damaged meridians, nurturing her depleted life source. A hint of color returned to Xiaoyu's pallid visage. Though far from healed, the sensation of impending death was rapidly fading. Luo Ling sensed the change as well. With the outpouring of yang energy, the burning sensation on the right side of his body subsided significantly, though the left side remained chillingly cold. It was no longer the hellish torment of ice and fire waging war simultaneously, and his consciousness began to clear. He gazed at Xiaoyu, who was pressed against him, and could not help but exclaim, "Is this otherworldly realm akin to butter? What kind of bizarre setting is this? Is it solely reliant on this recuperation and balance of attributes? Is this even reasonable?" As Xiaoyu reveled in the refreshing restoration brought by the icy power, she heard Luo Ling's complaints and bit him on the shoulder in a moment of embarrassment and irritation. "Ouch! Are you a dog?" Luo Ling cried out. "You worthless one. Stop complaining while I help you." She propped herself up slightly, creating a small distance between them while still maintaining their intimate connection. "Don't celebrate too soon. This is merely a temporary reprieve. The frosty power within you is far too feeble." Xiu, feeling the deep blue chill coursing through her body, momentarily glimpsed a flicker of greed in her eyes. "Yet, I can temporarily share your sunfire, because my essence is of the Yin nature, and the connection we forged previously still lingers. However, my physical endurance is limited, and ultimately, this frosty power belongs to you." Xiu's gaze fixated on Luo Ling, contemplating that to truly attain balance without succumbing to backlash, you must swiftly elevate your ice attribute to match your fire element. Restore the equilibrium of ice and fire within you. Her commanding words reverberated in the air, leaving Luo Ling momentarily subdued, forgetting to struggle and oblivious to the presence of another. "Enough of this." A voice, thick with indignation and embarrassment, shattered the peculiar atmosphere of healing. Alice stood a few paces away, her cheeks aflame like a ripened apple, her emerald eyes refusing to gaze upon the entangled duo while anxiously scanning the dim swamp. "It should be sufficient, right? Xiu, hasn't Luo Ling's power stabilized for the time being? Hurry up. We cannot linger here. Makai's pursuers could discover this place at any moment." The commotion from the earlier battle was too great. Luo Ling, jolted by Alice's exclamation, became acutely aware of the awkwardness of the situation, struggling to push Xiu away. Yes, Alice is right. We must get up. This is utterly inappropriate." However, the moment he attempted to move, Xiu firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Though her strength was far from its peak, it was more than sufficient to restrain a similarly weakened Luo Ling. "Where do you think you are going?" Xiu's gaze swept over Alice, her disdain unmistakable. "You, the elven princess, surely intend to return to your life-infused forest?" "Of course." Alice straightened her back. "I must return. Makai could launch a major assault on the elven forest at any moment. The ancient tree of life needs warning. Moreover, that cunning ancient tree that lured me away from the forest into a trap. That is your concern." Xiu coldly interrupted. "I will not venture into the territory of the light faction to meet my demise." She then cast a glance at the Luo Ling she was pinning down, her possessiveness palpable. "He cannot accompany you." "What?" Both Alice and Luo Ling exclaimed in unison. "Why not?" Alice retorted urgently. "Luo Ling possesses the power of the fire phoenix. The life essence of the elven forest would benefit him. Only there can we find a safe haven for him to cultivate his ice powers. Makai's target is the entire Treant clan. Keeping Luo Ling outside is far more perilous." "Benefits?" Xiu scoffed. That so-called life essence of yours is the greatest suppression on his supreme frost authority, derived from the Demon King. It will only hinder his advancement in ice attributes. As for safety, this corrupted land, though repugnant to you, is a nurturing ground for my power's restoration and a fertile soil for his frost abilities to flourish. Makai's minions are scattered across the forest's edges. Do you genuinely believe he would be safe if he accompanied you? Naive. Yet Alice was still eager to debate. Luo Ling found himself pinned down by Xiaoyu, captivated by the clear logic of her analysis, yet ensnared in a profound conflict. Alice's proposal appeared safe and reliable, protected by the enchanted forest, and offered the opportunity to unearth the traitor. However, Xiaoyu's words also resonated with undeniable truth. The frost power within him was indeed at odds with the essence of life, and enhancing his ice abilities to alleviate the internal discord was of utmost urgency. Luo Ling parted his lips, gazing into Xiaoyu's unwavering eyes, then shifting to Alice's hopeful gaze, finding himself at an impasse. At that moment, Alice's thoughts were abruptly drawn back by the mention of the ancient wise tree, prompting her to voice the heart-wrenching question yet again. Xiaoyu, what exactly has your dark faction promised the wise tree? He is one of the oldest elders of our elven race, safeguarding the forest for centuries. Why would he betray us? Why deceive me into leaving the forest and lead me into Mo Kai's trap? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's grip on Luo Ling's hand faltered slightly. A moment of silence enveloping them before he finally spoke. That old fool has never sought the tranquility of the forest, protecting the life tree for centuries? He has coveted the immense and pure essence of life from that tree for hundreds of years. Mo Kai has promised him an irresistible condition. After the destruction of the life tree, a portion of its core essence would be extracted and granted to him for absorption. This would liberate him from the shackles of the tree's guardian and grant him the power of a true overlord. He betrayed the entire Treant race for power. Alice could hardly believe it. The life tree, Lei Fuchui, is the very root of our entire Treant lineage. Root? In the face of the allure of power. It holds no value. Xiaoyu's words were ruthlessly pragmatic. Lord Mo Kai has perceived his greed. With just a slight push, he willingly lured you out, weakening the defenses of the life tree. Such was his declaration of allegiance. Staggering backward, Alice was unable to bear the raw truth of betrayal. The image of the wise tree, that gentle elder from her memories, crumbled, leaving behind only the visage of a traitor who would stop at nothing for power. Observing Alice's profound anguish, Xiaoyu turned his attention back to Luo Ling, barking sharply, "Incompetent! Have you made up your mind? Will you return to her, waiting to perish among those hypocritical life essences, or will you follow me in pursuit of survival?" With Xiaoyu's grip still holding him, Luo Ling's mind raced. The debate between Xiaoyu and Alice, the betrayal of the wise tree, Mo Kai's threat, and the perilous conflict within him, all these fragments of information collided and churned in his thoughts. Suddenly, Luo Ling's eyes lit up as he seized upon a crucial point, raising his gaze to Xiaoyu's stern countenance. Wait, Xiaoyu, let's sort this out." Xiaoyu narrowed his silver-gray eyes in impatience, signaling for him to speak swiftly. "You see, what is my greatest dilemma at this moment? The ice attribute is too weak, while the fire attribute is excessively strong, creating an imbalance that could lead to an explosion at any moment, correct?" Xiaoyu let out a cold snort, tacitly acknowledging the assertion. "So what is the solution? To elevate the ice attribute's rank, right? Obvious." "Well," Luo Ling slapped his thigh, asserting that the enhancement of the ice attribute is ultimately to ensure survival. If survival is the goal, and power is requisite, who shall we confront next? Is it Makai, the colossal war tree of the monarch rank? Can we defeat him at present? Xiaoyu's gaze darkened, and she fell silent. The answer was glaringly evident. We cannot win. Luo Ling answered his own question. Thus our immediate objective should not be a direct confrontation with Makai, but rather to weaken his minions while simultaneously strengthening ourselves. He then turned to Alice. "Alice, your task is to deal with that traitorous wise ancient tree. What is its strength? A paragon of the hero rank? Comparable to your dark faction's war generals?" Alice instinctively nodded. Yes, indeed, the wise ancient tree Clevo is of the paragon level, corresponding to the war general rank. War general rank. Luo Ling's voice grew animated. "I am now a practitioner of the fire attribute. My full force can eliminate minion-level foes and barely injure elite-level ones. But what if I elevate my ice attribute to the level of a practitioner as well, mastering both ice and fire? Furthermore, with Alice's assistance." And ahem, he glanced at Xiaoyu, who was restraining him. "Despite her injuries, her dominion-level foundation remains intact, does it not?" Suppressing a war general-level traitor would surely become far more manageable. Xiaoyu instinctively relaxed her grip on Luo Ling's hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing her mind. She was accustomed to crushing her foes with sheer power, facing the mightiest adversary, Makai, head-on, and had inadvertently overlooked the value of these secondary targets. Luo Ling seized the moment. Look, if we vanquish that accursed traitor, the wise ancient tree, it would serve two purposes. Firstly, it would aid Alice in clearing her territory and stabilizing the internal dynamics of the elven forest, thus enhancing their strength against Makai. Secondly, that fellow is a war general-level opponent. We could treat him as an experience package to be farmed, dividing the spoils among the three of us. Wouldn't both my ice and fire attributes significantly rise? Especially the ice attribute. Wouldn't this be far more expedient than slow cultivation? The risks would also be relatively controllable. A threefold gain. The thought of utilizing the traitor as an experience resource echoed in Xiaoyu's mind, as she subconsciously repeated Luo Ling's unique phrasing. It did seem reasonable. Did it not? Makai is a behemoth. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. However, the wise ancient tree, this traitor, is indeed the most suitable target at present. Eliminating him would not only strike a blow to Makai's plans, but also yield invaluable experience to enhance our strength, and simultaneously grant the elven race a favor, a truly advantageous transaction. Xiaoyu's heart was already swayed to a significant extent, but her long-held pride made her reluctant to concede that this so-called waste had devised a plan more astute than her own. She stubbornly retorted, a mere shortcut. Do you think war generals are weeds by the roadside, easily uprooted? Even if his strength pales in comparison to my prime, still, oh my great war god. Luo Ling, noticing her response, realized the tide was turning, acknowledging your prowess, invincible in battle. However, isn't this a special circumstance? Moreover, one should engage their intellect rather than dwell on thoughts of violence. Such brash behavior is inadvisable. You, Xiaohua, infuriated by Luo Ling's lecturing tone, clenched her teeth in anger. You dare label me a reckless fool? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Be gentler. Luo Ling cried out in pain, yet stubbornly maintained her stance. Let us be pragmatic. Do you not agree that my proposal is more reliable than yours? As Xiaohua appeared on the verge of erupting, Alice hastily stepped forward to mediate. Luo Ling has a valid point. Xiaohua, since our goals align, we are both intent on dealing with Makai and his minions. Why not temporarily accompany us back to the elven forest? Alice regarded Xiaohua with sincerity. With the betrayal of the wise ancient tree and the uncertainty within the forest, I require formidable allies. Your prowess in battle and understanding of the dark factions would greatly enhance our chances against the traitors. Furthermore, by resolving the issue with the wise ancient tree, Luo Ling will gain valuable experience in amplifying her ice powers, and your injuries can be better tended to in a relatively safe environment. This is far preferable to remaining in the treacherous depths of the swamp. Upon hearing this, Xiaohua furrowed her brow. Return to the elven forest? That realm suffused with vibrant life? How foolish. Creatures from differing factions who tread upon each other's territories will incur the fundamental suppression of the world's rules, leading to a significant diminishment of their power. This is precisely why Makai, despite his overwhelming strength compared to the ancient tree of life, refrains from recklessly entering the forest's core to launch a full-scale assault. Should I venture in, even my dominant prowess would be reduced to that of an elite. It would be tantamount to seeking death. Suppression? Luo Ling was taken aback, instinctively assessing her own condition. I don't feel suppressed. I found it quite easy to battle the trance at the forest's edge just now. Chapter 15. Privileged Xiaohua regarded her as though she were simple-minded. That is because you possess both the supreme powers of frost and flame within you. These two forces inherently embody the privileges of the world's rules. Their delicate coexistence within you allows you to transcend, to some extent, the limitations of the ordinary light and dark factions. Thus, the life energy of the forest does not suppress your fire, nor does the dark corruption of the swamp stifle your ice. You are an anomaly. Do you comprehend? Fool. So that is the case. Luo Ling exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Then this makes things even easier. Xiaohua, if you accompany me to the elven forest, although you may face suppression, I shall not. Moreover, with the frost power within me, perhaps I could shield you to some extent? As she spoke with increasing enthusiasm, she mimicked Xiaohua's earlier haughty demeanor. Fear not. With me, Luo Ling, your safety is assured. I am a woman of my word. If I say I will shield you, I shall. Luo Ling's imitation was so vivid, particularly the phrase about being a woman of her word, that it felt like salt in Xiaohua's wounds, striking a nerve with her recently reiterated principle. You seek your own demise. Xiahua erupted in fury, her humiliation causing her to forget her grievous injuries. She summoned every ounce of her remaining strength to forcefully push Luo Ling, who attempted to shield her, back to the ground. Thud! Luo Ling's head struck the hard earth. Stars dancing before her eyes. Ouch! Crazy woman! You again! Luo Ling cried out in pain once more. In the peculiar realm of the novel, a confrontation unfolds. Fool! Dare to mimic my speech again, and should you utter another insolent word, I shall rend your lips asunder. Xiyu growled through clenched teeth, silencing Luo Ling instantly. Alice observed the chaotic scene before her, a mix of anxiety and helplessness washing over her. Enough, enough. Let us cease this commotion. While Luo Ling may be insufferable, he speaks a measure of truth. With him by your side, your safety within the forest shall be considerably enhanced. Moreover, this is presently the swiftest route to bolster our collective strength against Makai. Time is of the essence. Xiyu glared fiercely at Luo Ling, who winced under her weight. Rationality dictated that this plan was indeed the most advantageous. However, her pride struggled against the presence of this loquacious nuisance. Yet, ultimately, her animosity towards Makai, her yearning for power, and her pressing need to augment Luo Ling's ice abilities overwhelmed her vanity. Let us proceed. With that, Xiyu deftly dismounted from Luo Ling. The trio reached a consensus and began their arduous journey towards the elven forest. Luo Ling supported Xiyu, while Alice led the way, cautiously navigating around areas potentially inhabited by the minions of Makai, guided by her faint sense of the forest's essence. Though Xiyu leaned on Luo Ling, her vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, her warrior instincts keeping her attuned to danger even in her injured state. After an indeterminate time of trudging through the oppressive darkness, the atmosphere began to lighten. The heavy gloom was replaced by the refreshing fragrance of verdant flora, invigorating Alice's spirit. We are nearing the edge of the Treant's domain, she exclaimed, quickening her pace. As they traversed a thicket of low shrubs, the scene ahead unveiled a vibrant tableau. Towering ancient trees twisted and coiled, interspersed with peculiar flowers radiating a gentle luminescence. The air was rich with the essence of life, and the light here appeared purer. This was the realm of the Treant tribe, the threshold of the elven forest. However, tranquility shattered the moment Xiyu stepped into this domain. Along, vigilant horns sounded from deep within the forest, disrupting the peace. Swift figures emerged from the ancient trees, barring the path of the three travelers. Leading them was a druid clad in simple armor woven from bark and vines, wielding a staff entwined with tender shoots, followed by several druid warriors brandishing wooden spears. Most strikingly, hovering above them were several diminutive dragons. They were not large, roughly the size of pigeons, their bodies adorned with shimmering azure scales, complemented by two pairs of translucent wings and elegantly swaying tails. Their heads resembled that of lizards, albeit with large, round eyes gleaming with caution, emitting sounds akin to wind chimes. Dragonlings? Luo Ling mused, his eyes widening in curiosity, realizing this was a far cry from his preconceived notion of dragons. Wasn't he this merely a flying lizard? Alice stepped forward immediately, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiyu and Luo Ling, her voice urgent as she exclaimed, "Stop! It is I. Alice. This individual is our guest. She means no harm. Princess Alice." The leading druid recognized her, a look of surprise illuminating his features, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper wariness. He pointed his staff at Xiyu, declaring, "Your Highness, it is wonderful to see you unharmed. However, she emanates a potent aura of darkness. She is a twisted tree spirit, and a formidable one at that. How can she possibly be a guest?" The druid warriors behind him raised their weapons, their spear points aimed directly at Xiyu. The elven dragons, circling above, emitted sharper warnings. Surrounded by an overwhelming vitality, Xiayu's complexion paled noticeably, her brow furrowing in concentration. She could distinctly sense a suppressive force, rooted in the world's rules, enveloping her, rendering her dark magic sluggish and making even the act of breathing laborious. This was the price of stepping into enemy territory. Her silver-gray eyes scanned the druids and the bothersome elven dragons before her. She remained silent, instinctively clenching her fists. "Captain Wolde, please allow me to explain," Alice implored anxiously. "She is Xiyu, but she is not here to attack. She saved me. She has aided us against Mocha. She is the princess. Beware of treachery, Captain Wolde." The druid leader refused to listen, asserting, "The twisted tree spirit is cunning and cruel. She must have used some dark sorcery to ensnare you. Come to my side." Before he could finish, one of the young druid warriors, clearly too tense, mistook a slight movement from Xiyu as an impending attack. In a moment of panic, he loosened his grip. Whoosh! A wooden arrow, entwined with faint magical energy, shot forth, aimed directly at Xiaoyu's heart. Though this arrow would have barely tickled the full-strength Xiaoyu, she was currently under the forest's suppressive influence, and a strike to a vital point could spell trouble. No, Alice cried out in alarm. Yet, in the split second before the arrow struck Xiaoyu, a figure moved faster than the sound itself. It was Xiaoyu, even when pushed to her limits. The instinct of the battle goddess remained ingrained within her. As the arrow was released, her body instinctively reacted. She leaned back, allowing the wooden arrow to graze her nose before embedding itself in the tree behind her. Simultaneously, a surge of dark energy was unleashed at the elven dragon above. The unfortunate creature had no time to emit a cry before its diminutive head was pierced, plummeting to the ground, its light extinguished. Everyone stood in shock, including Luo Ling. It was too swift, too brutal. Even in this suppressed state, Xiaoyu's retaliation was lethal, devoid of any hesitation. Liz, a druid warrior, cried out in anguish, recognizing his covenant partner. You, how dare you slay Liz? Captain Wolde's eyes blazed with fury, his reason consumed by wrath. The malevolent treant. Indeed, one's true nature is hard to change. Attack. Avenge, little wind. Stop. Everyone, cease this madness. Alice shrieked, desperately trying to intervene, but the druids, inflamed by anger and the death of their companion, paid her no heed. Several wooden arrows and thorn-entwined vines surged toward Xiaoyu. A murderous intent permeated Xiaoyu's gaze, although suppressed. She was far from incapable of dealing with these mere practitioners of druidic magic, even at the risk of sustaining severe injuries. Enough! A thunderous roar erupted. Luo Ling released his support of Xiaoyu and stepped protectively in front of her. At that moment, the dormant, frost dragon heart within his left arm was finally awakened by the imminent danger. A chilling gust of frost erupted from Luo Ling, causing the air temperature to plummet and white frost to crystallize upon the ground. The wooden arrows, infused with natural magic, were instantly frozen upon contact with the frigid aura emanating from him, which bore the essence of a demon lord's power. What? Captain Wolde exclaimed in shock. This display quelled the chaos, as the druids stared in horror at the frost-imbued human before them. Everyone halt. Luo Ling gasped, straining to maintain his icy power. Alice interjected. Captain Wolde, have you all lost your senses? I told you she is a guest. You attacked first. Liz's death was an accident. It was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Captain Wolde looked down at the lifeless body of the elven dragon, her heart twisted in agony. She killed Little Wind. Princess, you have been deceived. This human harbors dark powers. He is allied with that treant. Will you wait to perish if you do not strike? Xiaoyu retorted. You fired the first arrows. I merely retaliated, which is only just. Do you expect me to stand idly by while you attempt to slay me? Moreover, you lot are merely practice for him, enhancing his ice powers. Shall I continue to send you to your doom? You. Captain Wolde trembled with rage, yet was momentarily cowed by the formidable icy power displayed by Luo Ling, hesitating to make a move. Hearing this, Alice's face paled with fury as she shouted at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you have gone too far. How can you be so innocent? Innocent? Xiaoyu scoffed, interrupting Alice. Those who flaunt their fangs should be prepared to be crushed. Spare me your hypocritical compassion. If I had been the one struck, would you feel remorse? Her words left Alice speechless. Luo Ling observed the tense standoff between the two and felt overwhelmed. They hadn't even entered the elven forest yet, and trouble had already arisen. Enough. Silence. Alice took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her sorrow. The dignity befitting a princess finally overshadowed her personal emotions. Captain Wolde, and all of you, this is not the time for disputes, nor do we have time for such trivial quarrels. The mighty army of Makai is poised to raise the elven forest at any moment. And the catalyst for this impending disaster is none other than the betrayal of the ancient tree of wisdom, Cleaver. He deceived me, ensnaring me in a trap with the intent of weakening the tree of life. Alice's words left the druids in utter shock. The betrayal of the ancient tree. Captain Wolde's face reflected his astonishment. How could this be possible? Nothing is impossible. This revelation comes directly from Xiaoyu. We must return to the Tree of Life before Makai launches his full-scale assault to expose the traitor's conspiracy. Otherwise, the entire treant race will face imminent annihilation. Captain Wolde, I now command you in the name of the Elven Princess. Take us to the Tree of Life at once. Any obstruction will be treated as treason. As for Xiaoyu, she is a crucial witness and a temporary ally. Now, execute the order. The authority that Alice displayed at this moment starkly contrasted with her usual gentle demeanor. The weight of her bloodline and responsibility sent a jolt through the druids, who were accustomed to her softer side. Captain Wolde, meeting Alice's unwavering gaze. ultimately allowed his loyalty to his kin to overshadow his sorrow. Reluctantly, he carried out the command, "Stow your weapons. Remain vigilant." The druid warriors exchanged glances. Though their eyes brimmed with anger, they nonetheless obeyed, only directing wary and hostile looks toward Xiaoyu and Luo Ling. "Your Highness, please follow me." Alice breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Luo Ling and Xiaoyu, whispering, "Hurry, keep up. Do not complicate matters." Luo Ling nodded, tightening his grip on Xiaoyu's arm. He could feel her body growing heavier as they entered the forest. The oppressive force of the woods bore down significantly on her. A figure of dominance from the dark faction, Xiaoyu made no move to resist Luo Ling's support, merely offering a cold grunt in response. Guided by Wolde, the group silently navigated through the vibrant elven forest. The deeper they ventured, the more potent and pure the life force became. The towering ancient trees loomed larger, and the air was filled with a refreshing aroma of flora. This picturesque scenery felt like torment to Xiaoyu. Luo Ling could distinctly sense her slight tremors. "Are you all right?" He couldn't help but ask softly. "Shut up and mind your own business, you fool." Xiaoyu's voice was incredibly weak, yet her stubbornness remained unyielding. Finally, after crossing a glade, the sight before Luo Ling left him breathless. In the center of the clearing stood a grandiose, giant tree. Its trunk gleamed with the luster of liquid emerald, exuding a life force as vast as the ocean. The canopy was immense, casting a shadow over all. Each leaf appeared to be sculpted from the purest emerald, with golden radiance coursing through its veins. Countless ethereal elves danced among the branches, emitting a harmonious and melodious hum. Merely standing before it, one could feel the pulsation of life emanating from the very essence of the world, instilling a deep sense of tranquility and reverence. This is the primordial life tree of the tree spirit clan, Lei. However, within this vast realm of vitality, the anguish of Xiaoyu reached its zenith. How dare one desecrate this sacred ground? Accompanied by this voice, the branches of the life tree morphed into a colossal hand, reaching out towards the suffering Xiaoyu. Chapter 17. Frosty Decision. The enormous emerald hand, formed from entwined vines of the life tree Lei, surged forth, imbued with the potent energy to purify all. Grasping at the curled figure of Xiaoyu, should this strike land, the severely injured and utterly restrained Xiaoyu would have no chance of survival. "Stop!" Alice cried out with a heart-wrenching scream, recklessly spreading her arms in a desperate attempt to shield Xiaoyu with her diminutive form. At this critical moment, Luo Ling's eyes burned crimson as he forcefully pushed Xiaoyu behind him, positioning himself in front of that destructive hand. "Fire cloud technique," Luo Ling roared, conjuring a fireball even larger than the one he had formed in his previous encounter with the minion-level tree spirit. The terrifying heat caused the verdant light of the life tree to falter against the flames. Boom! The fireball collided with the giant hand, unleashing a thunderous explosion that resonated through the skies. The shockwave propelled Luo Ling backward, crashing him into several crystal clusters before he came to a halt, while Alice was also swept away by the force, landing heavily on the ground. Though fire elements counter wood elements, and it stood as the pinnacle of the light array, the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. For a practitioner to achieve such a feat against a mid-tier hero-level saint was already a matter of pride. Struggling against the colossal tree, Xiaoyu managed to lift her head, and to her astonishment, she beheld that the emerald hand had been blasted through, leaving behind a charred cavity. Although the hand had not completely dissipated and still bore down with residual force, its power had been diminished significantly. Ugh! Luo Ling struggled to rise. Yet the prior explosion had nearly drained him of his strength, compounded by the recoil that left him in excruciating pain, rendering him momentarily immobile. At that moment, a venerable voice resonated, "Great Mother of Life, please quell the wrath of the thunder." An ancient presence emerged, soothing the tumultuous energy aftermath. A verdant energy barrier appeared just in time between the fractured hand and Xiaoyu. Bang! The residual force of the emerald hand struck the barrier, causing it to ripple violently. Yet it steadfastly absorbed the lethal blow. A figure slowly emerged, bearing a kindly visage, clothed in a robe woven from green leaves, wielding an ancient staff adorned with a green gemstone at its apex. It was none other than Clever Tree, one of the oldest elders of the Tree Spirit clan. "I understand your fury, but such thunderous measures may endanger Her Highness the Princess." Clever Tree turned towards Alice, revealing his concern. "It is truly a relief to see you return safely. However, it seems you have been ensnared by a dark presence. Lord Xiaoyu is but the Reaper under the command of Mo Kai. How could you bring her into the sanctuary?" "Clever Tree," Alice pointed at the wise elder, her voice quivering with agitation. "You traitor! It was you who deceived me into leaving the forest, leading me into the trap of the malevolent tree. It is you who betrayed the spirit of the trees." Upon hearing these words, Clevo's kind expression froze. "Impudence. Princess Alice, has darkness corrupted your mind? It must be this wicked treant who has ensnared you with dark magic. His intent is to sow discord. Such treachery deserves death." He turned to the ancient tree of life, pleading in anguish, "Great Mother of Life, please see the truth. Grant me the authority to temporarily restrict the princess's freedom and purify these two blasphemers on the spot." As he spoke, several towering treants rose with a thunderous roar, their heavy steps resonating with elite, peak-level strength as they advanced towards Luo Ling, Xiaoyu, and Alice, surrounding them. "Protect the princess. Subdue the blasphemers," Clevo commanded sternly. With a deafening roar, the colossal fist of the treant swung toward Luo Ling. "You old fool, seeking death," Luo Ling exclaimed, his survival instinct driving him nearly to madness as he faced the incoming blow. "Useless. Use fire. Slay those druids." Xiaoyu's voice echoed in his ears. "Your ice needs the nourishment of darkness. Exterminate the light. Ignite your frost fury with their demise." Luo Ling's pupils constricted. To slay the forces of light? To kill those druids who protect their homeland? The treant's fist loomed before him, casting a shadow of death. There was no time to hesitate. Cursing under his breath, a glint of fierce determination flashed in Luo Ling's eyes as his instinct for survival overrode his moral constraints. He poured the remnants of his strength deep into the fiery core of his right arm. "Burn for me." A faint golden-red glow flickered to life in his palm, far weaker than before, yet its gathering speed was unparalleled. Suddenly, several red fire arrows shot forth, not aimed at the descending fist of the treant, but rather at the druids behind it who were obeying Clevo's command to assist in the assault. With precision, the fire arrows pierced their chests, the golden-red flames erupting from their wounds. The druids barely had time to emit a brief, anguished cry before their bodies transformed into charred remnants. Kill practitioner level elf druid 4. Absorb weak source of light, elf race. Dark camp experience points increased. Rank promotion, minion level, mid-tier mundane. Unlock basic ice combat skill, frost decision. A chilling energy surged into Luo Ling's body, deepening the frost patterns on his left arm and elevating his mastery over the ice element to new heights. Minion level. The ice element has also risen. Feeling the temporary balance of fire and ice within him, Luo Ling's spirits soared. With no time to contemplate the newly unlocked combat skill, he unleashed the surging frost power derived from slaying the forces of light against the colossal fist descending from above. Frost decision. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sharp ice spires, formed from pure deep blue ice crystals, surged forth like a tempest, launching themselves towards the advancing wooden fist. Thud, thud, thud. The ice shards, imbued with the authority of a frost-laden demon king, penetrated the treant's body, unleashing a terrifying chill. Crack, crack, crack. The treant, struck by the multitude of ice shards, became stiff and sluggish, its surface encased in a thick layer of frost, moving in slow motion. Its joints groaned under the burden of extreme cold, ultimately becoming completely frozen in place, transforming into a myriad of frozen sculptures. Slay Elite Treant 3. Absorb the essence of light, Druid faction. Dark faction experience reaches critical point. Rank upgrade. Elite level, advanced mundane. Unlock basic ice combat technique. Frost impact. The frigid power surged once more, deepening the frost patterns on Luo Ling's left arm, enhancing his control over the ice element. He gasped for breath, gazing at his left hand emanating a chilling aura, his eyes wide with astonishment. Slaying a unit of light had indeed triggered and elevated his dark frost power with remarkable efficiency. However, before he could catch his breath, before the wise ancient tree Clever Oak could react to this startling turn of events, and before the life ancient tree Leaf Oak could untangle the chaotic situation, wail. The war horn of souls erupted from the edge of the elven forest. Following closely behind was the thunderous sound of footsteps. Roar. For the sake of Lord Mokai, tear apart the life ancient tree. Chapter 18. War descends. Luo Ling stared at the face of the wise ancient tree Clever Oak, etched with sorrow and fury, feeling an overwhelming surge of indignation. This old fellow truly knew how to act. Great Mother of Life. Clever Oak pointed accusingly at Luo Ling, who had just unleashed his frost power. Do you see? Not only does he wield the demon king-level frost authority, but he has also ruthlessly slaughtered our loyal druid warriors. And our Princess Alice. She not only lured this demon here, but stood idly by as he massacred our kin. She has been thoroughly corrupted by darkness, betraying the bloodline of the tree spirits. She is a traitor to the Tree Spirit clan. Clever Oak's words ignited Leaf Oak's loathing for betrayal, deliberately overlooking the supreme flame power that also resided within Luo Ling, branding Alice's actions as treachery. Roar. The ancient tree Leaf Oak trembled violently. Clever Oak's accusations, coupled with Luo Ling's recent display of Demon King-level frost power, formed an irrefutable case. A more terrifying life pressure erupted from the ancient tree, a tempest of green leaves swirling down upon the three. Damn it! Luo Ling could no longer contain himself, pointing at the colossal tree obscuring the sky, exclaiming furiously, "Is your head stuffed with wood? Use your tree-like brain to think." Alice grew up in this wretched forest. She is the princess of your tree spirit clan. Did she betray her own family out of gluttony? What does she seek? Is it the repulsive visage of Mackay, covered in moss? And what of this clever tree? Do you believe everything he says? Is he your father? Open your eyes and see. Within me, besides frost, lies the supreme fire element of the radiant phoenix. Why do you not mention this? He dares not speak it. He seeks to deceive you, this foolish blockhead, into directing all your ire towards me and Xiaoyu, while he lurks behind as a traitor. When Mackay invades, the first to extract your heart as a supplement will be he. He tricked Alice into a fatal outing, and now he stirs the pot here. How foolish of you to be sold and still count the coins for them. Mackay's army has reached our doorstep. Instead of confronting those scoundrels, you cling to us, even threatening your own daughter. Hearing Luo Ling's roar, the wise ancient tree, Clever Tree's expression darkened. He never anticipated that this human could so deftly unravel the lies he meticulously crafted. Silence, you deceiver of the mother of life. Clever Tree bellowed in exasperation. Leaf Tree, do not heed this demon's slander. Purify them at once. Yet, Luo Ling's words indeed caused the offensive of the ancient tree Leaf Tree to falter. At that moment, however, Mackay's army had breached the fragile defenses of the forest's edge, sweeping into this sacred domain. The sky was obscured by corrupted crows and two-headed chimeras, while the ground was submerged by twisted tree spirits and goblins. The terrifying figure of the war giant Mackay, surrounded by countless dark minions, advanced with earth-shaking strides. The elven forest was compelled to respond. The elven dragon swarm let out a resounding cry as they charged towards the corrupted crows, while the unicorns confronted the tide of twisted tree spirits. Riding upon a white leopard, the elven priest chanted prayers, and the sharp moon blades pierced through the bodies of the twisted tree spirits, as druid warriors roared and transformed into battle bears, launching themselves at the foes. In that moment, war erupted before the sacred domain of the ancient tree of life. Roar, Leaf Tree, your demise is nigh. Mackay's form caused the earth to tremble, as countless robust roots effortlessly tore through the hastily erected defenses of the elven warriors. The two-headed chimera spewed acid and lightning, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the radiant array. Though the warriors of the elven forest fought valiantly, with unicorns charging, elven dragons swooping, priests chanting, and druids transforming for a death struggle. Under the overwhelming oppressive aura of Mackay's kingly might, the defenses began to crumble. The instinct to protect one's homeland overwhelmed all else. The ancient tree of life Leaf Tree, which had initially targeted Luo Ling and the others with a storm of leaves, shifted its direction, unleashing its fury upon the advancing dark army. Boom! The purifying green light struck the foremost twisted tree spirits, obliterating the dark creatures in its path. A tempest imbued with immense life force swept through the sky, clashing violently with the toxic energy expelled by the two-headed chimera, resulting in a deafening explosion. Protect the homeland. Expel the darkness. The profound consciousness of the ancient tree of life resonated with unwavering determination in the hearts of all the tree spirit warriors. It temporarily set aside its judgment of Luo Ling and her companions, channeling its entire strength into resisting the incursion of Mackay. The wise ancient tree, Clever Tree, observed this with a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment in his eyes, yet he quickly donned a mask of righteous indignation. For the mother of life, for the forest, join me in battle. As he valiantly cast supportive spells, he skillfully maneuvered towards the densely woven energy veins at the rear of the ancient tree's massive trunk, evidently seeking the opportune moment to strike from the shadows. With the ancient tree of life and Clever Che entering the fray, the sanctum transformed into a grotesque battlefield reminiscent of a meat grinder. Terrifying shockwaves and chaotic energy surged forth, obliterating the once resplendent crystal clusters and luminous blossoms. Within the hall, safety was but a fleeting illusion, leaving only Luo Ling, Xiaoyu, and the shaken Alice behind. Luo Ling, still haunted by the cataclysmic scene outside, thought, Has this old wood finally come to its senses? Humph, as dull as a log, truly deserving of its name. Xiaoyu coldly critiqued the ancient tree, noting its ease of manipulation and indecision at critical moments. Were it not for the encroaching army of Maokai, we would have been crushed by it mere moments ago. Such an ally. Alice, hearing Xiaoyu's disparagement of the ancient tree, wished to counter. But upon witnessing the horrific sacrifice of her kin beneath the onslaught of Maokai's forces, only anxiety remained in her gaze. Xiaoyu, Luo Ling, we cannot just stand by. Maokai's target is the mother of life. We must assist. The forest must not perish. Assist? Luo Ling replied with a bitter smile. Alice, look outside. The ancient tree would have gladly crushed the three of us like pests just moments ago. That old fool Clever Chue is poised to stab us in the back at any moment. Who are we supposed to help? The elven warriors? To them, we are no different from monsters. If I step out to cast a fireball, do you think the elven priestess won't slice me with her moon blade the next second? Chapter 20. A cruel plan. It would be a small mercy if we are not treated as Maokai's accomplices and beaten alongside him. Moreover, that wise old tree will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to betray us, perhaps even deliberately lead us into the jaws of Maokai. Alice found herself speechless at Luo Ling's words. Indeed, trust from her kin was absent. The mother of life harbored suspicions, and the wise ancient tree loomed over them like a predator, leaving them in a dire predicament. Humph, the worthless have a point, Xiaoyu remarked coldly. Rather than becoming cannon fodder, we should seize this opportunity to enhance ourselves. Enhance. Luo Ling and Alice both turned to her. Maokai was momentarily occupied with the ancient tree of life. Although he commanded a multitude of minions, they were scattered across this vast battlefield. Xiaoyu's mind was exceptionally clear. Chaos serves as the best cover. We shall stealthily maneuver, avoiding the main battlefield. Worthless one, you are merely a step away from advancing from elite ice level to hero level, lord level. Hero level represents a qualitative leap. Once you have ascended to the hero level in both the ice and fire realms, the unique essence of the two supreme powers within you will grant you the ability to defend yourself, even when faced with a pinnacle like Makai. Despite the oppressive forces of the light, at the very least, you would have ample means to escape. The battlefield serves as the finest arena for experience. Xiaoyu gestured towards the dark and light units isolated at the periphery. Those twisted trance, goblins, and corrupted crows are Makai's minions. By vanquishing them and absorbing the essence of darkness, you can rapidly amplify your fiery prowess. As for the solitary unicorns and those troublesome fairy dragons, Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to Alice, laced with a cruel directive. Slay them, absorb the essence of light, and you will similarly invigorate and enhance your icy powers. In the chaotic tumult of battle, such advancements occur at a pace far exceeding that of conventional training. What? Alice's face went pale. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at Xiaoyu. You want Luo Ling to kill our kin? Xiaoyu met her gaze unwaveringly. Otherwise, what do you propose? Wait for death? Or for that foolish ancient tree of life to regain its senses? Or for Makai to breach our defenses and crush us along with this forest? This is the most effective course of action in the face of existential peril. If you wish to survive and protect your forest, you must cast aside your feudal compassion. Xiaoyu turned her attention back to Luo Ling, incompetent, while Makai is preoccupied. Amidst the chaos of battle, hunt. Push both your ice and fire to the threshold of heroism. Otherwise, when Makai has the leisure to turn his attention to us, or when that old fool Cleaver finds an opportunity to strike, we shall all perish. Xiaoyu's ruthless plan pierced through the last vestige of hope in Alice's heart. To permit, or even assist, Luo Ling in slaughtering her own kin? No, absolutely not. Alice's voice trembled with tears, yet remained resolute. She grasped Luo Ling's arm, tears cascading like pearls. Luo Ling, I implore you, do not heed her words. Those unicorns and fairy dragons are innocent. I cannot bear to witness you slaughtering them in your pursuit of power. Luo Ling gazed upon Alice's tear-streaked visage, the flicker of desire for strength ignited by Xiaoyu's provocations dimming significantly. He indeed needed power, a swift ascent in strength. Yet he could not become a beast devoid of morals. Alice had saved him, protected him, and he cherished that bond. To hunt her treasured kin for the sake of augmenting his frosty abilities? He could not do it. Pah, the folly of compassion. Xiaoyu scoffed from the sidelines. When Makai's iron hoofs trample this place, who will your mercy save? Luo Ling gently pat Alice's tightly grasped hand. Alice, rest assured, I will not harm your kin. A glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Alice's eyes. Yet, Xiaoyu's brow furrowed deeply. Incompetent. You must let me finish. Luo Ling interrupted Xiaoyu, acknowledging a grain of truth in her words. The battlefield is indeed the quickest place for enhancement, but it does not necessitate the slaughter of our own. He pointed towards the dark creatures ravaging at the edges of the battlefield. Do you see? They are our true source of experience. My current fire element is at the practitioner level, mundane intermediate, while my ice element is at the elite level, mundane advanced. The disparity is considerable, yet it has not reached a point of immediate imbalance. The pressing task is to elevate the fire element's level. At the very least, it must be raised to the elite level, matching that of the ice element. Luo Ling's thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. By vanquishing these dark minions and absorbing the essence of darkness, I can enhance my fire element's power. Once my fire element reaches the elite level, achieving a temporary equilibrium between the two elemental forces, we shall promptly seek out that old traitor Clevo. This wretched being is an insider. Eliminating him would not only rid the elven race of a menace, but also present an excellent opportunity for us to augment our strength. A hero level, lord level, experience package is sufficient to propel my ice element directly to hero level. Did you not mention that hero level signifies a qualitative transformation? As long as I can elevate either fire or ice to hero level, we will have the means to contend with the pressures from the radiant formations against Makai. Once we are secure, we can devise a method to boost the other element as well. Xiaoyu listened to Luo Ling's plan, and for the first time, her face bore an expression of approval rather than derision. Although she revered efficiency above all, she recognized that Luo Ling's approach was indeed more prudent in averting a complete escalation of conflict, aligning better with the ridiculous baseline of the incompetent. Finally showing some intellect. Xiaoyu acquiesced to this scheme. Though less efficient, it was viable. The priority would be to eliminate dark entities to enhance the fire element, with Clevo as the target, seizing his core essence to assist in breaking through to hero level. Excellent. Luo Ling felt a surge of vitality, sensing the core of fire within him warming in anticipation of the impending slaughter. However, upon hearing the intention to kill Clevo, Alice, knowing him to be a traitor, still felt a pang of reluctance, considering his status as an elder within their kin. Alice. Luo Ling grasped her shoulder, his tone grave. He is a traitor. He nearly cost you your life. He colluded with Makai, inviting disaster into our midst, and he is now seeking opportunities to betray the ancient tree of life. Every second we delay, more elven warriors perish due to his treachery. To slay him is to uphold justice. It is to save your forest. Xiaoyu coldly interjected. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself and one's allies. Do you wish to witness the destruction of your forest, or the demise of that old wretch? Alice trembled at the thought, gazing at her kin battling fiercely outside, witnessing the wavering defense under the onslaught of Makai's army, contemplating the calamity wrought by Clevo's betrayal. Her hesitation was finally supplanted by resolve. She nodded vigorously. I understand. Luo Ling, Xiaoyu, let us act. Chapter 21. Hero level. Just as the devastating blue-white lightning bolt was about to engulf Luo Ling, Alice's emerald figure resolutely positioned herself before him. In this forest, belonging to her roots, a rich aura of life surged into her body. She interlaced her hands rapidly before her chest, chanting an ancient tree spirit incantation. Life barrier, thorny protection. Buzz. A shield composed of shimmering green thorns unfurled instantly before her, its core pulsating with an exceptionally pure essence of life. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the thorny barrier with a deafening crash. The blinding light of the lightning exploded, unleashing a cataclysmic force that clashed violently with the pure life energy, creating a resounding roar. Alice's body trembled violently as the radiant thorny shield flickered under the onslaught. Its surface charred, yet the core steadfastly resisted the oncoming storm of electricity. Just as fire elemental counteracts the wood elemental, so too does wood counteract lightning. Nevertheless, the shield swayed precariously, miraculously remaining unbroken. Alice. Luo Ling gazed at the elfin princess standing before him, an overwhelming fury surging within him. Roar. The venomous head of the two-headed chimera, Gorgon, let out an enraged bellow upon witnessing the lightning's assault thwarted, as a torrent of sickly green venom brewed within its throat. At this critical juncture, a cacophony of sharp, piercing shrieks erupted from all directions. The elven dragon kin, witnessing their princess ensnared in peril, displayed astonishing courage. Dozens, if not hundreds, of glimmering elven dragons, abandoning their skirmish with the corrupted crows, charged recklessly toward the two-headed chimera. Though diminutive in size, their attacks were negligible against the thick-skinned beast, akin to mere tickles. Yet their strength lay in their sheer numbers, targeting the chimera's vulnerable eyes, nostrils, and wings. Countless tiny claws tore at its scales, while weak elemental breath struck its two heads with fervor. The relentless onslaught of these minute creatures vexed the two-headed chimera, causing its movements to falter. Roar! Annoying insects! Begone! The venomous head was forced to cease its gathering of power, thrashing about wildly in an attempt to disperse the bothersome pests. Meanwhile, the lightning head was struck in the eye by a particularly valiant elven dragon, eliciting an infuriated growl. This provided a precious moment of respite for Luo Ling and his companions. Now, while we have the chance, Xiaoyu pressed her hands firmly against the ground, recklessly channeling her wood elemental power. Corrupted thorn death entwine. Simultaneously, Alice gritted her teeth and declared, Wrath of Nature's root prison. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Beneath the chimera, two distinctly different, yet fundamentally wood-derived powers intertwined and erupted. Countless thorns, exuding a miasma of decay, broke through the earth, ensnaring the chimera's sturdy hind legs. Concurrently, an abundance of roots, glowing with a vibrant green light and imbued with the strength of the earth, coiled around the beast's forelimbs. One black, one green, decay and vitality. These two oppositional yet kindred wood powers collaborated at this critical moment to bind the aerial tyrant. Roar! The two-headed chimera emitted a roar filled with both fury and terror, as it felt its limbs and wings bound tightly. A dreadful force emanated from the earth, pulling it downward with frenzied intensity. It desperately flapped its wings, attempting to break free, but the venom of the thorns paralyzed its muscles, while the resilience of life's roots surpassed all imagination. Under the combined might of these two forces, the chimera's massive body plummeted to the ground like a bird ensnared in a colossal net, crashing with a thunderous impact. The earth trembled, dust swirling around, as the two-headed chimera found itself momentarily imprisoned on the ground. Now, Luo Ling, with all your might, let it perish. Luo Ling's murderous intent surged, the dual cores of ice and fire within him resonating with rage and madness, reaching their utmost potential. Fire cloud technique. A colossal fireball roared forth, striking fiercely at the chimera's thunderous head. Frost technique. Almost simultaneously, Luo Ling pointed his left arm forward. Dozens of massive ice spikes, shimmering with an eerie blue light, formed with the chilling essence capable of freezing souls, and shot towards the chimera's venomous head. Boom! Hiss hiss hiss. The golden-red fireball collided with the thunderous head, flames consuming half of its skull, its mane ablaze. Scales melting under the terrifying heat as the thunderous head emitted a heart-wrenching shriek. Simultaneously, the deep blue ice spikes penetrated the venomous head, releasing a blast of frigid air that froze the head along with the venom it was brewing. The icy layer spread rapidly, covering nearly half of the serpent's head. Aya! The two-headed chimera suffered grievous injuries, both heads releasing death cries in unison, its massive body thrashing wildly in a futile attempt to break free from its bonds. Do not give it a chance. Continue. Xiaoyu commanded sharply. Luo Ling required no reminder. The moment he unleashed his combined technique, he forcibly summoned his power once more. The Song of Ice and Fire, a beam of energy, interwoven with deep blue chill and golden red flames, surged towards the venomous head, weakened by the ice spikes. The energy beam effortlessly tore through the frozen layer, ice and fire energies erupting within its form. The wails of the venomous head abruptly ceased as it was obliterated, shattered into icy shards and charred flesh scattering in all directions. With the loss of one head, the excruciating pain rendered the chimera's final struggles futile. Xiaoyu and Alice gritted their teeth, desperately maintaining the binding magic. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Ling once more concentrated the fire cloud technique, this time targeting the charred, thunderous head. It ends here. Fire cloud technique. Boom. The immense fireball descended, completely engulfing the thunderous head, which was still emitting faint growls. In a conflagration of golden red flames, defeated the Overlord level two-headed Chimera Gorgon, suppressed state, Lord level. Absorbed a vast amount of dark essence, significant increase in experience for the light faction. Fire elemental rank, practitioner level, mid-ordinary, heroic exemplifier, initial stage. Unlocking elite level fire system achievements. Fire elemental shield, utilizing the fire element to form a protective barrier around oneself. Unlocking heroic level fire techniques. Rain of devastation, summoning a rain of flames, each drop akin to a miniature meteor, exploding upon impact and igniting a larger conflagration. Unleashing intense heat waves. A torrent of pure, blazing energy surged into Luo Ling's right arm, elevating his mastery over flames and their destructive power to an unprecedented level. As his mind grasped an even mightier fire technique, Simultaneously, a chilling, dark energy flooded into his left arm, as a nearby elven dragon had been accidentally wounded, pushing his icy prowess to the pinnacle of the mundane level, tantalizingly close to the threshold of heroism. Luo Ling stood resolutely, emanating the pressure of a heroic level, exemplar. Fire system, heroic level. Achieved. Chapter 22, Slaying the Wise Ancient Tree. Well done. Xia Yu rarely acknowledged Luo Ling, declaring him no longer a waste. As his fire finally exhibited some semblance of prowess, Luo Ling, feeling the surging power of heroic flames within him, grinned and pointed towards the steadfast, wise ancient tree. Clever tree, strike while the iron is hot. Let us fell that old sentinel. The trio stealthily advanced behind the massive trunk of the life tree, Lifu tree. Shrouded in the clouds of explosion, there lay Clever Tree's position, an ideal vantage point to launch a surprise attack against the ancient giant. In the sacred domain's core, the life tree, Lifu tree, clashed with the war tree, Makai. The collision of these two towering titans sent tremors through the earth. Each swing of Lifu tree's emerald arms summoned purifying storms, as countless green light spears, infused with the essence of life, pierced towards Makai's colossal form, reducing the dark minions to mere ashes. However, Makai's obsidian fists were even more ferocious. Each blow, delivered with his bark-clad hands, caused the protective green light of Lifu tree to violently tremble, leaving web-like fissures in its wake. Lifu tree, your struggles are in vain. Makai's roar was deafening, his mountainous form withstanding the onslaught of life spears, as he struck fiercely against Lifu tree's trunk. Boom! The emerald bark shattered, wood splintering, and Lifu tree emitted a mournful low hum, as green leaves rained down like droplets. The thick, corrupt stench of darkness seized the opportunity to invade the wound, eroding the pure essence of life. The consciousness of Lifu tree, guardian of the forest, surged with indomitable resolve, forcibly channeling immense life energy to mend its injuries. As the green glow rekindled, albeit dimmed, the balance of the battlefield began to tilt towards darkness under Makai's relentless assault. The defenses of the elven warriors wavered against the surging tide of the dark army. In this moment of dire urgency, the great mother of life, hold strong. I shall aid you. Clever Tree's aged voice resonated. He brandished his emerald gem staff, radiating gentle yet formidable life magic, charging valiantly to Lifu Tree's massive trunk. Clevo Chue raised his wooden staff, the gem at its tip erupting with an unprecedented brilliance of emerald green light. A rich essence of life surged towards the damaged form of Leaf Chue, seemingly striving with all its might to rescue him. Leaf Chue's immense consciousness revealed a flicker of solace. My old friend, Clevo Chue. However, this solace swiftly transformed into sheer astonishment. For just as the green light was about to merge with Leaf Chue's being, a glimmer of sinister greed flashed in Clevo Chue's eyes. Buzz! The vibrant life magic morphed into a foul, murky green, imbued with corrosive venom. For the throne, your essence shall be mine, Leaf Chue. Clevo Chue sneered, thrusting the staff towards the unsuspecting body of Leaf Chue. Thud! The poisonous tendrils of murky green burrowed deeply, visibly wilting the area they pierced. The colossal life tree, Leaf Chue, emitted a heart-wrenching wail, as its once mighty vitality gushed forth uncontrollably, the radiant protective green light dimming significantly in an instant. Ha! Lord Maokai, the time has come. Clevo Chue cackled maniacally, fervently drawing from the pure essence of life leaking from Leaf Chue's wound, his power surging exponentially. Well done, Clevo Chue, Maokai roared with elation, seizing this rare opportunity to channel all his strength into a fierce blow aimed directly at the core of the severely wounded Leaf Chue. It is over. Leaf Chue, your essence will become the cornerstone of my ascension to a higher realm. The sky above the elven forest dimmed at that moment, despair enveloping the hearts of every tree spirit warrior. Now, strike. Old fool, give me your life. Luo Ling unleashed his newly acquired heroic flame powers without reservation. Rain of devastation. He raised both hands high, slamming them down towards the void above Clevo Chue's head. Boom! A vast area of several dozen meters above the battlefield was stained in golden crimson. Countless blazing meteors, trailing long fiery tails, materialized from thin air, descending like divine punishment with devastating heat upon Clevo Chue and the surrounding area. What? Clevo Chue exclaimed in horror, his greedy smile freezing instantly, replaced by utter terror. He was wholly engrossed in absorbing Leaf Chue's essence, leaving him no time to marshal his full strength for defense. In a panic, he could only wave his staff to conjure a verdant barrier above him. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic explosions erupted as the rain of devastation struck the green barrier fiercely, each meteor igniting into a series of fiery explosions. The barrier quaked violently, fracturing rapidly, as the terrifying heat seared through, scorching Clevo Chue's branches and producing a burnt odor. Before Clevo Chue could catch his breath, the voice of Xia Yu resonated. Touch of the corrupting thorns. The ground beneath Clevo Chue erupted violently, as dark thorns laden with poisonous spikes broke through the earth. They entwined around the roots he was drawing from, the power of decay eroding his wooden essence. The actions of Clevo Chue were abruptly interrupted, eliciting a painful howl. Alice. Blood trickled from Xiaoyu's lips as maintaining the restraint reached its limit. In the name of life, wrath of nature, heed my call. Alice stood behind Luo Ling, her azure eyes shimmering with resolute tears and brilliant green radiance. The life magic within her ignited without regard for cost, transforming into a pure emerald beam that surged into Luo Ling's body. This was a blessing born from the bloodline of the tree spirit princess, a fleeting empowerment of the forest's will. Luo Ling felt a formidable and gentle power flooding his being, enhancing his control over flames to an extraordinary degree. Simultaneously, deep within his left arm, the suppressed frost dragon heart erupted in response to Alice's pure life essence. The moment had arrived. The chasm separating the mundane from the Lord was momentarily breached. Luo Ling roared skyward, instinctively unleashing the magic Lord's dominion. An exquisite azure beam shot forth from his left arm, targeting Clevo Chue, who was ensnared by Xiaoyu's thorns and battered by the rain of destruction. No! Clevo Chue cried out in despair as he beheld the soul-freezing blue light. He sensed the supreme frost authority emanating from the magic lord, a power he could not possibly withstand. With a chilling strike, the absolute cold beam struck Clevo Chue's core, freezing him entirely and transforming him into a massive deep blue ice sculpture, eternally encased in frost. Heroic unit defeated. Wise ancient tree, Clevo Chue, Paragon Peak. Absorbing vast reserves of light essence, tree spirit faction. Dark faction experience significantly increased. Ice element tier, elite, high-level mundane, warlord level, initial stage. Unlocked elite level ice technique. Frost barrier. Instantly solidifies a robust icy shield around oneself or a designated location. Unlocked heroic level ice technique. Eternal frozen nova, from oneself as the center. Releases a rapidly expanding circular frost shockwave, freezing all in its path and detonating upon reaching maximum range, causing widespread freezing damage and a slowing effect. At level 23. King level, the dual cores of ice and fire simultaneously transcended into the heroic realm. The raging power of frost and the searing force of flames surged within Luo Ling. Yet under the harmonizing influence of Alice's life essence, they achieved a stable equilibrium. An overwhelming pressure, far beyond that of an ordinary paragon, mixed with the biting chill of frost and the ferocity of flames, erupted centered around Luo Ling dual-core hero level. Mo Kai retracted his fist from striking Leif Chue and that traitor Xiaoyu. And the elf? Leif Chue lay on the brink of death. The human had slain the true traitor at the last moment, while the dark faction's Treant war god was assisting her. The battlefield fell into silence at that moment. Luo Ling slowly raised his hands, with his left enveloped in the deep blue chill that freezes all, while his right ignited with the golden-red flames that scorch the universe. Standing beside the ice-carved Clevo stove, he lifted his gaze, piercing through the chaotic battlefield to fixate upon the towering figure of Mao Kai. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly across the battlefield. Your dog has been slain. You are next. The powers of ice and fire intertwined around him, revealing the burgeoning might of a hero. A legendary saga, woven from the dual cores of ice and fire, commenced amidst the blood and flames of the elven forest. Mao Kai's tree-like eyes fixated fiercely upon Luo Ling, his mountainous form trembling with fury, causing the earth to ripple like waves. The rich essence of the forest acted as an invisible shackle, confining his kingly power to the realm of a dominant being, mid-level hero. Infusing each of his strikes with a sense of restrained frustration. Dare to thwart my grand designs. Mao Kai disregarded the ancient tree leaf Chue, now on the brink of death, as his enormous fist, shrouded in thick, dark bark, descended upon Luo Ling, who had just stepped into the realm of heroes. Be careful, Alice exclaimed, attempting once more to weave a protective spell. Xia Yu strained to position herself before Luo Ling, her inner essence of darkness resonating faintly with the corrupted forest around them. Yet, Luo Ling took action. Ice and fire shield, he proclaimed. as the deep blue chill of his left arm mingled with the golden red flame of his right, forming an extraordinary shield of swirling ice crystals and fire before him. One half of the shield was a shimmering deep blue ice, exuding a soul-freezing cold. The other half was a blazing crimson flame, radiating an incinerating heat capable of consuming all. The powers of ice and fire did not negate each other. Instead, under the harmonious infusion of Alice's life essence, they established a stable coexistence. With a thunderous crash, Mao Kai's colossal fist, though suppressed by the forest, struck the swirling barrier of ice and fire. The deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, a terrifying shockwave radiating outward, hurling creatures within dozens of meters into the air. Crack, crack, crack. The barrier of ice and fire quaked violently, ice crystals shattering and flames erupting. Spiderweb-like fissures appeared across the barrier, on the verge of complete collapse. A full-force strike from a dominant being was not something a novice hero like Luo Ling could easily withstand. "You fool! Hold strong!" Xiaoyu commanded. Placing her hands upon Luo Ling's back, a surge of pure wood essence pouring into him recklessly. With this infusion of darkwood power, the faltering barrier blazed anew, the shattered ice slowly mending, and the dispersed flames recoalescing, allowing the barrier to withstand Mao Kai's earth-shattering blow. What? For the first time? Astonishment flickered in Mao Kai's tree-like eyes. A mere human who had just entered the hero level managed to endure his full-force strike. This shattered his understanding, leaving him feeling immensely frustrated by the forest's suppression. Just as Mao Kai hesitated in shock, Luo Ling's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Alice, suppressing her grief, placed her hands once more upon Luo Ling's back. The verdant essence of life surged into Luo Ling's body, resonating strangely with the darkwood essence infused by Xiaoyu. These two forces, both originating from the same source yet inherently repulsive, acted as a binding agent within Luo Ling, elevating the tumultuous balance of ice and fire to its zenith. A new star of ice and fire, centered around Luo Ling, a cataclysmic halo. A maelstrom of deep blue ice crystals intertwined with golden red flames radiated outward. The frigid depths of the eternal frozen star chilled the air, while the explosive fiery meteor tore through the earth. The powers of ice and fire clashed, annihilating each other, only to be reborn anew, unleashing a terrifying destructive force far beyond that of a singular element. Wherever the halo passed, be it rock, tree, or unfortunate low-tier dark creatures caught in its wake, they were encased in ice sculptures, only to be shattered into a cascade of crystalline powder by the subsequent eruption of flames. Even the formidable Mao Kai was brutally struck by this annihilating star, imbued with the dual paramount powers of ice and fire. A thick layer of dark blue ice crystals enveloped his hard black bark, beneath which the golden red flames seethed with ferocity. The excruciating pain compelled Mao Kai to unleash a thunderous roar. His massive form staggered backward for the first time. His voice, laced with a savage intent to kill, echoed, "Insect, your power, along with that traitor and the elf, shall perish here today. Become the sustenance of my strength." Upon uttering these words, Mao Kai hesitated no longer to attack Luo Ling. Instead, he opened his maw wide, directing it toward the ailing life tree, Leaf Chue. "Leaf Chue, your essence is now mine." Mao Kai bellowed with greedy fervor, a terrifying suction erupting from his mouth. He aimed to devour this vast source of light, to break free from the forest's constraints and restore his true royal might. "No," Alice cried out in despair. Before their eyes, the emerald form of Leaf Chue rapidly withered. Its abundant life essence, now tainted and transformed by dark energy, was ravenously consumed by Mao Kai. As Leaf Chue's essence dwindled, the last vestiges of resistance from the elven forest crumbled swiftly. Vast stretches of forest accelerated their decay, dark miasma spreading like a tide, eroding the final sanctum of purity. Under the corruption of the forest, Mao Kai's dark army surged forth, zealously slaughtering the retreating beings of light. The defensive lines of the elven warriors collapsed completely. Unicorns were torn apart in their lamentations. Druids fell in despair, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. Meanwhile, Mao Kai's form swelled rapidly as he consumed, the black bark thickening further. Dark red magical patterns emerged upon his surface, and the power restrained by the forest's rules surged forth like a beast breaking free from chains, climbing ever higher, pressing against the limits of dominion. A wave of pressure, more terrifying than before, crashed down as the dark tide engulfed the battlefield. And the forest's oppressive force was forcefully torn apart by the death of Leaf Chue, creating a vast rift. With his head held high, Makai's aura finally shattered the constraints of the overlord level, returning to the realm of kings that instilled fear in all. Though the faint remnants of the light rules in the core of the forest still sought to suppress him, preventing his power from reaching its zenith. This strength was sufficient to crush everything in its path. The power of a king is indeed formidable. A surviving elven priestess gazed upon the towering, terrifying figure, her moonblade slipping from her grasp, her eyes reflecting utter desolation. It was over. The forest was utterly doomed. Alice collapsed to the ground, her emerald eyes devoid of brilliance, consumed by boundless despair. With Makai's resurgence to king-level strength, even a temporary alleviation from the majority of constraints meant that he was unstoppable. Chapter 24. Overlord level. The fall of the ancient life tree, Leafchewy, rendered the elven forest instantly desolate. The once vibrant forest was rapidly corroded by dark miasma, emitting heart-wrenching wails. The mournful cries of unicorns were drowned out. The druid's roars abruptly ceased. The Moonblade priestess's prayers shattered in the wind, and the luminous wings of the elven dragons flickered out in the darkness. The complete collapse of the light faction saw the remaining warriors reap like straw under the overwhelming pressure of Makai at king level and the frenzied assault of the Dark Army. Yet, amidst this despairing darkness, a resolute voice pierced the silence. Humph. A bunch of feeble insects. With your light lord dead, will you merely await your demise on the ground? Xiaohui's trademark sarcasm carried an undeniable battle spirit. The death of Leafchewy not only lifted a significant portion of the forest's suppression over Makai, but also unexpectedly released the rule constraints on Xiaohui, a creature of darkness. Though still heavily injured, a long-forgotten sense of power surged from deep within her being. Strength returned to the level of a war general, initial stage of lord level. That old tree hasn't perished yet. You pitiful light faction, even in death, must you be so wretched? Even I, a creature of darkness, have not given up on tearing him apart, yet you surrender first? Xiaohui's sharp tongue landed like a slap on the faces of the remaining beings of light. Ignoring the astonished gazes around her, she raised her iconic pitch-black bone bow once more. On the bowstring, corrupt dark energy coalesced anew, aimed directly at the ever-rising aura of Makai. Alice trembled at Xiaohui's words, observing the figure that once sought her demise, now the only one rising to wield a weapon in this dire moment. An unprecedented sense of shame dispersed her despair. The elven princess sprang to her feet, wiping the tears from her face, her emerald eyes reigniting with an indomitable flame. She was right. The roots of the forest had not yet been severed. The bloodline of the tree's spirits had not yet run dry. For Leafchewy, for the fallen brethren, fight, fight to the very end. Alice's cry awakened the remaining druid warriors. The battered unicorns, the lamenting elven dragons, the last guardians of the trance, and the druid Captain Wolde, who had once stood at the forest's edge to block their path. All creatures of light that still retained a flicker of will were ignited in this moment by the princess's resolve and the battle spirit of Xiaoyu. They struggled to gather around Alice and Xiaoyu, forming a profoundly tragic circle of resistance, back to back. For the princess, for the will of the forest, Captain Wolde bellowed, wielding his staff entwined with tender sprouts, unleashing a barrier of thorns. The unicorn emitted its final burst of holy light, while the elven dragon scattered its last healing dust, and the treant constructed its final bastion with its waning form. However, the chasm of strength was a cruel reality. Makai was merely incensed by the death throes of these ants. With a casual sweep of his massive tree arm, he summoned a dark tempest that tore several druid warriors and a unicorn to shreds. A root imbued with the essence of decay pierced effortlessly through the heart of the guardian treant, reducing it to rotten wood. The elven dragons attempted to dive in for interference, yet were shattered by the terrifying pressure emanating from Makai, plummeting with mournful cries. No. Alice watched as her kin flickered out one by one, her heart shattering. Captain Wolde intercepted a dark energy directed at Alice, his half of the body instantly withering and charred. Staggering, he summoned his last strength to lunge before Luo Ling, his gaze filled with resolute entrustment. Human Luo Ling, Wolde's flame of life is rapidly extinguishing. We cannot uphold the last hope of the forest. Princess, I entrust you with it. Please protect her and carry on with all our strength to avenge the forest. Before his words could fade, Captain Wolde, the loyal druid, along with the remaining dozen druid warriors, the last few unicorns, the surviving elven dragons, and the few treants on the brink of collapse, reached a final understanding. They relinquished their resistance and unreservedly ignited the remnants of the life essence bestowed by the ancient tree, Leaf. Countless beams of vibrant green, pure white, and golden light surged forth like rivers returning to the sea, carrying the tragic weight of sacrifice, rushing madly towards Luo Ling. You all! Luo Ling's pupils quaked. This power was immense and pure, bearing the forest's last blessing, flooding into his being. This power nourished the depths of his left arm, where the dominion of the frost dragon's heart lay. Boom! A shackle within Luo Ling was utterly shattered, and a far deeper, bluer chill surged skyward, absorbing vast amounts of life essence, sacrifice from the Treant faction. Ice elemental tier, warlord level, initial stage of lord, dominator level, intermediate stage of lord. Resonance of the frost dragon's heart significantly increased, unlocking the dominance level ice essence, abyss of the frozen prison, summoning an absolute zero domain from the depths of the demon king's authority, freezing all matter and energy flow within the area, significantly enhancing one's own ice powers, and inflicting continuous soul-freezing damage on non-ice foes. The dominance level ice wielder, Xiaohui, felt the terrifying chill emanating from Luo Ling, which ignited an even stronger battle fervor within him. You fool! Stop dawdling. Eliminate him. Zhao Kai. Luo Ling was completely ignited by the sacrifice of the martyr and Wolde's final entrustment. The newly acquired dominance-level frost power surged within him, roaring alongside the hero-level flame power. Faced with Zhao Kai's colossal fist, imbued with king-level peak strength, Luo Ling abandoned all defenses and urged the dual-core powers of ice and fire to their utmost limits. Abyss of the frozen prison. Activate. Centered on Luo Ling, the absolute deep blue domain unfurled. Within this domain, the air crystallized into solid blue ice, causing Zhao Kai's earth-shattering fist to slow dramatically. The dark, corrupt energy coalescing at the fist's edge was eroded by the extreme cold, emitting a sizzling sound as it froze. Infernal rain of ice and flame judgment. Luo Ling raised his right arm high, and within the domain, countless meteors entwined with deep blue ice flames materialized from thin air. Under the absolute control of the abyss of the frozen prison, they violently struck down upon Zhao Kai's slowed fist. Boom, boom, boom. The indomitable dark, demonized bark began to crack under the assault of the ice flames, ultimately exploding into a sky filled with burning ice shards. Zhao Kai let out a pained roar, his massive form thrashing violently within the frozen prison, each movement causing the icy crystals of the domain to shatter, inflicting even deeper wounds upon him. Chapter 25. A treacherous path ahead. No. Impossible. Mere humans. Zhao Kai's roar was filled with incredulous terror. He desperately summoned the dark essence of his kingly power, attempting to break free from the shackles of the frozen prison and destroy this damned domain. However, the abyss of the frozen prison, born from the Demon King's authority, was brought to its zenith by the dominance-level Luo Ling, who, bolstered by the sacrificial power, combined with the relentless bombardment of the ice flames, managed to ensnare this kingly behemoth within a chilling prison of death. The battle entered a brutal phase of attrition. Each of Zhao Kai's struggles shook the heavens, while each ice flame strike from Luo Ling inflicted further wounds. Xiaohui, disregarding her serious injuries, continuously fired arrows infused with corrupting power at the domain's edge, disrupting Zhao Kai's magical operations. Alice, pouring every ounce of her energy into the endeavor, transformed her meager life force into pure blessings, infusing Luo Ling to maintain his connection with the raging powers of ice and fire. Finally, after enduring countless devastating blows from the ice flame judgment, Zhao Kai's massive tree-like body was riddled with wounds, the ice crystals and burning cracks intertwining, causing his kingly pressure to rapidly diminish. Now, you fool, target the core. Xiaohui keenly detected the point of Zhao Kai's weakness and called out. Luo Ling's eyes blazed with icy light as he concentrated all of his strength into a singular point. He transformed into a meteor, entwined with ice and fire. In his left hand, a deep blue ice spear, honed to perfection. In his right, a crimson flame lance, compressed to its utmost limit, thrust fiercely towards the core of Makai, laid bare beneath the shattered bark. Die! Sizzle! The ice spear froze all, while the flame lance incinerated all life. Two forces, representing the pinnacle of the world's laws, erupted violently from the depths of Makai's core. Makai let out a final, earth-shattering wail, filled with bitterness. Then, from within, countless azure cracks and golden flames erupted, obliterating his form. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the war tree Makai, a pinnacle existence of the dark faction, disintegrated completely in the cataclysm of ice and fire. Everything was consumed in the clash of extreme cold and searing heat, transforming into a flurry of snow that blanketed the battlefield. Defeated the pinnacle unit. War tree Makai absorbed a vast amount of dark essence, twisted Treant war essence, Experience for the light faction significantly increased. Fire Elemental Tier. Exemplary, Heroic Level Initial, Sanctifier, Heroic Level Intermediate. Balance of Ice and Fire Dual Cores Enhanced. Unlocked Holy Domain Level Fire Secret Art, Scorched Earth Domain, Master a Realm, turning it into Scorched Earth, where all but fire element users will be suppressed by one tier, as the dust slowly settled. Only a vast charred ice pit remained at the epicenter of the ice-fire explosion. Luo Ling, drenched in blood, stood with the intertwining glow of ice and fire flickering across his form. He had succeeded, but had nearly exhausted all his strength. The Dark Army collapsed utterly with Makai's demise, or was annihilated by the lingering power of ice and flame. Xiaoyu leaned on her skeletal bow, her silver-gray hair stained with blood, gazing at the immense ice pit and Luo Ling's silhouette, a faint smile gracing her lips. Alice staggered to Luo Ling's side, tears silently streaming down her emerald eyes as she beheld the sight of Captain Wolde and their kin's sacrifice. "It's over, Luo Ling. We have won." As the dust finally settled, the charred ice pit silently narrated the brutality of what had just transpired. Once a vibrant elven forest, it now lay in desolate ruins. "Won?" Luo Ling's voice shattered the silence. "What have we won, Makai? Or this wasteland strewn with corpses?" Xiaoyu scoffed. "Humph, there are never victors in war. Only the living and the dead. Makai is dead. We remain, that is all." The tree spirits of light and dark, two factions entwined for countless ages, ultimately concluded their saga today in a near mutual destruction. The three of them became the sole survivors of this brutal conflict. In the stillness, an unexpected wave of relief suddenly washed over Xiaoyu and Alice without warning. The invisible shackles that had long held them captive suddenly disintegrated at the moment when the tree spirits of the light faction and the twisted trance of the dark faction proclaimed their complete annihilation. The darkwood essence belonging to the twisted trance warlord level surged within Xiaoyu at an unprecedented pace, restoring and amplifying her previously injured power to an exhilarating crescendo. Breaking through all barriers, Xiaoyu's rank elevated, warlord level, initial lord, to overlord level, intermediate lord. Alice, too, felt the tumultuous changes within her being. The life magic stemming from the bloodline of the tree spirit princess began a frenzied transformation the instant the shackles of rules vanished. The emerald glow within her was no longer merely vibrant with life. Its essence surged, transcending the boundaries of the exemplary level, initial hero, and stepping into an entirely new realm. Alice's rank elevated, exemplary level, initial hero, to sanctified level, intermediate hero. The explosive surge of power did not bring joy. Rather, it thickened the atmosphere with a heavy pall. The source of this power was the complete destruction of their respective clans. Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the bone bow, feeling the overwhelming strength within her. Her gaze complex as it fell upon Luo Ling and Alice. Home. It had long since been obliterated by war. Loyalty. Makai was dead, and the twisted trance of the dark faction had vanished without a trace. She, Xiaoyu, the war goddess of the twisted trance, had now become a true outcast. Alice slowly rose, wiping the tears from her face as she looked toward Luo Ling. "The Luo Ling forest is gone, and my kin are no more. I don't know where to go." Xiaoyu interrupted Alice. "Fool, what are you staring at? Makai is dead, and the trance are finished. On this continent. Besides the two of you, who else can I follow? You possess the power of Lord Eistwagen," and Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Alice. "Isn't this elven princess also clinging to you? One more is not a burden." Alice felt her cheeks flush at Xiaoyu's words, but did not retort, merely nodding gently in agreement. Luo Ling, the man who bore the dual cores of ice and fire and fought alongside her in dire straits, carrying the final wishes of her kin, along with Xiaoyu, once a bitter enemy, but now her sole remaining companion, became her only anchor in this moment of despair. Luo Ling regarded the two distinctly different women before him, both of whom had lost their homes and tribes, now turning their gazes toward him. A fellow wanderer devoid of a place to call home. "Follow me." Luo Ling chuckled bitterly. "Following a harbinger of death like me. The path ahead is likely to be even more arduous than this desolate ruin." Xiaoyu snorted derisively. "What else is there? Stay here and wait for death? Or wander aimlessly? Fool, though you may be dim-witted, you possess some luck, and you are barely of use." "Very well." Luo Ling sighed helplessly. "A harbinger of death, a former elven princess, and a dark female warrior. What an odd combination we make. Let us depart from this cursed place." Chapter 26. Warming the bed, the somewhat begrudging praise from Xiaoyu lingered in the air above the ruins. Yet Luo Ling suddenly seemed to recall something, and the weariness in his eyes ignited with an audacious glimmer. "Wait, Xiaoyu, what did you just say? I'm merely somewhat useful? Huh. I am far beyond mere usefulness now. Luo Ling raised his right hand, a cluster of golden-red flames erupting from his palm, exuding an air of dominion over his domain. Do you see this? The newly unlocked sacred domain skill, Scorched Earth. Luo Ling's enthusiasm was palpable. Do you have any idea how formidable this ability is? Alice, astonished, exclaimed. Scorched Earth. Luo Ling, are you referring to that legendary domain essence capable of forcibly altering the rules of the local world? Just like how Makai was suppressed by the life rules at the core of the forest? Precisely. Luo Ling explained with unabashed pride. Once I activate this domain, everyone within its range, apart from yours truly, the fire elemental overlord, will be reduced in rank. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Just imagine. In future battles, regardless of their legendary, monarch level, status, as long as they aren't fire manipulators, their power will be diminished to match mine at the sacred domain, mid-hero, level. With my mastery of both ice and fire, battling those of the same rank will be akin to child's play. Listening to Luo Ling's description, Xiaoyu, a former battlefield commander, fully grasped the implications of such a forceful suppression of an opponent's rank. Observing the rare, serious expression on Xiaoyu's face, Luo Ling's vanity swelled immensely. With hands on his hips, he declared haughtily, So, what do you think, madwoman? Have you witnessed my prowess? Why not bow down before me? I shall protect you from now on. Otherwise, I'll let you fully experience what it means to be subjected to rank suppression within this scorched earth domain. Bow down. Alice was taken aback by Luo Ling's audacious demand, covering her mouth in disbelief. For Xiaoyu to bow? That would be more difficult than taking her life. At that moment, Luo Ling was utterly consumed by the euphoria of acquiring a divine skill and the fantasy of seizing control, completely oblivious to Xiaoyu's inherent fiery temper. Upon hearing his words, the astonishment on Xiaoyu's face vanished without a trace, and in an instant, her figure flickered. Luo Ling barely had time to register the shift before an immense force collided violently with his chest. Bang! Luo Ling was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His mouth filled with dust. Almost immediately, a foot descended mercilessly upon his cheek, pressing half of his face into the dirt. Ugh! Luo Ling struggled to breathe, his mouth filled with the taste of earth. Xiaoyu, towering above him, applied pressure with her foot, leaning slightly forward. What was that you just said, you worthless fool? Repeat it, if you dare. Cough, cough, cough. Madwoman, what are you doing? Luo Ling, both humiliated and furious, pleaded, Get off me. Quickly. I was just joking. And why would you reward me? A joke? Huh, is that amusing? Have you forgotten your place upon acquiring a skill? Ugh, Xiaoyu, please let him go. Alice hurried over, her heart aching and filled with helplessness as she beheld Luo Ling's disheveled state, trampled and defeated. She knew he was lost in his own arrogance and felt compelled to remind him not to stoop to his level. Xiaohua cast a fleeting glance at the anxious Alice before turning her gaze downward to see Luo Ling still struggling futilely, muttering about rewards, like a madwoman. Ultimately, she let out a cold snort and withdrew her foot, declaring, You are worthless. Mind your tongue. Should there be a next time, I won't hesitate to let you experience the suppression you faced in the dungeon, even in the scorched earth realm. Luo Ling, rising awkwardly, felt a surge of indignation but dared not voice it. He understood. Despite acquiring divine skills, he must still cower before Xiaohua, the fierce warrior goddess. Level suppression? In the face of absolute might, it often proved ineffective. The sorrows of the elven forest were far behind them. Yet the weight of their journey did not linger for long. Xiaohua sought to investigate Lord Eishtwagen's powers in the city of the undead and the movements of the dark faction, while Alice favored seeking refuge and guidance from the Phoenix clan, aligned with the light. The two stood at odds, unwilling to concede. To the Phoenix clan? What is there to discuss with those foolish birds? Xiaohua scoffed at Alice's suggestion. And what of the Phoenix clan? At least there is order there. 100 times better than the eerie, terrifying land of the undead. Alice argued vehemently. Elves are so naive. Xiaohua, you are far too extreme. As the two women prepared to quarrel once more, Luo Ling rubbed his temples in exasperation. He realized that reaching a consensus between these two was more challenging than reviving Makai. Ultimately, he made a decision. Enough arguing. Listen to me. We shall go to the human realm, to the city of Aselzong. Xiaohua and Alice turned to him simultaneously, their expressions distinct. The human realm? Xiaohua frowned, dismissing it as a gathering of scheming insects unworthy of their attention. However, Alice, lost in thought, recalled, I have heard that it is one of the largest kingdoms of humanity, protected by several powerful legendary heroes. Perhaps we might glean some intelligence regarding the state of the world? Luo Ling's reasoning was straightforward. First, the human territory is vast and diverse, allowing us to recover discreetly. Second, humans are well-informed, making it easy to gather information. Third, the city of the undead is too grim. Alice would feel uncomfortable, and Xiaohua, you would likely find it equally distressing. The human cities are relatively neutral. It is settled then. Though displeased, Xiaohua let out a huff, signaling her acquiescence. Alice found Luo Ling's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. The three traversed mountains and waters, finally catching sight of the majestic walls of a Selzong from afar. A lengthy line formed at the city gates, comprising traders, mercenaries, and a multitude of refugees. A tense atmosphere hung in the air, with soldiers patrolling the walls at a high frequency and arrow towers standing tall. Alice, perceptive as ever, sensed something was amiss. Humph. It seems there's been another skirmish among the insects. Xiaohua was all too familiar with the scent of impending conflict. When it was their turn to be scrutinized, trouble indeed awaited them. The captain of the sentinels, upon catching sight of Xiaoyu, brandished his spear towards her and barked, "Halt! You reek of a potent darkness. What is your purpose in infiltrating the city of Selzong?" The surrounding soldiers grew tense, leveling their weapons at Xiaoyu, while the lined-up civilians recoiled in fear. Xiaoyu raised her bone bow slightly, the dark aura around her beginning to surge, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. "Wait, esteemed soldiers, this is a misunderstanding," Luo Ling interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiaoyu with an innocent smile. "This is my lady's personal bodyguard. Indeed, a rather expensive acquisition. Just look at her figure and face. Quite striking, isn't she?" The captain's brow furrowed in disbelief. "A bodyguard? The intensity of her dark aura suggests she is no ordinary protector. Explain yourself." Luo Ling's eyes darted mischievously as he leaned closer to the captain. "Ah, esteemed sir, you possess keen insight. In truth, she is a slave. Yes, indeed. Specifically acquired for. Well, you understand. Just procured from the black market, yet to be properly trained, hence her wild demeanor. Please be forgiving. A slave for what?" Chapter 27. The Holy Son of Guidance. Xiaoyu's mind went blank, quickly followed by an explosion of indignation akin to a volcanic eruption. The overwhelming pressure of a dominant lord surged forth. "You worthless fool. You seek death." Bang! Before Luo Ling could finish his sentence, he was hurled away with a shriek. "Cough! Madwoman, what are you doing?" Luo Ling groaned, struggling to rise. "What am I doing? I hired you for warmth. For training." Xiaoyu appeared beside him, raising her foot to kick. "Ow! Don't hit my face. Gently, gently. I was merely trying to smooth things over. It's all in good fun, you see." Luo Ling whimpered, desperately shielding his head as he scrambled away. "Good fun. I'll show you good fun." Xiaoyu's fury intensified, her fists raining down upon Luo Ling, who yelped in pain as dust billowed around them. "Ugh! Xiaoyu, stop!" "Luo Ling, cease your prattling," Alice exclaimed in distress, stamping her feet, eager to intervene. The city gate was in disarray, soldiers frozen in shock at the spectacle of this master-servant performance, momentarily forgetting their duties. "Enough!" A commanding voice rang out, accompanied by an aura of elite sanctity. A paladin clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding a massive sword, hurriedly approached with a contingent of guards, quelling the farce. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the city, especially in these trying times. "Who are you? And why are you causing such a ruckus?" Luo Ling, bruised and battered, rose from the ground, grumbling, "Trying times? It seems everywhere I go, there's a brawl. Am I the reincarnation of the god of war?" The paladin's expression grew serious. "The orc horde is encroaching. War has indeed erupted. A Selzong, being a frontline stronghold, must enforce strict scrutiny." The dark aura surrounding this woman was overwhelmingly potent. "We must." Luo Ling found himself utterly speechless. Having barely escaped the quagmire of war in the elven forest, he was now ensnared once more in the vortex of conflict between the human and beast races. He was too weary to offer further explanations and thoroughly exasperated by the incessant questioning. With a mere thought, he unleashed the power of fire element from the heroic tier. The Saint Domain. Buzz. A sacred and terrifying presence enveloped the city gate as golden red flames ignited across Luo Ling's body, and a phantom phoenix flickered behind him. This was the firepower of the Saint Domain. Good heavens! Is this the legendary holy fire aura from the temple? The previously aggressive captain of the soldiers and the surrounding guards felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the pinnacle of the light faction's flame authority. As if they had encountered the very source of their faith, their expressions instantly shifting to profound reverence. Thud, thud, thud. Along with the elite paladin, all soldiers promptly knelt on one knee, bowing their heads deeply, performing the most solemn knightly salute. We pay our respects to the esteemed son of guidance, your highness. We are blind to your grandeur and have offended your presence. Please forgive us, my lord. Luo Ling gazed at the kneeling soldiers in bewilderment. What was happening? Was it merely the display of fire element that warranted such elaborate deference? It wasn't even the new year yet. They were getting ahead of themselves. Xiaoyu, learn from this. However, the title of Son of Guidance abruptly pulled him from his fleeting sense of superiority. Son of Guidance. Luo Ling nearly jumped in disbelief. Wait, what did you call me? Son of Guidance? Me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? This is even more absurd than the joy of flames. It felt as though he were being nailed to the pillar of shame for public execution. Luo Ling seemed to be transported back to the pure white temple. With the echo of the dark goddess Lilith's awe-filled proclamation ringing in his ears, congratulations. You are the first and only Son of Guidance since the inception of the world of world. The memories of his social demise haunted him. The paladin commander lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with fervor and conviction. Your Highness, you cannot be mistaken. The pure and sacred aura of flames emanating from you is precisely what is recorded in the scriptures of our light temple. Only the Son of Guidance, who bears the supreme grace of the goddess of light, can wield such authority. This is the guidance of the divine oracle. Your arrival is surely to lead our human race toward light and victory in this dark and perilous time. Divine oracle? Son of Guidance. Luo Ling felt the world around him darken, nearly spewing blood in shock. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of that insufferable goddess Alicia. Was it because he had made a snide remark about the joy of flames in the reincarnation temple? Or was it due to Lilith bestowing him with the title of the first dead? Had she intentionally cloaked this humiliating title in the guise of some ridiculous holy son to disseminate it? I am not. I didn't. Stop spreading nonsense. Luo Ling hastily waved his hands in denial. I am Luo Ling, not the Son of Guidance. The fire descends from the heavens, unrelated to the goddess. You have mistaken the identity. However, his defense appeared to the soldiers more as the humility and modesty of His Highness the Son of the Divine. Indeed, His Highness is truly humble. The paladins held him in even greater esteem. Your radiance is so brilliant yet so unassuming, a true paragon for us all. Please, allow me to escort you to the royal city. His Majesty the heroic king, the great Archmage, and His Highness the Paladin King have long awaited your esteemed presence with eager anticipation. Just then, a mocking voice pierced through his ears. Xiaoyu, arms crossed, spoke, the Son of the Divine? I now fully comprehend your uselessness. No wonder you sought to provoke me at the city gates, performing such a display of master and servant affection in front of the crowd. Was it all intentional? Does being beaten, humiliated, and called that name, which brings you both shame and excitement, not provide you with a peculiar thrill, you so-called Son of the Divine? Is there not something strangely alluring about it? Luo Ling felt more humiliated than when he was surrounded by two goddesses in the rebirth temple. How could this madwoman, Xiaoyu, utter such words at a time and place like this? You slanderous wretch. Such blatant defamation. Luo Ling shouted, pointing at Xiaoyu. How dare you tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations? I merely acted to avoid trouble. Who would relish being called that name? Who would enjoy being beaten? I am not a pervert. Alice, standing nearby, turned crimson at Xiaoyu's outrageous words. Xiaoyu, please stop. Luo Ling is not that kind of person. Observing Luo Ling's flustered demeanor and Alice's blushing defense of him, a deeper smirk appeared on Xiaoyu's lips, as if she had confirmed a remarkable truth. She snorted softly, falling silent, but her mocking gaze left Luo Ling breathless. Although the paladin commander did not catch the specifics of Xiaoyu's remarks, seeing Luo Ling so agitated prompted him to speak with even greater respect. Your Highness, please calm yourself. I implore you to proceed to the royal city. Everything will be determined by His Majesty and His Highness. Very well, let it all be destroyed swiftly, Luo Ling replied wearily, waving his hand in resignation. A look of desolation upon his face. Lead me to your so-called king. The paladin commander, overjoyed, responded, yes. Your Highness, please follow me. Quickly. Clear the way for the Son of the Divine and his entourage. Though still wary of Xiaoyu's identity, he dared not show any negligence towards those accompanying the Son of the Divine. Thus, under the fervent and reverent gaze of the soldiers, bearing the burden of the Son of the Divine's notoriety, Luo Ling was ceremoniously escorted to the royal city of Assel. Xiaoyu was right. He may indeed possess some peculiar attributes. For instance, wherever he went, conflict seemed to follow, and whenever he made an appearance, he inevitably faced disgrace. Chapter 28. Salutations to the Son of the Divine. As Xiaoyu stepped through the grand gates of Assel's royal city, she prepared herself for the anticipated oppressive force. However, The anticipated heavy shackles did not descend. Strange, Xiaoyu murmured softly, her voice tinged with rare confusion. The guiding paladin captain, having sensed her unusual demeanor, respectfully elucidated, esteemed lady. The city of Asterzone, or rather the human settlement, possesses its own uniqueness. The world's rules exert an exceedingly feeble influence over the human faction. One might even assert that it is virtually non-existent. Non-existent? Luo Ling, who was feeling rather embarrassed by the title of the Holy Son of Guidance, lifted his head in curiosity upon hearing this. Indeed, Your Highness, the paladin captain affirmed with unwavering conviction. Humans do not suppress the power of dark beings as fiercely as the elven forest does. Conversely, the land of darkness does not particularly inhibit the strength of luminous beings within human territories. This realm resembles a neutral buffer zone, where various powers can flow and exist with relative freedom. Naturally, outright destructive actions will still provoke a counteraction from the city's barriers. He added this as a caution, advising Xiaoyu not to act impulsively. No suppression of others, nor can one be suppressed. Luo Ling mulled over this statement, his expression suddenly shifting. Wait, could you repeat that? Unable to be suppressed. The paladin captain was taken aback by Luo Ling's reaction and hurriedly nodded. Why yes, Your Highness. This is the distinctive trait of the human bloodline, a passive immunity granted by the laws of the world. Luo Ling felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The magnificent ambition he had just felt while unlocking the Scorched Earth domain shattered into pieces. Does this mean my newly unlocked Scorched Earth domain is rendered useless? You mean to tell me that humans are immune to this effect? Was my excitement for naught? Observing Luo Ling's dismay, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smirk in amusement. Alice, on the other hand, gently reassured him, Luo Ling, do not fret. What the paladin said pertains to the racial characteristics of humans, a passive exemption at the level of world law. However, your Scorched Earth domain is an actively released skill effect, a forceful rewriting of the rules within the domain. These two natures should differ. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Right, Alice, you are quite the clever one. Passive immunity to laws does not imply immunity to my active skills. Just like a person with high toxicity resistance does not mean they can drink a vial of poison without any reaction, right? Yes, that must be the case. My divine skill is still salvageable. Xiaoyu doused his enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality. Humph, a useless person remains useless, even if your skill is effective. How much can it truly suppress against a genuine powerhouse? Do not harbor excessive expectations, lest you find yourself in deeper despair later. As the conversation flowed, the group traversed the bustling streets and arrived at the grand and magnificent palace at the heart of the royal city. The towering palace doors, forged from heavy magical metal, bore inscribed guardian runes. The paladin captain stepped forward to announce, his voice resonant, Your Majesty, the Holy Sun has arrived. The heavy palace doors slowly creaked open, revealing the solemn and majestic hall within. At the far end of the hall, upon a high throne platform, three figures emanating an overwhelming aura sat in stately silence. Just a glance from them carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. Upon the throne to the left sat an elder with a beard and hair as white as snow, draped in a deep blue robe adorned with stars, wielding an ancient staff crowned with a levitating arcane crystal. He was none other than Elon, the Arcane Eye, one of the protectors of humanity and a legendary archmage. In the center throne sat a robust middle-aged man, his visage stern and his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass, exuding an overwhelming presence that seemed to engulf the room. This was Raymond, the heroic king, renowned throughout the continent for his valor and strategic prowess, the ruler of the Asural kingdom. To the right, a knight enveloped in a holy radiance occupied his throne. His armor gleamed with a pure silver hue, inscribed with sacred runes, and a colossal two-handed sword leaned against the throne, its blade shimmering with an unassailable light. His face bore a resolute expression, and his eyes sparkled with an unwavering dedication to faith and justice. He was Roland, the Holy Night King, the highest martial representative of the Temple of Light in the realm of humanity. The combined aura of these three legendary heroes weighed heavily upon Luo Ling, causing her breath to hitch and her legs to tremble. Xia's expression turned grave, instinctively adopting a defensive posture as she keenly sensed the formidable power of the trio, while Alice clutched Luo Ling's sleeve tightly. What now? Should we kneel in the face of such overwhelming presence? Would bowing seem overly timid? Thoughts raced through Luo Ling's mind. Instinctively, she inclined her body to pay her respects, aware that her counterparts were indeed genuine sovereign-level figures and leaders of humanity. However, just as she began to bend at the waist, an astonishing scene unfolded. The three legendary heroes upon their thrones rose almost in unison. Heroic King Raymond, Archmage Elon, and Holy Knight King Roland, unparalleled beings whose mere stomps could shake the continent, moved in perfect synchrony. Thud, thud, thud. All three simultaneously knelt on one knee, bowing their heads deeply towards the bewildered Luo Ling at the entrance of the hall, performing the most solemn, knightly salute. Welcome, His Highness the Son of Guidance. May your brilliance illuminate humanity and dispel the darkness. Luo Ling stood frozen in place, her mind utterly malfunctioning. The Son of Guidance? Three legendary figures kneeling before him? Had the script been mixed up? Xia, typically proud, showed a rare flicker of astonishment. Although she was aware of the terrifying power represented by these three, it was inconceivable that they would pay such homage to someone deemed a failure. This was illogical. Alice, equally perplexed, could hardly reconcile the scene before her with the image of Luo Ling, the one who had been nearly crushed by a dragon bird and had spoken nonsense. After a brief silence, the hall resonated with the respectful voices of the three heroes. Your Highness, the hero King Raymond raised his head, proclaiming that your arrival is the divine favor of the goddess towards our human race. The Oracle of the Light Temple has long foretold that the Saint Sun, wielding the authority of the sacred flame, shall descend in our hour of peril, guiding us towards the light. The voice of the Paladin King Roland resonated with the same fervor. Your Highness, you need not deny it. This power is indeed a testament to your identity. Your presence is surely to aid us in repelling the rampant darkness. The Archmage Elon, stroking his snowy beard, interjected, Your Highness, you may yet be unaware of the monumental mission you bear. However, the essence flowing within you is the pinnacle of the flame authority from our light faction. Only the Saint Son of the Temple is worthy of such divine grace. With the Orcish horde encroaching and dark forces surging, our human race, along with the entire light faction, urgently requires your guidance and strength. Their explanations illuminated the situation for Xiaoyu and Alice. The fire element, a symbol of the rulers of the light faction. In the world of Wolde, the ultimate fire power is virtually synonymous with the supreme authority and divine favor of the Light Temple. The Pope himself wields the sacred flame to instill awe across the continent. The golden red flame within Luo Ling, originating from the fire phoenix Faberto, is intrinsically the highest form of the sacred flame. In the eyes of discerning legendary beings, its status is nearly equivalent to that of the Pope. Thus, when Luo Ling unleashed the aura of fire elements at the city gate, it was instantly detected by the three guardians within the royal city. In light of the long-standing oracle of the Saint Sun, they promptly and unequivocally identified Luo Ling as the Saint Sun sent by the goddess of light to rescue humanity. Xiaoyu comprehended the absurdity. These human beings regarded the celestial flame within this seemingly useless individual as a mark of the temple's heir, turning the title of the first to die into a sacred prophecy. Such folly and laughter. However, observing the discomfort on the face of the useless one provided a rather entertaining spectacle. Alice, meanwhile, had a moment of clarity, her azure eyes filled with deeper concern. She understood why the three heroes were so reverent, yet she was acutely aware of the inflated significance of Luo Ling as the Saint Sun. The misunderstanding was vast. Moreover, now that he was thrust into this position, what was Luo Ling to do? The Orc Horde. Luo Ling repeated the phrase dryly, realizing the dire situation. It was not merely dire, Your Highness. The hero King Raymond rose, yet maintained his respectful demeanor. The Orc Tribal Alliance is mobilizing, commanded by three legendary Orc warlords. He pointed to a large breach on the sand table representing the border, indicating three markers exuding an ominous aura. King Zul'jin of the Trolls, entrenched in the northern soul-rending mountains, a master of voodoo, commanding a bloodthirsty legion of troll headhunters, bringing pestilence in their wake. Lord Kargith of the Earth, leading the Orcish main force from the southern wastelands, comprising countless Orc warriors, elite Orc sword saints, and shamans capable of communing with elemental spirits. His very strength shakes the earth, and where the totem pillars stand, the Orc morale soars. The Wrath of Thunder. Nao Ziyu, commanding the central forces, he leads shamans adept in the powers of storms and lightning. His might stirs the heavens, and the ferocious thunderstorm serves as the most terrifying weapon of his legion. Each of these three commanders possesses strength capable of contending with, or even surpassing our own. The tone of Paladin King Roland was grave, for beneath their command lay countless warlords, Orc chieftains, sword saints, and high-ranking shamans of heroic caliber. The army is assaulting our border fortresses, and the front lines are on the brink of collapse. Archmage Elon added, the Orc offensive is more ferocious than ever. The plague of trolls ravages from the rear. Your Highness, we require your strength. We need your divine flame to ignite the hopes of our warriors. The gazes of the three men were filled with earnest anticipation, as though he were their sole lifeline. Pressure surged upon Luo Ling. Faced with the overwhelming might of the 3 orc kings and countless orc brutes, he thought of the skills he had only just unlocked the previous day, now seemingly ineffective against the Orcish hordes. Luo Ling felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, and he yearned to express the truth, that he was utterly unprepared. Xia Yu's teasing voice resonated perfectly. "Ah, Your Highness, it seems your brilliance is about to illuminate the battlefield. The hopes of humanity rest solely upon your shoulders." Luo Ling, witnessing the increasingly expectant gazes of the 3 heroes, steeled his resolve, mustering a semblance of determination upon his face, and let out a thunderous shout toward the throne. "Humanity shall never be enslaved." The 3 heroes were initially taken aback, then erupted in ecstatic illumination. The prince had responded. He recognized humanity and was willing to lead them into battle. However, Luo Ling followed up with a shout that left everyone momentarily petrified. "Unless my lodging and meals are provided." A deathly silence fell upon the grand hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The ecstatic expression on King Raymond's face froze, his mouth slightly agape. Paladin King Roland's resolute demeanor cracked just slightly. Archmage Elon halted his hand mid-stroke of his beard. Xia Yu nearly burst into laughter, quickly averting her face. Alice covered her mouth, her emerald eyes wide with shock. Luo Ling, having shouted, was equally stunned. He had inadvertently blurted out his thoughts. In this excruciatingly awkward silence, King Raymond was the first to regain his composure. The frozen joy on his face transformed into a look of sudden enlightenment. "Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Your Highness," Raymond exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "What you have said contains profound wisdom. Humanity shall never be enslaved. This is our indomitable spirit. It is our unwavering resolve to fight to the end. And your mention of lodging and meals shows your care for the countless citizens of our race. You are telling us that our battle is not merely for the dignity of freedom from enslavement, but to safeguard our homeland, to ensure that our people have food to eat and roofs over their heads. This provision of food and shelter signifies the very foundation of our human existence." The Paladin King Roland immediately comprehended this profound truth, filled with reverence. "So it is. Your Highness's profound intent, we, the ignorant, nearly misconstrued. Your Highness emphasizes that the protection of our homeland and the right to survive constitute the paramount significance of our struggle. This resonates more deeply with the hearts of the people than mere battle cries, igniting the spirit of unity against our foes." "How wise, Your Highness." The Grand Magus Elon stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. "A lofty perspective, indeed. Your Highness has articulated the essence of war in the simplest of terms. We fight for the dignity of survival. We fight for the sustenance of our homeland. Such magnanimity is truly deserving of the title of the Holy Sun." Luo Ling pondered. Is this truly acceptable? Observing the 3 heroes on the verge of tears from emotion, he felt his worldview being reshaped once more. "As long as you are content, I shall manage to get by." The heroic King Raymond expressed his concern. "Your Highness must be exhausted from your journey and troubled by the ongoing conflict. I implore you to step into the Garden of Dawn for a brief respite. It is the most comfortable retreat within the palace, equipped with all necessities. We shall ensure your complete comfort." "Indeed, indeed." Elon and Roland readily concurred. A great weight lifted from Luo Ling's heart as he quickly acquiesced. "Ahem. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of His Majesty and the 2 esteemed gentlemen." Furthermore, Paladin King Roland added, "To better serve the Holy Sun in his daily life, I have selected my most gifted light mage, Lux, to be your personal attendant." As he spoke, a figure emerged from the side door. It was a petite girl clad in a perfectly tailored 2-tone robe of platinum and white, accentuating her nascent curves. Her lustrous golden hair was styled into playful twin ponytails. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisitely delicate like a porcelain doll, and her large blue eyes shone with clarity. However, in stark contrast to her angelic appearance was her current demeanor. Lux's azure eyes were filled with unreserved disdain. "Humph. Lux, under the command of the Paladin King, has come to serve you, the insignificant Holy Sun." Chapter 30. The succubus Lux pronounced the term insignificant with a slight inflection, yet it was sufficient for those around to hear clearly. Upon finishing her statement, she immediately turned her head away, as if even a mere glance at Luo Ling would tarnish her vision. Luo Ling exclaimed, "Insignificant Holy Sun? This little imp, her attitude, her haughty demeanor. Can I not handle the likes of Xia Yu, yet be unable to manage you?" Luo Ling reached out to pat Lux on the shoulder, intending to assert his authority. "Lux, is it? At your tender age, one must speak with decorum, dear sister." However, before his hand could make contact with Lux's shoulder, He felt the weight of a malevolent gaze locking onto him. Luo Ling stiffly turned his head to see Xia Yu coldly watching him, though she did not speak. Her eyes clearly conveyed, "Worthless, dare to move an inch?" At this sight, Luo Ling withdrew his hand. Ahem, haha. That little sister Lux is truly adorable, lively, and full of character. Yes, indeed. I find her quite commendable. As Lux beheld Luo Ling shrink back at a mere glance from Xie, her azure eyes glinted with disdain. And with a huff from her delicate nose, she remarked, "Indeed, just a trivial fish." Alice, observing the chaotic scene, let out an exasperated sigh, gently tugging at Luo Ling's sleeve as she whispered, "Luo Ling, let us first find a place to settle down." Grateful for the reprieve, Luo Ling promptly addressed the three heroes. "Then, we shall not intrude any longer and will take our leave to find a place that offers food and lodging. Your Highness, please." The heroic King Raymond personally led the way. The Dawn Garden truly lived up to its reputation, with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms creating a serene ambience. The rooms were spacious and comfortable, and an array of delectable delicacies was presented in abundance. For the time being, Luo Ling cast aside the pressures of his role as the Saint's son and indulged heartily, while Xie disdainfully regarded human food. Quietly seated by the window with her eyes closed in contemplation, Alice attentively served Luo Ling, while the little maid Lux wore a look of disdain, occasionally casting judgmental glances at Luo Ling's manner of eating. Once satiated, Luo Ling gazed out at the vibrant streets of the royal city and proposed, "Staying cooped up indoors is rather dull. Shall we venture out to explore? Immerse ourselves among the populace and observe their sentiments." In truth, he was primarily eager to witness the splendor of this otherworldly metropolis. Alice nodded in agreement, and Xie opened her eyes, offering no objections. For she too required insights into the heart of this human city. Lux, her small face stern, interjected, "Humph, how boring. Yet, since the Holy Night King has decreed it, I shall reluctantly escort you to ensure that you, the trifling Saint's son, do not lose your way and embarrass us." Thus, the quartet exited the royal palace, merging into the throng of the bustling capital of Acerlon. The lively spectacle captivated Luo Ling's attention. The broad cobblestone streets were lined with shops, and magical lamp posts emitted a soft glow. The sounds of vendors calling, laughter, and the rolling of wheels were occasionally interspersed with the orderly footsteps of patrolling guards, composing a symphony replete with the vibrancy of life. Passers-by donned an array of colorful attire: armored mercenaries, robe-clad apprentice mages, merchants pushing carts, and elegantly dressed nobles. Luo Ling, akin to a country bumpkin newly arrived in the city, gazed about in wonderment, finding everything novel and intriguing. Alice was amused by his childlike enthusiasm, while Xiaoyu followed silently, her expression impassive as she surveyed the surroundings, assessing the city's defensive vulnerabilities. Lux trailed behind, exclaiming, "Humph, so childish. A dignified saint's son, yet captivated by such trifles. Truly. How?" Before she could finish her remark, Luo Ling deftly stuffed a piece of candy he had just purchased into her mouth. "Close your mouth, little imp. Here, have some candy." "Ugh, you." Lux attempted to spit it out, but the sweetness on her tongue made her hesitate. Ultimately, she retained the candy, her cheeks puffed out. Next, Luo Ling found himself captivated before a stall selling small toys. "Boss, I want this one, and this one. I'll take them all," he proclaimed with grandiosity, producing a gold coin that Raymond had just given him. The stall owner's eyes widened at the sight of the gold coins, and he hurriedly began to package them. Luo Ling handed a glowing butterfly to Alice, who smiled in delight as she watched it flutter at her fingertips. Meanwhile, Luo Ling tossed two luminous orbs in his hands. Resembling a child who had just acquired a new toy, Xiyu observed his playful antics with the light orbs and felt that such behavior diminished her stature. Yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Hey, you little fish, what about mine?" Lux protested with a mouth full of candy, her eyes involuntarily darting towards a remaining spinning windmill at the stall. "Oh, do you wish for one too?" Luo Ling teased, calling out to her in a melodious tone. "Shall I let the charming saint brother hear you?" "Uft, dream on." Lux's cheeks flushed with indignation. Luo Ling chuckled and decided to purchase the small windmill regardless. "Here you go, little rascal, take it and enjoy. Don't say your brother doesn't care for you. Who needs your affection?" Lux huffed, though her little hands eagerly accepted the windmill. Luo Ling, Alice, Xiyu, and Lux, now holding her small windmill, continued to stroll through the bustling streets. As they passed a relatively secluded corner, a stifled sobbing caught their attention. The sound emanated from the entrance of a shop adorned with exotic trinkets, resembling more of a makeshift enclosure than a proper store. Within the enclosure, Several rough-looking mercenaries were crudely dragging a figure. Inside stood a woman, clad in scanty attire. Her long, cherry blossom pink hair was disheveled, partially obscuring her face. Her exposed skin was pale to the point of translucence, marred by an array of bruised whip marks. Most striking were the small pink horns adorning her head and a slender tail ending in a delicate heart shape. She was a succubus. Roughly pulled to the edge of the enclosure, a grotesquely overweight slave trader spat and shouted at the onlookers. "Come and take a look. Just captured a rare gem, a pureblood succubus. Behold her exquisite face and figure. Purchasing her as a plaything is an absolute bargain. Disobedient? Huh. There are plenty of ways to make her comply." With that, the trader menacingly flicked the whip in his hand. The succubus winced as the whip struck her wounds, curling her body tighter in pain. Her violet-pink eyes brimmed with sheer terror, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "Oh my!" Alice gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with compassion. As a nature spirit attuned to the suffering of life, she instinctively tightened her grip on Luo Ling's arm. "Luo Ling, she is so pitiful. Can we help her?" Luo Ling's heart ached at the sight of the succubus's tragic plight. As someone from the modern world, he harbored a deep aversion to the blatant slave trade. Gazing into her pleading violet-pink eyes, a surge of righteous fervor surged through him. "Boss, I want this succubus. Name your price." At his declaration, the atmosphere shifted palpably. The slave trader's eyes sparkled with interest. Well, the young master possesses remarkable discernment. This is truly a treasure. A fixed price of 50 royal gold coins. 50 coins? Why don't you just go and rob someone? Although Luo Ling currently has gold coins given by Raymond, he finds this price utterly exorbitant. However, before Luo Ling can negotiate, a mocking voice rings out beside him. Humph. Has the worthless one finally revealed his true nature? Chapter 31. The Battle of Tomorrow Xiaoyu. Is there not enough of a spectacle with so many female creatures in the team? Can the elven princess not satisfy your meager sense of vanity? You wish to draw such a filthy and despicable succubus to your side? What is it? Do you intend to purchase her as a plaything to warm your bed? Or are you eager to sample the succubus's special services? Truly a hopelessly depraved wretch. Purchasing her is acceptable, but Xiaoyu's sardonic tone warns, do take care not to break her. After all, you have spent your money on her. At her words, Luo Ling's face flushed crimson. Xiaoyu's remarks were vicious and struck at the core, painting him as a lustful fiend. He trembled with rage. Pointing at Xiaoyu, "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely found her pitiable. I want to save her. How can your thoughts be so vile? The wretched saint is nothing but a pervert. Xiaoyu's sister is right." Beside them, Lux immediately found a companion in this attack on the wretched saint. Clearly reflecting her current mood, "You purchased those glowing trinkets to curry favor with us. Now, upon seeing a more alluring succubus, your true self is exposed. Disgusting. Depraved. Bah. A great pervert. Xiaoyu's sister speaks the truth. You are nothing but a lecher who cannot move past pink hair and heart-shaped tails. A wretch. A super wretch. The great perverted saint." Luo Ling was rendered speechless by the barrage from these two women, unable to defend himself. I did not. Stop speaking nonsense." At that moment, the succubus in the cage seemed to seize upon this solitary opportunity. "Master, I implore you, save Licorice. Licorice is willing to serve you." To toil and labor with her battered body and heart-shaped tail, a formidable asset. The invocation of Master only added fuel to the fire. Lux practically jumped with indignation. Look, she admits it herself. Wretched pervert. Is the truth not laid bare?" Luo Ling felt as though he could not wash away the stains, even if he jumped into the yellow river. He gazed at the pitiful and helpless form of the succubus Lilith, and ultimately, with gritted teeth, he withdrew a heavy pouch of coins from his pocket. "Here, 50 coins. Release her." Luo Ling suppressed the pain of parting with his wealth and tossed the pouch to the slave trader. The slave trader received it with a broad smile, waited appreciatively, and obsequiously opened the cage door. "Very well. How generous, young master. This succubus is now yours." Licorice was freed from her bonds, staggering slightly, barely able to stand, yet she humbly knelt at Luo Ling's feet. "Thank you, master. Licorice's life belongs to you now." Luo Ling looked down at the battered body at his feet, his scalp tingling. He hurriedly waved his hands. "Do not do that. Get up. What master or servant? I purchased you to grant you freedom. You should return whence you came. There is no need to follow me." Liko Boss lifted her head, her powdery purple eyes brimming with tears. "Please do not cast me away, master. I have nowhere to go. My kin scorn me for my frailty, and the human world regards me as a mere plaything. You are the only one who has shown kindness to me. I beg you to take me in. I am capable of many tasks. I can clean and serve." Her words trailed off, but the shy, timid look in her eyes, accompanied by her heart-shaped tail gently swaying, conveyed her unspoken intentions unmistakably. Plax's small face flushed with indignation. "What a pervert. She even said she would serve you. And you still won't admit it, Sister Xiaohua. Let us distance ourselves from this creep." Alice, observing Liko Boss's pitiable state, gently tugged at Luo Ling's sleeve. "Luo Ling. She truly looks forlorn and has nowhere to turn. Why not take her back with us? At least allow her wounds to heal." Luo Ling, gazing into Alice's compassionate eyes and then at Liko Boss, who wept as if her very existence depended on him, felt overwhelmed. "Fine," he relented, addressing Liko Boss with a hint of annoyance. "Get up first and tend to your injuries. Remember, this is solely for your recuperation. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts." He emphasized the last sentence, directing it not only at Liko Boss, but also at Xiaohua and Plax. Upon hearing this, Liko Boss broke into a smile, hastily struggling to her feet and timidly following Luo Ling, replying, "Yes, master, I understand." Xiaohua snorted in disdain, choosing to ignore Luo Ling as she turned on her heel, her steps revealing her evident displeasure. Plax made a grand face at Luo Ling and, holding a small windmill, chased after Xiaohua. Alice cast a sympathetic glance at Liko Boss and sighed softly. Meanwhile, the pink-haired succubus trailing closely behind Luo Ling, the innocence in her eyes had vanished, unnoticed by anyone. The tip of her heart-shaped tail subtly curled. The first step of her plan had been successfully executed. Luo Ling, with a stiff resolve, led the battered Liko Boss back to the Dawn Garden. Alice, anxiously watching over Liko Boss, feared she might stumble. Upon entering the elegant garden of the residence, they encountered three significant figures, Raymond, Elon, and Roland, who appeared to be deliberating military matters. The heroic King Raymond's gaze flicked between Liko Boss, who stood behind Luo Ling, the scowling Xiaohua, and the disdainful Plax. A fleeting expression of subtle surprise crossed his resolute face, quickly masked by a smooth smile. "Your Highness has returned? Were there any insights into the people's sentiments?" Raymond's respectful tone carried an odd undertone. Liko Boss, sensing the moment, lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, her hands nervously wringing together. Her pitiful appearance would evoke sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Elon stroked his beard, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Ling. "Young man, it is understandable. However, Your Highness, the beastmen will besiege the city by tomorrow. It would be prudent for you to conserve your strength." Luo Ling nearly choked on his own saliva, realizing the old man had clearly misunderstood the situation. As soon as he opened his mouth to protest, Raymond burst into hearty laughter. "No worries. Your Highness is in the prime of youth. Having a succubus in attendance is hardly a matter of great concern. As long as it does not interfere with tomorrow's battle, all is well." Roland could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further, but rather urged, "Your Highness, the battle tomorrow is of utmost significance. One of the three great commanders of the orcs, the Troll King Zul'jin, has already emerged among the vanguard. Please exercise restraint." Luo Ling felt her face flush and could only cough lightly. Yes, Lord Elon is right. That Liko Boss is rather pitiable, so I shall temporarily take her in to nurse her wounds. Once she is well, I will let her go. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. Your Highness knows best." Raymond, true to his royal nature, swiftly redirected the conversation. "Just as well, we were about to seek you out. We have received urgent reports from the front lines. The Orc vanguard has breached the Rock Pass. At dawn tomorrow, we shall lead our elite troops into a decisive battle against the Orcs." Chapter 32. An unheard version. This battle pertains to the safety of the royal city and the survival of humanity. Holy Sun, your sacred flame shall illuminate the darkness. I implore you to accompany us into battle tomorrow. With your brilliance, guide our human warriors. Roland spoke solemnly. "Your Highness, your power is the hope bestowed upon humanity by the goddess. Please be prepared for combat." Elon added, "The battlefield is perilous, as you are new to this. Your Highness need not be at the forefront. Simply commanding from the center will suffice, as the might of your holy flame shall deter the wicked and turn the tide." Luo Ling felt her smile freeze, a chill coursing from her toes to the crown of her head. A battle? Tomorrow? A decisive confrontation with the orcs? The succubus she had just acquired had not even warmed her presence, and she had yet to ascertain if the scorched earth domain would aid humanity. Yet she was being sent to the battlefield? Of course. The survival of humanity is a duty we cannot shirk. Luo Ling straightened her back, declaring, "It is all upon me, the Holy Sun. I shall give my utmost effort." "Very well." Raymond nodded in satisfaction. "Your Highness should rest well today to gather your strength." The three prominent figures offered a few more reminders before hastily departing, clearly burdened with countless military duties. Before leaving, Roland cast a deep glance at the extraordinarily docile Lycobos. The warning in his eyes unmistakable. Xiaoyu shot a glance at Luo Ling. Incompetent. Tomorrow we go to war. Behave yourself tonight. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to take measures to manage your energy. She made a pointed sweep towards Lycobos, then huffed coldly and strode towards her own chamber. Useless holy son. Pervert. Don't hinder us tomorrow. Lux also huffed angrily as she followed Xiaoyu. Alice looked at Lycobos with concern and softly said, Luo Ling, Lycobos is gravely injured. I will take her to tend to her wounds and provide her with clean clothing, shall I? Oh, yes. Thank you, Alice. Luo Ling nodded eagerly, as if granted a reprieve. Watching Alice gently assist Lycobos towards the side chamber, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Upon returning to his spacious and opulent chamber, Luo Ling flung himself onto the soft embrace of his grand bed, his gaze fixed upon the exquisite reliefs adorning the ceiling, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool. The looming threat of the orc horde, the three commanding generals, the scorched earth, and that troublesome succubus, Lycopos, whom both Xiaoyu and Roland regarded with disdain, flooded his thoughts. Alas, he lamented, it is truly unfit for a mere mortal to bear the mantle of a saint. At that moment, the door creaked open slightly, and a petite figure slipped inside, the freshly groomed Lycopos. Her pink hair, now washed and flowing gracefully over her shoulders, contrasted with her pallid complexion. Although her injuries remained visible beneath her garments, the aura of despair that once enveloped her had considerably diminished. Barefoot, her delicate, pale feet made no sound against the plush carpet. Master, Lycopos timidly approached the bedside. Lycopos is here to attend to your rest. Luo Ling, startled, nearly leapt from the bed. No. Please, stop. I have told you, there is no need for you to serve me. Your wounds are not yet healed. Return to your rest at once. At his words, tears welled in Lycopos's lavender eyes. Did her master find her repugnant? She merely wished to repay the life-saving kindness he had shown her. Bowing her head slightly, her adorable pink horns glimmered in the light, while her heart-shaped tail drooped languidly behind her. Observing her demeanor and recalling Xiaoyu's warning, Luo Ling felt his gaze irresistibly drawn to her charming little horns. His curiosity about the physiological traits of this otherworldly being overwhelming his caution. Lycopos, he hesitated. Are your horns real? May I touch them? Lycopos paused, then stepped forward gently, tilting her head slightly toward him. Master, please, feel free. Luo Ling held his breath, extending a finger to lightly graze the delicate tip of her horn. The sensation was warm and slightly firm, akin to a layer of keratin enveloping soft cartilage. He curiously traced the curve of the horn, feeling as though he were caressing a piece of polished jade. Lycopos emitted a soft, enigmatic hum, her body quivering slightly. Unaware of her reaction, Luo Ling's attention shifted to her heart-shaped tail. It appeared fluffy, the rounded tip plump and inviting, the pink fur seemingly delightful to the touch. Unable to resist, he reached out again, gently poking the heart-shaped end of her tail. Lycopos's response was even more pronounced this time. Her entire tail sprang to life before retracting shyly, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. Master, my tail is quite sensitive. Realizing his actions might be deemed inappropriate, Luo Ling quickly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat. I apologize, I was merely curious. Your horns and tail are truly unique. Attempting to shift the conversation, he inquired. You mentioned being shunned by your kin? What is the story behind that? Moreover, how did you come to be captured by humans? Please, share your tale with me. Lycobosi fell silent for a few seconds before speaking softly. I was born on the outskirts of the city of the undead, in a small succubus settlement that clings to the undead. Our kind is inherently devoid of formidable combat prowess. In a place like the city of the undead, power reigns supreme. To be unable to fight, to fail to provide sufficient sustenance for the formidable Lich King, renders one a mere burden. I, Lycobosi, was the weakest among my kin, incapable even of besting the most rudimentary skeleton warriors. My sisters looked down upon me, and the elders regarded me as a disgrace. During a chaotic raid by the dwarves, amidst the turmoil, no one cared for my survival, and I was captured by those avaricious dwarven miners, who subsequently sold me to a slave trader. Listening to this version, which was scorned by the undead, Luo Ling silently scoffed. Goodness, it's not a drunken father, ailing mother, or a school-attending brother, but a broken her. This narrative is quite novel, seemingly fitting the predatory nature of the city of the undead. Observing Lycobosi's tear-streaked visage, Luo Ling unexpectedly felt a genuine pang of sympathy. All right, stop crying, she said, waving her hand with a softened tone. Let the past remain in the past. You can focus on recuperating here, and once you're healed, I shall find a safe haven for you. Upon hearing this, Lycobosi instantly raised her tearful face, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Master, you are exceedingly kind to Liko Bosi. In return, I shall serve you well tonight." As she spoke, she began to loosen her garments. "Stop!" Luo Ling retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, "Liko Bosi, I told you, it's only about healing. If you continue like this, I will have Xiaoyu throw you out tomorrow." Liko Bosi halted her movements, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her eyes. Yet, it vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving her with the same pitiful demeanor. "Yes, Master, Liko Bosi understands. I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest." Liko Bosi deeply bowed to Luo Ling, then reluctantly exited the room, glancing back 3 times. "Ah, foolish human saint," she mused, yet unexpectedly cautious, or perhaps timid. Chapter 33. Under control. Zul'jin's proud voodoo magic and formidable physique appeared alarmingly fragile in the face of this divine conflagration. The destructive power contained within those flames seemed destined to be his nemesis. "Retreat!" Zul'jin bellowed in the language of the trolls. His voice a thunderous roar filled with defiance and humiliation. As Zul'jin fell back, the fierce onslaught of the orcs faltered, lacking the deterrent of their leader. Compounded by the staggering casualties from Lux's cataclysmic judgment, the morale of the orc army visibly plummeted. In the face of the humans' tenacious resistance and Luo Ling's lingering holy flames, the orc forces slowly retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind countless corpses. On the city walls, a brief silence was shattered by thunderous cheers. "Long live the saint! The might of His Highness the Saint! Light will prevail. Humanity shall triumph." Countless fervent gazes were fixated upon Luo Ling. Although the flames on his right arm had not yet fully extinguished and he was slightly panting, his upright figure was bathed in a golden hue beneath the twilight of the setting sun, resembling a true deity descending upon the mortal realm. The heroic King Raymond strode forward, clapping Luo Ling's shoulder with great force and laughing heartily. "Well done. Splendid effort, Your Highness. The credit for this battle belongs solely to you." The Grand Mage Elon stroked his beard, his eyes twinkling with brilliance. "Your Highness's mastery over the sacred flame has progressed by leaps and bounds. It is indeed a blessing for humanity." Sir Roland, the Paladin King, solemnly performed a knightly salute to Luo Ling, proclaiming, "Your courage and strength are worthy of the title of Holy Son. You have saved the royal city." Xiaoyu stood not far away, while Alice cradled the still unconscious Lux, both gazing at Luo Ling with pure delight in their eyes. That evening, the palace hosted a grand celebration banquet. Fine wines and exquisite dishes adorned the tables, and the hall was ablaze with light and laughter. As the undisputed protagonist, Luo Ling was surrounded by numerous nobles and generals, all raising toasts in his honor. Raymond personally filled his cup with the strongest liquor, while Elon and Roland frequently raised their glasses. "Your Highness, please drink to your heart's content. To your divine might." "Your Highness, another toast. To the light." "Your Highness, you have a remarkable capacity. With you, humanity fears not the orcs." Luo Ling had never encountered such an occasion. Already somewhat weakened from overexertion during the day, he was further disoriented by the overwhelming praise and the incessant flow of strong liquor. Xiaoyu attempted several times to intervene, but was kept at bay by the enthusiastic crowd. Alice, busy tending to the still frail Lux, was unable to assist. At that moment, a soft little hand took the filled cup from Luo Ling's grasp. The enchanting Liko boss had somehow squeezed her way to his side. "You have worked so hard today. Allow me to share your burden," she said gently, her voice imbued with the unique allure of a succubus. Before Luo Ling could respond, Liko boss elegantly tilted her head back and consumed the potent drink in one swift motion, her rosy cheeks immediately flushed with a delightful hue, enhancing her charm. "Bravo! This charming succubus has an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Your Highness is indeed fortunate." The cheers around them grew louder. Liko boss seized another cup of wine and brought it to Luo Ling's lips, her gaze dreamy and enticing. "This is a toast from your servant Liko boss, in gratitude for your life-saving grace." The intoxicating aroma of the wine, mingled with the peculiar sweet scent emanating from Liko boss, wafted into Luo Ling's nostrils, further clouding his already befuddled mind. Gazing at her alluring face, he, almost involuntarily, followed her lead and downed another cup of strong liquor. One cup after another, Liko boss deftly shielded Luo Ling from most of the toasts, yet with each diversion, she inadvertently brought more wine to his lips. The more he drank, the brighter her eyes became, radiating a predatory focus. At long last, Luo Ling's gaze became utterly vacant, his body limply collapsing backward as he mumbled incoherently. I can't go on, Shiyu. Alice, support me. My lord, you are inebriated. Let me assist you back to rest," came the gentle voice of Liko Bosi, who lifted Luo Ling's heavy form and, amidst countless knowing glances, half supported and half carried him away from the raucous banquet hall. Shiyu watched the departing figures with a furrowed brow, intending to follow, but was halted by Raymond's boisterous laughter. Ha, Your Excellency Xiu, let the young ones handle their own affairs. Come, let us continue to drink. In Luo Ling's chamber, Liko Bosi gently laid the utterly intoxicated Luo Ling upon the soft bed. The haze of drunkenness vanished without a trace from his face, and his pastel-purple eyes grew cold and sharp. She leaned down, tenderly brushing her fingers across Luo Ling's cheek, her slender fingers conjuring wisps of pink magical energy. My lord, may you savor the rewards of Liko Bosi, she whispered. The pink aura delicately penetrated Luo Ling's brow, while simultaneously, Liko Bosi's form enveloped him. This was the ultimate ability of the succubi, the soul leash. Acting as a conduit, through intimate contact, it indelibly imprints the spirit within the core of the target's soul, manipulating their actions. The effectiveness of this power is contingent upon the disparity between the caster's mental strength and the target's will, as well as the depth and duration of contact, capable of controlling an opponent one tier higher than oneself. As a pawn placed by the beastmen, Liko Bosi's concealed prowess had long reached the level of a war general, beginner hero. At this moment, although Luo Ling wielded formidable dual elemental powers, his mental fortitude was at an unprecedented low due to intoxication. The pink aura enveloped both individuals, time trickling away. When Liko Bosi raised her head once more, her complexion was slightly pale, yet her eyes sparkled with ecstasy. Luo Ling opened his eyes, but within those depths lay an abyss of emptiness. Only in the depths of his pupils flickered two barely perceptible points of pink light. My lord, how do you feel? Liko Bosi's voice brimmed with pride. Slowly, Luo Ling lifted his right hand, igniting a pure gold-red holy flame in his palm, the fire stable and restrained, harboring terrifying power. Subsequently, he raised his left hand, and deep blue frost patterns instantly spread, plummeting the room's temperature as tiny ice crystals formed in the air. Fire and ice, the powers of two supreme authorities, coexisted harmoniously within him, emanating a more refined aura than when Luo Ling had previously controlled them himself. Excellent. This vessel surpasses expectations, Liko Bosi remarked with a satisfied smile. Now, shall we commence, my lord? Let this hypocritical city of light feel true terror. Let those foolish heroes pay the price for their arrogance. Chapter 34. The demise of heroes in the deep of night. The royal city was awakened by a sudden surge of terrifying energy. A figure enveloped in blazing crimson flames intertwined with deep blue frost descended from the Dawn Garden, the abode of the Holy Sun, as if a deity had descended upon the world. A terrifying pressure engulfed nearly half of the royal city, rousing countless residents from their slumber, trembling in fear. The first to arrive was the closest, Xiu, who sensed an unfamiliar yet familiar aura belonging to Luo Ling, causing alarm bells to ring in her heart. Luo Ling, what in the world are you doing? Xiu exclaimed sharply, as dark vines coalesced in her hand into a long whip. In response, two devastating energies tore through the night sky. One, a golden red fireball imbued with the will to incinerate all, and the other, a deep blue ice spear capable of freezing souls. Boom, boom. Xiao's pupils constricted as the thorny runes on her armor ignited, the dark vines weaving into a shield. A violent explosion erupted in the night sky, and Xiao let out a muffled groan as the shockwave hurled her to the ground, carving a deep trench into the earth. A trickle of dark green blood escaped her lips, her eyes filled with disbelief and terror. This power, how could it be more than double that of Luo Ling's during the day? And it was saturated with pure murderous intent. Enemy attack. Protect the Holy Sun. Do not let him escape. The legendary figures of Raymond, Roland, and Elon appeared almost simultaneously in midair. They gazed at Luo Ling, suspended in the air with flames and frost swirling around him, and at the beleaguered Xiao below, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. Your Highness, wake up. Roland attempted to call out. He's been taken control of. Be careful. Elon, ever composed, quickly assessed the situation. Luo Ling's gaze swept over the three legendary figures who appeared as if facing a formidable foe. Domain expansion. A hum resonated as an invisible domain radiated from Luo Ling. Deep brown patterns spiraling outwards from beneath his feet, spreading wildly to envelop the entire Dawn Garden and vast surrounding areas. Scorched Earth Domain. The moment the domain enveloped them, Raymond, Roland, Elon, Xiao, and the newly arrived Alice felt their bodies grow heavy simultaneously. What is this? Raymond exclaimed in horror, realizing that the immense power within him had been brutally suppressed by an entire tier, plummeting from legendary to holy domain. Roland experienced a similar drop in power levels. Elon sensed the spatial elements around him becoming sluggish and difficult to manipulate, his legendary spatial control severely diminished. Xiao felt her dominion-level strength reduced to that of a general. Suppressed tears? How is this possible? Elon gasped, utterly confounded as this shattered their understanding of the rules of power. Luo Ling's hollow gaze fixed upon the nearest paladin king, Roland. I shall eliminate the Hound of Light first." With those words, Luo Ling's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Roland, his left hand coalescing deep blue frost into claws, radiating the chill of frozen souls as it lunged toward Roland's heart. His right hand transformed the golden-red holy flames into a concentrated beam, sealing off all avenues of escape for Roland. Roland was both astonished and enraged, hastily raising his sacred flame greatsword to block. Clang! The frost claw collided with the holy sword, producing a piercing screech. Roland felt an overwhelming chill permeate through the blade, causing his arm to tremble violently. More terrifyingly, the beam of sacred flame circumvented his defense, striking directly at his unprotected body. With a cough, Roland spat out a mouthful of golden-tinged blood, his armor punctured, leaving a charred wound beneath his ribs. "Roland!" Raymond bellowed, swinging his warhammer with the force of a landslide toward Luo Ling's back. Without turning, Luo Ling casually waved his right hand, conjuring a fiery shield. Boom! Raymond's warhammer struck the fire shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The shield trembled violently, while Raymond was jolted back by the immense recoil. Simultaneously, Luo Ling unleashed frost from his left hand, sending a flurry of sharp icicles towards Elon, who was chanting a spatial confinement spell. Elon's expression shifted, forced to interrupt his incantation as he raised a spatial barrier for defense. The icicles crashed against the barrier, producing a series of explosive sounds. "Xiaoyu, Alice, take Laxus and head to the city wall. The orcs are surely going to attack amidst the chaos." Raymond roared, struggling against the dual onslaught of ice and fire from Luo Ling. He realized that, with their suppressed ranks, facing this manipulated creature wielding dual supreme powers left them with little hope. Xiaoyu gritted her silver teeth, glancing at Luo Ling, who had subdued the three strongest human warriors, and then at the anxious face of Alice. She understood Raymond's assessment to be accurate. "Go," Xiaoyu decisively commanded, sweeping Alice along as they rushed toward the city wall, not daring to look back. The fury within her threatened to explode, yet now was not the time for recklessness. On the battlefield, only the three suppressed human heroes remained to confront the ice and fire Saint Sun under the succubus's control. The struggle was fierce and filled with despair. Luo Ling expertly harnessed the opposing properties of ice and fire, maximizing the power of both supreme authorities. Frost delayed Raymond's charge, sacred flames scorched Roland's holy light. Ice walls obstructed Elon's magic, and fireballs bombarded his evasive maneuvers. Raymond's once proud strength was frozen by frost, and the massive hammer that had shattered countless foes now seemed cumbersome in the realm of entwined ice and fire. Finally, an opening presented itself, and a deep blue ice spear pierced through Raymond's hastily formed shield, penetrating his heavy breastplate. Ugh! Raymond's formidable form shook as he incredulously looked down at the ice spear protruding from his chest. Scalding blood froze, and he felt his vitality and strength rapidly siphoned away by the terrifying chill. "Your Majesty," he managed to utter, his colossal body crashing down, the last glimmer in his eyes reflecting deep concern for the future of the royal city. "Raymond!" Roland cried out in anguish and fury. "Demon, prepare to die." Divine judgment. With every ounce of strength he had left, he poured his remaining power into the great sword, transforming it into a radiant beam that tore through the darkness, slashing toward Luo Ling. However, a pink halo flickered in Luo Ling's eyes, unwavering and unflinching. Her right hand erupted with a resplendent golden-red holy flame, yet this time, intertwined within the sacred fire was the pink magic of Lycopos. A bizarre scene unfolded as Roland's divine judgment, which had coalesced all his beliefs, was swiftly consumed upon contact with the vortex of holy flames. Immediately thereafter, the devoured holy light, mingled with Luo Ling's own sacred fire, surged back with a more ferocious intensity, crashing violently upon Roland. With a sickening thud, Roland's armor shattered, blood gushing forth as he was propelled by the very power of his own faith, crashing heavily against a stone pillar of the palace, which collapsed in a thunderous roar, burying him beneath its weight. The holy flames burned upon him, yet carried a sense of desecration. The once radiant guardian of light ultimately fell beneath the flames of his own belief. Chapter 35. The sinner exiled by the fabric of space. Elon, tears streaming down his face, seized the fleeting moment of Luo Ling's assault on Roland, recklessly igniting the essence of his own life to forcibly tear open a rift to the unknown void within the scorched earth domain, seeking to banish the demon. Luo Ling turned to Elon, facing the all-consuming rift of space, her left hand clenched fiercely. The temperature within the scorched domain plummeted to absolute zero. The edges of the rift were encased in an eternal blue ice, freezing Elon's magical power mid-chant. It was impossible. Despair filled Elon's eyes. Let it end. Luo Ling raised her right hand, the golden-red holy flame melding with the deep blue frost of her left, forming a sphere of annihilation energy. Ice blue at its core and engulfed in fiery gold and red. the ice and flame annihilation sphere. The energy orb was gently propelled, appearing before the immobilized Elon. The powers of ice and fire obliterated Elon along with the surrounding space, reducing them to the most primordial particles of energy, dissipating into the void. All that remained was a bottomless circular pit. 3 legendary heroes of the Guardian race, who had safeguarded countless ages, fell within moments to the hand of the manipulated Holy Sun. Just as the 3 heroes perished, a vast power surged forth from the void, wildly flooding into Luo Ling's body, particularly resonating within the depths of her left arm, the Frost Dragon Heart. The immense experience of slaying 3 peak monarch-level, legendary, beings shattered the bottleneck of her ice-based powers. Defeated the legendary peak heroes, King Raymond, Holy Knight Roland. Grand Sorcerer Elon absorbed a vast amount of light experience, Ice Element Tier, Sovereign Level, Intermediate Lord, Monarch Level, Advanced Lord. Significantly increased resonance of the Frost Dragon Heart. Unlocked Monarch Level Ice Mystery, Dragon of Magic descending, transforming into a Frost Giant Dragon, freezing all in the world, with substantial attribute enhancements. Buzz. The deep blue light emanating from the frost patterns on Luo Ling's left arm surged throughout her entire being. A chilling aura erupted violently from him, transforming the entire Dawn's Garden and even more distant regions into a crystalline world of ice, as the moisture in the air crystallized into powdery snowflakes cascading down. This formidable power shattered the alluring chains of Lichibos, which were built upon the spiritual desolation of Luo Ling. The pink halo in Luo Ling's eyes shattered like broken glass. Witnessing the demise of 3 protectors at his own hands, he clutched his throbbing head and let out a heart-wrenching wail. In the fleeting moment of consciousness returning, he was met with the sight of Raymond's towering figure, pierced by an ice spear, eyes forever closed in death, Roland engulfed in sacred flames, reduced to charred remains, and the terrifying pit left behind by Elon, exuding an aura of ice and fire obliteration. No, this cannot be real. It wasn't me. I didn't do this. Luo Ling curled up amidst the ruins, his gaze vacant and his speech incoherent, as the overwhelming mental shock edged him closer to collapse. At that moment, from the direction of the city walls, a thunderous battle cry echoed. Having lost 3 royal-level guardians, the human stronghold of Aselzong faced the resurgence of the Orc army, launching a full-scale assault. In the blood-red dawn, this last bastion of humanity let out its final lament. The royal city had fallen. Master? A triumphant voice emerged from the crumbling debris behind Luo Ling. You have been quite helpful. Lichibos stepped forward gracefully, her steps light as if she were dancing. Look at these 3, the most steadfast barriers of humanity, the brightest lights, reduced to mere bothersome dust in the face of your power. She approached the curled-up Luo Ling, leaning slightly. Without you, Master, how could this victory have been so flawless? Lichibos is truly grateful. Luo Ling abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on Lichibos' beautiful yet malevolent face, emitting a mournful cry born from betrayal, exploitation, and overwhelming sin. Meanwhile, from the direction of the once impenetrable city walls of Aselzong, a deafening roar and explosion erupted. Boom! The massive battlements crumbled under the violent thunder, and debris fell like rain. Xiaoyu's figure was sent flying through the swirling dust. Her ebony bone bow crafted from the core of a gigantic tree, now bearing a deep crack that nearly split it in 2. Her thorny armor was battered in numerous places, oozing dark green blood. She attempted to rise, but her body trembled slightly from the wrath of the earth's furious blow. Sister Xiaoyu. Alice's voice, tinged with tears, called out as her hands radiated a vibrant green light, desperately maintaining a faltering life shield. Outside the shield, the poisoned arrows of the troll hunters and the corrosive acid summoned by shamans rained down, each impact dimming the verdant glow. Alice's delicate face was devoid of color. Her lips pressed tightly together, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, clearly indicating her magic was nearly exhausted. Above them, the petite Lux hovered in midair, surrounded by pure luminous runes, attempting to chant a powerful decree of light to dispel the thunderstorm that shrouded the city walls. However, the king-level thunderous might of Naozu was far too ferocious. A thick, pale lightning bolt rent the air, striking directly at the core of Lux's conjured light array. A blinding flash erupted, and the violent currents instantaneously shattered the array, lashing against Lux's delicate form. With a short cry of pain, Lux plummeted from the sky, her platinum mage robe charred and torn, her golden hair disheveled, as she coughed up a small spray of blood and lost consciousness. Insect, it is over. The Thunder Lord Nozu loomed in the air outside the walls, surrounded by destructive lightning serpents, his voice booming like thunder. The Earth's fury, Kagas, grinned wickedly as he raised the totemic pillar, causing the ground beneath him to ripple like waves, massive stone spikes erupting from the earth, aimed directly at the fallen Zaya. The Troll King Zul'jin lifted his spear, steeped in voodoo, pointing its tip at the shattered shield's edge, targeting Alice and the unconscious Lux, letting out a bloodthirsty battle roar. 3 attacks, imbued with the power of destruction at the king level, locked onto Xayah, Alice, and Lux with lethal intent. A flash of resolute defiance flickered in Xayah's eyes as the runes on her thorned armor shone brightly, preparing to burn her essence for one final stand. Alice, in despair, closed her eyes tightly, shielding the unconscious Lux with her body. Just as the 3 torrents of destructive energy were about to engulf them, Luo Ling appeared between Xayah, Alice, and the impending waves of death. He was no longer the broken sinner curled in the ruins. Chapter 36. The dragon and phoenix unite. Luo Ling was drenched in blood. Beneath his tattered garments, the frost patterns on his left arm radiated a chilling deep blue light that nearly turned half his body to a frigid hue. Meanwhile, the remnants of the holy flame-esque golden patterns on his right arm flickered defiantly, opposing the frost. His right hand gripped tightly around the slender neck of Licorice. The succubus, her feet dangling above the ground as she clawed futilely at his arm, her heart-shaped tail hanging limply. The thunderbolt from Naozu, the stone spikes conjured by Kagas, and the voodoo spear hurled by Zul'jin dissipated mere inches from Luo Ling's back. What? Xayah gazed in disbelief at the silhouette standing before her. Luo Ling. Alice opened her eyes, tears blurring her vision, overwhelmed by the sheer shock of this miraculous salvation. Oh, the Thunder Lord Naozu, suspended in the air, was the first to break the silence. Isn't that the esteemed son of light from the Luminary Temple? How does it feel to have personally slain the one who protected you? The Earth's fury, Kagas, mocked, huh? One man. A madman who just destroyed his last sanctuary? Does he fancy himself a hero rescuing a damsel? The Troll King Zul'jin licked the blood from his fangs. Boy, even if you possess extraordinary abilities, you shall not leave these walls alive today. You, along with the few females you protect, shall become the main course at the grand feast of my troll kin. The 3 formidable orc commanders, each a king of terror, formed a menacing triangle, firmly locking onto Luo Ling and the 3 injured women behind him. The ferocious power of thunder, the oppressive weight of the earth, and the insidious aura of voodoo descended upon the solitary figure in the center of the city walls like 3 colossal mountains. Luo Ling did not glance back at Xiaoyu and the others, nor did he respond to the taunts of the orc commanders. The grip around Liko Bashi's neck showed no sign of relenting, and the struggle of the succubus grew increasingly feeble, her lavender eyes beginning to roll back. A maelstrom of deep blue and golden red light surged around Luo Ling as the scorched earth domain vibrated to life. Dark brown patterns rapidly spread, enveloping the shattered city wall and the surging tide of orcs below. A heavy shackle, rooted in the world's laws, crashed down. A domain. The furious voice of Niao Zhu was distorted by the power of the domain, the fierce blue-white lightning surrounding him dimming and fading. His realm forcibly suppressed from the pinnacle of kingship to that of a sovereign. Beneath Kagatha's feet, the rocky ground emitted a reluctant wail as his might, which could shake mountains, suddenly vanished, and Zul'jin's voodoo spear lost its brilliance, the toxic green mist being forced back into his body by the domain's rules. His rank plummeting as well. Impossible. How could such a mere domain suppress beings of our caliber? Kagath roared, attempting to summon the power of the earth, but could only barely stir a few stones. In Luo Ling's eyes, there was no trace of confusion, only a chilling intent to kill. Releasing the barely alive Liko Bashi, the succubus crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. The dragon of magic descends. With his roar, the frost patterns on his left arm erupted, engulfing everything in a deep blue radiance. The terrifying roar of the dragon tore through the air as Luo Ling's form rapidly transformed within the azure glow. Crack! Crack! Scales of solid ice encased his body, and massive, dark blue dragon wings unfurled with a thunderous crash, each flap conjuring an absolute tempest across the battlefield. Luo Ling's head morphed into the magnificent visage of a dragon, the breath of frost coalescing in his mighty maw, exuding a terrifying pressure capable of freezing souls. The ultimate form of the true frost dragon, Aishjiajin, descended upon the battlefield. Roar! The frosty breath of the magic dragon Luo Ling surged forth like a glacial flood unleashed, embodying the will to freeze all, directed at the nearest Kagath. Kagath could only emit a desperate roar, as the remaining power of the earth coalesced before him into a heavy rocky barrier. Boom! The absolute zero cold collided with the barrier, instantly reducing the rock to dust. The horrific chill disregarded all defenses, encasing Kagath and the dozens of elite orc warriors around him, along with their weapons, in ice. Their bodies, frozen in the midst of a charge, transformed into statues of ice, reflecting a ghostly blue sheen under the moonlight. Defeated the king-level unit. Earth Lord Kargas absorbed vast amounts of dark essence, significant experience boost for the light faction. Kargas. Zul'jin's voodoo powers surged violently, attempting to summon a plague cloud. However, the mighty dragon wings of Luo Ling conjured a blizzard that effortlessly dispersed the nascent toxic cloud. The deep blue claws struck down fiercely, shattering Zul'jin's proud voodoo shield. And his troll form was pressed into the ruins of the city wall. No. Zul'jin let out his final, anguished wail, the sound of shattering bones piercing through the air. The extreme cold emanating from the dragon's claws invaded his very organs, freezing his life force along with his blood completely. The legendary Troll King was reduced to frozen mush under the scorched earth and the dragon's grip. Defeated the king-level unit. Troll King Zul'jin absorbed vast amounts of dark essence. Light faction experience has reached a critical point. Fire elemental rank. Sanctified, mid-tier hero, legendary, high-tier hero. Unlocked the legendary fire arcana. Birth of the divine phoenix. Buzz. The golden-red sacred flame patterns on his right arm erupted, radiating brilliance. As the heart of the flame phoenix, within Luo Ling resonated with an unparalleled intensity. The dragon form dissipated, replaced by the sacred fire that scorches all. Caw. A phoenix cry pierced the heavens, as Luo Ling was reborn amid endless golden-red flames. Majestic molten gold wings obscured the sun, each tail feather trailing the purifying light like a cascade of radiant flames. The ultimate form of the fire phoenix, Wolde, descended. The divine phoenix? Nyoza gazed at the radiant figure in the sky, brighter than the sun, as fear overwhelmed him. His once proud power of thunder now seemed trivial in the face of such divine flames, akin to a firefly against the full moon. Flee. I must escape. The thought barely formed when the golden flame phoenix Luo Ling had already locked onto him. Purification. The divine phoenix's wings elegantly unfurled, unleashing countless streams of gold-red fire akin to solar flares, densely enveloping Nyozu and all remaining elite orc warriors beneath him. Boom, 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 boom. The golden rain of fire struck the orc formation, reducing armored orc warriors, roaring rhinos, and totem-wielding shamans to ash upon contact with the divine flames. Nyozu was pierced by multiple streams of fire, attempting to resist with his thunderous might, but the lightning he summoned was assimilated upon touching the sacred flames. His body transformed into a towering pillar of fire within the pure golden blaze, erasing his kingly pride and ambition into nothingness. Defeated the king-level unit. Thunder Fury Nyozu absorbed vast amounts of dark essence, significant experience boost for the light faction. Resonance of ice and fire cores significantly enhanced. The divine phoenix form gradually dissipated, and Luo Ling returned to the ruins of the city wall, surrounded by flickering ice and fire. As the scorched earth domain was lifted, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The three orc commanders, along with their most elite legions, had been reduced to mere dust of history under the relentless divine punishment of ice and fire. The remnants of the orc army dispersed into the shadows at the edge of the dark plain. Chapter 37. The dust settles. The royal city had, for the time being, held its ground. Yet, the price was a harrowing ruin. The walls, ravaged by frost giants, had transformed into crystalline ice cliffs, while the earth scorched by the fiery phoenix was left with crisscrossing molten ravines, emitting wisps of charred white vapor. Snowflakes fell silently, unable to mask the overwhelming scent of blood. Xiaoyu leaned on her bone bow, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood mixed with ice shards. Her gaze complex as she watched the teetering figure at the center of the ruins. Alice knelt amidst the rubble, cradling the still unconscious Lux, gazing at Luo Ling's silhouette, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. At that moment, Lux slowly opened her azure eyes. What met her vision was the utterly destroyed royal city. The towering body of His Majesty Raymond, pierced by an ice spear, the charred remnants of the paladin King Roland, consumed by holy flames, and the deep pit left by the disappearance of the Archmage Elon. Your Majesty? Lord Roland? Grandpa Elon. Lux struggled to rise, but found herself utterly weak. Who did this? Her cerulean gaze swept across the battlefield, ultimately fixing on the disheveled figure at the ruin's heart. The terrifying residual frost power and the heart-stopping aura of the holy flames surrounding Luo Ling were the most brutal evidence. It was you. Lux's voice pierced through the storm, sharp and accusatory. You killed the one who protected you, the king. You killed the paladin who guarded the royal city. You killed my teacher, Grandpa Elon. Luo Ling slowly turned her body, her soul already drained by the preceding carnage. Without a word, she merely watched the crumbling Lux in silence. Answer me, you scum, demon, executioner. Lux, fueled by an unknown force, broke free from Alice's support and stumbled toward Luo Ling. Her small palm erupted with blinding holy light, coalescing into a spear of light filled with hatred, aimed directly at Luo Ling's heart. I will kill you, to avenge them. The light spear, infused with Lux's entire fury, shot towards Luo Ling's heart. Yet, Luo Ling remained motionless, her eyes vacant, awaiting the arrival of judgment. Enough. Xia Yu's figure stood in front of Luo Ling, her thorn-covered gauntlet waving dismissively. With a resounding clap, Lux's assembled light spear was shattered, the immense force sending her sprawling away, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. Her golden twin tails drenched in blood. Coughing up a small mouthful of blood, Lux struggled to raise her head. You are helping him? He killed his majesty. He killed— Silence, child. Xia Yu looked down at the disheveled Lux, her expression stern. Look clearly. The true culprit lies in the filthy, despicable succubus sprawled upon the ground. Her bony bow is aimed at the limp form of Licorice nearby. It is this wretched demon who employed vile means to manipulate him, wielding his power to slay your guardian. Xiahua pointed towards the silent Luo Ling behind him. Another victim whose suffering is no less than yours. Stepping forward, an aura of swirling darkness enveloped him, exuding an oppressive might. His life is mine. Without my permission, none shall dare to touch a single hair on his head. Should you dare to strike him again, I would not hesitate to send you to join those 3 old fools. A murderous intent sent chills coursing through Lux's veins. She gazed into Xiahua's fierce eyes, then glanced at the hollowed figure of Luo Ling amidst the ruins. A wave of immense sorrow and helplessness engulfed her. Lux parted her lips, yet no sound emerged, ultimately curling up in the debris, stifling her sobs. The wind and snow intensified, weeping as they swept through the shattered remnants. Alice gently approached Luo Ling, disregarding the blood and grime upon him, tenderly embracing his body from behind. The healing energy of life magic slowly flowed into him. It is not your fault. It is not your fault. A flicker of emotion finally stirred within Luo Ling's vacant gaze, his body quivering slightly. As he slowly raised his hands, he gazed at the remnants of golden red and deep blue light in his palms, 2 streams of scalding tears silently trickling down. The wind and snow lashed against the broken window frame, while the flames in the hearth danced futilely, unable to dispel the chill that had seeped into his very bones. Nor could it thaw the ice that encased Luo Ling's heart. He could not recall how he returned from the wall of corpses and seas of blood. Each step felt as though he tread upon emptiness, each step upon the congealed blood and lingering spirits of the 3 guardians. The incredulous gaze of Raymond as the ice spear pierced him, Roland's silhouette engulfed in sacred flames, and the gaping abyss that consumed all after Elon's disappearance. All these images flashed before him, each bringing with it a searing pain that cut to the core. Curled up in a chair beside the hearth, Luo Ling was haphazardly wrapped in a blanket, his garments still stained with blood and ice shards, unchanged. The future? It appeared as the endless storm outside the window, hazy and despairing. Creak. The door was gently pushed open without a knock. Xiahua's tall figure strode in, having changed from her tattered battle armor into a simple black ensemble. Following closely was Alice, the elven princess adorned in a plain white gown. Her emerald eyes brimming with concern, akin to leaves in the depths of the forest, heavy with dew. Xiahua approached the hearth directly, unceremoniously prodding the feeble embers with a poker. Useless. Do you intend to sit here until you rot? Luo Ling's body trembled slightly. He did not raise his head nor respond. Alice let out a gentle sigh, kneeling beside him. She said nothing, merely extending her hands to carefully rest upon the back of Luo Ling's hand. The warm, gentle magic of life, infused with the fresh scent of flora, slowly coursed through his rigid meridians. Alice's voice was as soft as a sigh amidst the fierce wind and snow. We were all present in that moment. Xia Yu let out a cold snort. Stop playing dead. This is no time for burying your head in the sand. That succubus, it's time to consider how to deal with this venomous serpent. The suggestion pierced through Luo Ling's numb barriers. She had caused the death of Raymond Roland Elon. And so what? Xia Yu relentlessly pressed. Shall we let her rot there? Or do you intend to take matters into your own hands, using her screams to soothe your pitiful and laughable guilt? Luo Ling clenched her hands tightly, opening her mouth, yet failing to produce any sound. Alice grasped his hand firmly, infusing him with a life force that was both gentler and more resolute, enveloping his nearly collapsing emotions. She glanced at Xia Yu, gently shaking her head, signaling her not to apply too much pressure for the time being. Xia Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the unnamed fury within her. Bring that little wretch over. Alice paused slightly. Lux? Yes, that whimpering little wretch. Xia Yu's tone was icy and unyielding. She loathes you to the core, worthless as you are. But this burden of hatred should not rest solely upon your shoulders. Let her see with her own eyes who the true culprit is. Luo Ling's body trembled once more. Let her come. Chapter 38. The cease of war. The unique chill and mustiness of the dungeon's depths enveloped them, as flickering torches cast elongated shadows upon the stone walls, transforming the narrow passage into what resembled a corridor leading to hell. As Luo Ling traversed this path, each step felt as though he were treading upon the frozen blood of Raymond and the others, the weight rendering his feet nearly immovable. Xiaoyu walked beside him, her bow and bow slung across her back, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Alice followed closely, her emerald eyes filled with concern, the life force around her flowing weakly in an attempt to dispel the filth of the underground. Lux brought up the rear, her petite frame wrapped in an ill-fitting heavy cloak, nearly obscuring half her face, revealing only her swollen, azure eyes. She fixated on Luo Ling's back, her teeth chattering, while her tightly clenched fists trembled beneath the cloak. Xiaoyu's presence acted as a dam, suppressing the vengeful flames within her that were on the verge of bursting forth. The iron door swung open at the guard's command, a more potent stench of blood assaulting their senses. The cell was small, dominated by a cage forged from magic restraining metal. Within it, Lycopos curled on the stone floor, no longer resembling the carefully feigned innocence she once portrayed. Her pink hair was matted into clumps by dried blood, disorderly against her face. The scant clothing she wore had almost disintegrated into rags, exposing her back marred by cruel whip marks, the heart-shaped tail tip crushed and deformed. She was battered and barely clinging to life. Vile creature. The moment Lux laid eyes on Lycopos, the pent-up volcano of her fury erupted. She screamed and lunged toward the cage, her small fists wildly pounding against the metal bars. Bang, bang, bang. It is you, the malevolent succubus. Lux's scream reverberated within the confines of the small cell, accusing you of the demise of His Majesty, the noble Roland, and grandfather Elon. I shall kill you. Tear you to shreds. Ignoring the pain of his fists striking the metal, he relentlessly pounded, as if to unleash all his anguish upon the architect of his suffering confined within this cage. Luo Ling merely observed in silence. He watched Lux's frenzy, gazing at the scarred body of the succubus within the cage. The scene before him, a vengeful avenger, a dying conspirator, a frigid prison. The acrid scent of blood, these relentless currents of hatred, conspiracy, and slaughter formed the most brutal backdrop of this world. Enough. Lux's actions faltered, incredulously turning her head. What did you say? You protect her? You still wish to shield this wretch who has brought ruin to all? Luo Ling did not meet her gaze, his eyes resting on the bloodied back of Licorice. He stepped forward, approaching the prison. Step aside. Lux trembled, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. No, I want to see her die. I want to do it myself. Luo Ling extended his hand, gently brushing aside Lux's arm that obstructed the cage. Lux felt an irresistible soft force. Her body involuntarily moved aside. You. Lux seethed with anger, ready to erupt once more. Enough. Xiaoyu's voice rang out. If you continue to be noisy, I shall cast you out. Upon hearing this, all of Lux's courage instantly froze. She could only clench her fists tightly, yet dared not utter another sound. Luo Ling crouched, aligning his gaze with Licorice's face within the cage. The succubus, startled from the earlier commotion, struggled to lift her head. That once alluring visage was now swollen and disfigured, one eye reduced to a mere slit. Through her disheveled hair, she gazed at Luo Ling with the remaining eye, devoid of fear or plea, only a hollow void of desolation and an unfathomable mockery. Huh. Licorice spoke, my lord. Come to play the savior again? Hypocritical, truly hypocritical. Are you pleased to see me like this? Or do you believe this alleviates the guilt of having slain those 3 old wretches with your own hands? Luo Ling's expression remained unperturbed. Licorice's mockery stirred no ripples within him. He simply gazed at her, observing this sin-laden succubus. War. Luo Ling began, addressing Licorice, yet also speaking to the blood-soaked earth. The ceaseless conflict, the conspiracies, betrayal, and slaughter, so exhausting, so wearisome. Xiaoyu scoffed at this, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Wearisome? Huh. Worthless fool, who do you think you are? The creator? With your meager abilities, do you think you can end this millennia-long struggle between light and darkness? Utterly laughable. Licorice spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva with great difficulty. Hypocrite, save your nauseating pity. Luo Ling remained unresponsive. He slowly raised the hand imbued with devastating power. Under the vigilant gaze of Xiaoyu, the worried attention of Alice, the fiery glare of Lux, and the scornful look of Lycopos, his hand descended upon Lycopos's disheveled pink hair. Lycopos's body stiffened abruptly, the mockery frozen on her face, replaced only by astonishment. I shall prevail, just as ice and fire can coexist within me. Luo Ling lifted his left hand, the frosty patterns shimmering faintly, then raised his right hand, a fleeting flash of golden red light, akin to the harmonious existence of the princess of the tree spirits and the war god of the trance. Lycopos, bear witness. I will bring an end to all of this. Let this damned war come to a complete cessation. Luo Ling's arrogant proclamation resonated through the dungeon, oddly overshadowing all doubt and derision. He withdrew his hand from atop Lycopos's head. That brief, soothing touch seemed to drain the last vestiges of strength from the succubus. Alice's gentle voice shattered the brief silence. She stepped forward, her emerald eyes resolutely fixed upon Luo Ling. Whatever decision you make, I shall stand by your side. But what shall we do with Lycopos? We cannot simply leave her here, nor can we easily let her go. Dispose of her? Xiaoyu's voice dripped with unabashed sarcasm. How grand of you, my lord, to possess the ambition to end the centuries-old conflict between light and darkness. Huh, she scoffed. I fear you will utter such grandiose words only to be bitten in the throat by this viper once again. A forgetful fool. It seems the lesson has not yet struck deep enough. Luo Ling did not immediately retort to Xiaoyu's mockery. The foul air of the dungeon filled his lungs, oddly allowing his chaotic thoughts to settle. I will remain vigilant. I will keep a close watch on her. If Luo Ling paused, his gaze shifting towards Lycopos in the cage, if she dares to make any move, to employ any trickery, I will personally venture into the realm of the succubi. Luo Ling's voice was flat yet caused the temperature in the dungeon to plummet. I will ensure that, aside from her, Lycopos, not a single blade of grass shall survive there. Annihilation. Alice gasped sharply, her eyes wide with shock. She had never imagined Luo Ling would utter such cruel words. Xiaoyu's scoffing abruptly ceased, her scrutiny of Luo Ling renewed. When did this fool acquire such a chilling resolve? Chapter 39. Judgment in the remnants of the council chamber of the royal city. Several makeshift tables were occupied by Luo Ling. Locks, a few old nobles fortunate enough to have evaded the orc slaughter and untouched by Luo Ling's power, as well as 2 guards, their armor battered yet standing tall. Luo Ling occupied the seat of honor, though his gaze was unusually calm and sharp. Xiaoyu cradled a bone bow. Alice sat beside Luo Ling, her verdant eyes brimming with concern. Lox was seated on the other side. A hastily copied draft of the new order spread across her lap. In the center of the room stood Lycopos. She had washed away the blood and donned a clean gray robe, covering most of her wounds, yet failing to conceal the deep-seated weariness that permeated her being. Only those lavender-hued eyes, facing a room filled with hostility and Lux's predatory gaze, showed not an ounce of retreat. A nominated elder noble rose, unfurling another scroll of parchment. To read the accusations of the makeshift tribunal, Macabos, the succubus, has infiltrated the royal city under an alias, ensnaring His Highness Prince Lothian through enchantment, leading to his mind becoming ensnared, his powers spiraling out of control, resulting in catastrophic consequences. His Majesty King Raymond, Sir Roland the Paladin King, and Lord Elon the Grand Sorcerer, the 3 guardians of humanity, have perished due to her conspiracy. The foundation of the royal city lies in ruins. Countless soldiers and civilians have suffered dire fates. Her charges are as follows: treason and subversion, murder of the guardians, chaos upon the populace. The evidence is irrefutable. The crimes too numerous to enumerate. According to the draft of the New Order Codex, she must be punished. Enough. Macabos suddenly raised her head, interrupting the elder noble's discourse. Judgment? What right do you, a congregation of hypocritical executioners, have to judge me? She lifted her bound hands, gesturing towards all present, particularly those elder nobles. Accusing me of the murder of guardians? Of sowing chaos among the populace? Ha 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 ha. Macabos's chilling laughter echoed through the dilapidated hall. And what of you? You so-called noble humans. Is the blood of my kin not smeared upon your hands? Lothian, my dear prince, is it not your aim to establish order? Then tell me, why are my people shackled like livestock, crammed into filthy holds, transported to your ports like mere goods, to be auctioned off? She turned towards the elder nobles, her eyes ablaze with fury. Esteemed lords, how many tears of my succubus sisters are concealed within the opulence of your grand estates? How many forced moans resonate amidst the corners of your lavish banquets? Those so-called playthings by your bedside, do they not bear the same brands as your livestock? The faces of the elder nobles quickly darkened, some instinctively averting their gaze from her. Macabos's heart-wrenching accusations painted vivid images with every word. Do you know what fate awaits them once sold? To satisfy your twisted desires. To become the screaming subjects upon your mages' experimental tables. Or worse, to serve as mere fodder in your filthy arenas, fighting to the death for your amusement. Or being torn apart by savage beasts. What sins have they committed? Simply because we are succubi. So, we deserve to be humiliated to death. Which clause in your human codex states that succubi are not sentient beings? Which clause permits the buying and selling of succubi? None. In your eyes, we have never been human. We are merely valuable commodities, tools to satisfy your base desires. Lycopos inhaled deeply, summoning every ounce of strength within her, and posed her final question. Mighty judges, and you, the esteemed son destined to establish a new order, tell me, am I not justified in my actions? In my quest to save my kin and exact vengeance upon those who cast us into the abyss, I employed every means necessary, slaying your guardians and laying waste to your royal city. Is this not a more righteous act than the atrocities you have inflicted upon my people? Here you sit, judging me with your so-called legal codes, which have yet to witness any genuine endeavor. Pray tell, who is the true demon here? Who truly deserves damnation? Her accusations rendered the elderly nobles pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The representatives of the common folk bore an almost imperceptible glimmer of shame in their eyes. Lux, clutching the parchment on her knee, crumpled it into a ball. She gazed at the succubus in the center of the hall, and for the first time, amidst her deep-seated hatred, a flicker of doubt emerged. The air grew dense, as if it might condense into droplets. The gravity of the matters at hand, reconstruction, judgment, and the future, hung heavily. An elderly nobleman, his hair a stark white, spoke with a dry voice, pointing at the parchment spread across the table. According to the first article of the Provisional Legal Code, within the realm of Azur, any form of trade involving sentient beings is strictly prohibited. Violators shall be charged with treason against their kin, their assets confiscated, and their persons subjected to the judgments of the newly established court. Upon finishing, he cast a complex gaze toward Luo Ling, who was gently massaging his temples. Humph. Xiaoyu scoffed, her laughter laced with unabashed scorn. A ban on trade? What a noble act of mercy, esteemed son. How convenient it is to wreak havoc and then turn around to assume the role of a compassionate savior. The law of the jungle prevails. Weakness leads to subjugation. Succubi are innately alluring. Their reduction to mere playthings is merely a consequence of their inadequacy. Orcs capture human prisoners, treating them as laborers or even as sustenance. And what of the proud elves of the forest? Have they never kept goblin slaves? In the depths of the dark faction's minds, human bones are heaped like mountains. This is the true law of the world. Can you abolish it with your flimsy edict? Luo Ling ceased massaging his temples. He did not immediately counter Xiaoyu's words, but remained silent. Her statements struck him like a key, unlocking a corner of his memory that he had deliberately sought to forget. The harrowing images from before his transmigration surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. Whether in this other world or on Earth, the same evils persisted in the shadows, untouched by sunlight. You speak the truth, Xiaoyu, Luo Ling finally replied. The law of the jungle may indeed govern certain realms. However, here, in Azur, it should not be the sole principle. He rose and approached the shattered window, gazing out at the ruins of the royal city, obscured by the swirling snow. Be it orcs, other subhuman races, or even the dark faction's minds. As long as beings are treated as commodities, I, Luo Ling, will take notice. He turned around, his voice resolute. I will intervene. I shall shatter those chains, overturn the auction platforms, and flatten those minds. Not a single one shall remain. The council chamber fell into a profound silence. The old nobles widened their eyes. Even the arms once enveloped by Xiaoyu lowered slightly. Has this fellow gone mad? Xiaoyu opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 40. The funeral. At that moment, the previously silent Lux suddenly stood up. Very well, go. Go save your slaves, be the savior you wish to be. But you, Luo Ling, have slain His Majesty King Raymond, murdered Lord Roland, and taken the life of Grandfather Elon. Your hands are stained with the blood of humanity. You shall not escape this sin. Her finger pointed fiercely at Luo Ling, her body trembling with agitation. Judgment. You must also face judgment, not a private execution. It is the trial under the order you speak of. Before you atone for your sins, before you nurture new guardians with the blood of humanity, you must remain. Use your power, dedicate your life to repay the blood debt you owe, until a new legendary hero, belonging to humanity, rises to take your place. Otherwise, Lux bit her lip tightly. Otherwise, your so-called order, your so-called judgment, your so-called end to war, is all a hypocritical lie. You are merely a coward too afraid to confront your own sins. Lux's words echoed through the silent council chamber like thunder. To protect the royal city with power? To repay a blood debt with a lifetime? The old nobles exchanged glances. Realizing this was akin to binding the safety of humanity entirely to this once destructive, yet now claiming to bring order dangerous entity. Xiaoyu looked at Luo Ling, as if witnessing a satirical drama about to unfold. Alice gazed at Luo Ling with concern, then at the agitated Lux. Meanwhile, Luo Ling stood by the shattered window, his back turned to all. To atone and guard for a lifetime. These words weighed heavily, colder than the breath of the frost dragon, more searing than the flames of the fire phoenix. To evade? As Lux said, to be a coward? To carry the hollow title of savior? Rescuing distant slaves while remaining blind to the blood-soaked ground beneath his feet? No. In the council chamber, one could hear a pin drop. Luo Ling's gaze finally fixed upon Lux's blue eyes, filled with accusations. He spoke. The accusations of Lycopos. Luo Ling's voice was calm and steady, yet sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. It was true. A few simple words drained the color from the faces of the old nobles, some even staggering back a step. The crimes humanity had committed against the succubi were undeniable. Luo Ling's gaze swept over those old nobles who dared not meet his eyes. the extent of their transgressions beyond measure. This sin was inescapable. His gaze turned to Lux. And my sins. Luo Ling's voice deepened. Confessing to the deliberate murders of His Majesty King Raymond, Lord Roland, and Grandfather Elon, as well as the destruction of the royal city's guardians, sins beyond forgiveness. He met Lux's gaze, filled with animosity, with an unflinching demeanor. Your demand, Lux, I accept. It was as though invisible ripples spread throughout the council chamber. The old nobles gasped in shock. The captain of the guards tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and Alice covered her mouth, tears cascading anew. Lux had not anticipated that Luo Ling would so readily acknowledge and calmly embrace a sentence akin to lifelong imprisonment. I shall accept the judgment. Under order. No one may be exempt, not even I. Luo Ling's voice remained steady, each word a brand upon his soul. I, Luo Ling, shall remain here. My frost shall transform into a solid bastion against external foes. My flame shall consume all internal decay. My strength. My very existence shall become the cornerstone for the rebirth of this desolate land, until humanity stands tall upon this earth once more. This, I, Luo Ling, vow to this blood-soaked land beneath my feet, to the fallen heroes, and to the future order. As the echoes of the oath lingered in the council hall, reality weighed heavily upon every heart. Though order had established its framework, fear pervaded the ruins, with formidable enemies lurking nearby. Luo Ling's vow was no mere rhetoric. He immediately immersed himself in the reconstruction and defense of the royal city. The scorched earth spread beneath the feet of the craftsmen repairing the walls, forcefully suppressing any potential scouts of the Orcish horde. While Xiaohua mocked with cold derision, her silhouette remained the most vigilant sentinel, patrolling the edges of the reconstruction zone, detecting any suspicious dark presence that dared to approach. Alice became a flowing source of life, her healing magic soothing the wounded bodies and spirits, nurturing the resilient new growth that emerged from the cracks of the ruins, silently supporting every step of Luo Ling's atonement. Lux, the newly appointed guardian, exhibited a resilience that transcended her years. Deep within her cerulean eyes, hatred lingered, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of responsibility. Lux personally partook in the preparations for the funerals of the three heroes. The ceremonies were held on a morning when the snow had momentarily ceased at the royal square, which Luo Ling had preserved relatively intact. The remains, or remnants, of Raymond, Roland, and Elon were laid upon coffins draped with banners symbolizing royalty, holy light, and arcane power. The square gathered the survivors, silent and sorrowful. Clad in a pure platinum robe, Lux stood upon a platform, her voice resonating clearly throughout the assembly through amplification magic. People of the Assyrian clan, we gather here to bid farewell to our guardians, our king, His Majesty, the heroic King Raymond, His Grace, the paladin King Roland, and His Excellency, the Archmage Elon. The crowd emitted a suppressed wail. They fell on the front lines that shielded us. They perished in the decisive battle against the coalition of the three orc generals, in the bloody struggle at the Rock Pass, in the steadfast defense upon the city walls. They paid the ultimate price, severely wounding the once invincible orc legion, slaying the infamous Zul'jin, Kargith, and Naozu. Their sacrifices have granted a moment of respite to the royal city and bestowed upon us the opportunity to rebuild our homeland. This official proclamation is the result of deliberations between Lux and her loyal advisors, including several venerable nobles. The truth is too harrowing, capable of shattering the fragile unity of hearts just beginning to mend, even inciting insurrection against Lux. Concealment is both a reluctant and necessary choice. Lux stands behind Lux, shadows cloaking half of his visage. As he listens to Lux's resonant declaration, each word extolling sacrifice lashes against his soul like a whip. Xiyu stands beside him, letting out a cold snort, yet her gaze scans the crowd with keen vigilance, ensuring no disturbances arise. Their noble spirits shall remain entwined with the royal city, and with the lineage of Asriel. Lux's voice trembles with emotion, yet she stifles her tears, for a new guardian has indeed arrived. His Serene Highness, Prince Lux, has risen in our hour of peril, inheriting the will of our ancestors, vanquishing the last desperate counterattack of the orcs with unparalleled divine might, safeguarding our homeland. He shall lead us in the reconstruction of the royal city, reforge order, and protect the future of humankind. Chapter 41. The flames of war reignite. Lux's gaze turns towards Lux, and the eyes of the populace likewise converge on him, filled with reverence, gratitude, and a profound sense of uncertainty and hope for the future. Lux takes a deep breath, forcing himself to raise his head and meet those expectant eyes. He cannot respond with a smile, only a slight nod, his gaze resolute. The funeral concludes amidst solemn hymns interwoven with arcane brilliance. As the coffin is carried away from the square, Lux personally scatters a handful of the stardust grass seeds, most cherished by Elon in life, mixed with pure light magic, into the air. The seeds transform under the magical influence into shimmering motes, drifting down like stars, merging into the soil of the royal city, symbolizing rebirth and legacy. Following the funeral, Lux naturally ascends to become the de facto ruler of Azeral. His core tenets of governance revolve around atonement and protection. He enforces the new order with an iron fist, particularly the stringent prohibition against the slave trade. Several noble estates harboring slaves and clandestine auction houses are dismantled by Shiyu with swift and decisive action. While the implicated nobles face severe punishment in the court presided over by Lux, with their assets confiscated for reconstruction. Lycopos is kept under strict surveillance. Confined within a ward of the Dawn's Garden, laden with arcane wards. Lux occasionally visits her, yet his warning of annihilation looms over her like the sword of Damocles, instilling a paralyzing fear of any rebellious thought. Nevertheless, the threat of the orcs has not dissipated with the fall of the three chief commanders. Days later, a bloodstained urgent military report arrives on Lux's desk. Scouts, having paid a heavy price, return with alarming news. The retreating remnants of the orcs have regrouped deep within the wastelands. Although they have lost their kingly leader, their core forces remain relatively intact. An orc sword master, Grom Hellhowl, renowned for his martial prowess, has emerged amidst the chaos, temporarily uniting the factions. Meanwhile, another formidable Tauren chieftain, Cairn Bloodhoof, a mid-tier lord, led his clan into the fray, bringing with him a formidable ground assault capability. They were mercilessly pillaging nearby human outposts and caravans, amassing strength while vowing to bathe Ascalon in blood, seeking vengeance for their general. The atmosphere within the council chamber was tense. The hastily prepared map vividly marked the areas of orc activity in alarming red. Grom, Cairn, and their two dominant leaders, alongside a multitude of elite chieftains, shamans, and seasoned warriors, were a force to be reckoned with. He glanced at Laxus, an exemplar at the initial stage of heroism, Xiahu, a mid-tier lord, and Alice, a mid-tier sanctified hero, along with several veteran generals and captains barely reaching elite status. In terms of high-end combat power, our side held the advantage. However, the mid to lower-tier forces, particularly the beleaguered city defense troops who had suffered devastating losses during the calamity, were far inferior in both quantity and quality compared to the remnants of the orc forces. Humph, a pack of cornered dogs daring to bark? Xiahu scoffed dismissively. Leave that Tauren to me. His hooves may be hard, but they cannot crush my thorns. She possessed unwavering confidence in her Dominion-level strength. An old general voiced his concern. Orcs excel in field battles and charges, especially with the backing of a Tauren chieftain. Our city walls are not yet fully repaired. If they gather their main force for a strong assault on a single point, we may not hold. Luo Ling interrupted him. Passive defense will only lead to our downfall. Laxus stepped forward, her petite face taut with determination. You shall remain in the royal city, overseeing the final fortifications of the reconstruction and defense formations. Coordinate the mage guild and the city defense troops, and make the most of our repaired walls and fortifications. Yes, Laxus nodded vigorously, recognizing it as a testament to Luo Ling's faith in her abilities, along with the heavy burden of responsibility. Alice, Luo Ling turned towards the elven princess. I need your strength to delve deep into the wilderness. Your affinity with nature will allow you to evade orc sentinels. I require you to locate their exact gathering point and troop distribution, particularly the whereabouts of Grom and Cairn. Xiahu will provide you with covert protection. This is a perilous task, but Alice's perceptive abilities are irreplaceable. Alice's azure eyes shone with resolve. Leave it to me, Luo Ling. As for me, Luo Ling rose. Once we ascertain their location, I shall personally pay a visit to that sword saint of hellish roar. We shall take the initiative and execute a decapitation strike. Your Majesty, this is far too dangerous. You are the sovereign, the old general hastily urged. Precisely because I am, Luo Ling's voice was resolute, I must go. To eliminate the greatest threat at the smallest cost is my path to redemption and duty to protect. During my absence, Laxus will take full responsibility for the affairs of the royal city. He turned to Xiahu. Xiahu, Alice's safety is in your hands. Signal once you find the target. Xiahu snorted dismissively. Mind yourself, fool. Don't let a lumbering oaf with an axe take you down. I'd rather not have to rescue you. The plan was set. As the clamor of the council chamber dissipated, Luo Ling rubbed his throbbing temples, an ineffable weight pressing upon his heart. The risks of the decapitation operation loomed large. He must ensure that no fires ignited in his backyard. Liko boss, he whispered the name, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He rose, tightening his tattered cloak, and made his way toward the secluded chamber in the Dawn's Garden, a place fraught with enchantments. The runes of restraint flickered faintly in the dim light. Upon pushing the door open, a mingling scent of herbs assailed him. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a bed, a table, and a chair. Liko Boss lay curled in the corner of the bed, a thin blanket draped over her, her long pink hair, cleansed of blood, cascading over her shoulders, accentuating the pallor of her face and her frailty. Hearing the sound of the door, she abruptly lifted her head, her pink-purple eyes locking onto Luo Ling with intensity. He did not approach, but leaned against the doorframe, his gaze piercing into the depths of her eyes. I shall be leaving the royal city for a few days. Luo Ling's voice was calm, to address some issues concerning the orcs. The corner of Liko Boss's mouth twisted into a sardonic arc. Oh, the illustrious son of God is off to be a savior again? Or perhaps to create more ruins? Unfazed by her taunt, Luo Ling replied, before my return, it would be prudent for you to remain compliant and behave like a harmless prisoner. He took a step forward, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. As I stated previously, if you or any of your kin dare engage in any misconduct within Asher's domain or even in its vicinity during my absence, regardless of the distance or obstacles, I shall abandon all plans and return immediately. I will personally tread upon the territory of the succubi. I will locate your lairs, your cities, every hideout of yours. And then, I will ensure that, save for your name, Liko Boss, as a monument of warning, no living creature shall breathe the air of the following day. Not a blade of grass shall survive, nor shall your bloodline endure. I stand by my word. Liko Boss could distinctly sense the resolute will behind Luo Ling's words. This was not a threat, but a prophecy. The man who had personally obliterated the guardians of the royal city and effortlessly crushed the three great commanders of the orcs possessed the capability to fulfill this promise. She felt a palpable fear, an authentic dread. She had no doubt about Luo Ling's determination. Yet beneath this fear, a more complex emotion surged within her, striking her with ferocity. This pawn, whom she had meticulously manipulated and utilized, had now spiraled beyond her control. Ha ha ha, Luo Ling. Luo Ling, you are the most absurd existence. I schemed and employed the talents of the succubi solely to leverage your power, to take revenge on those who treated us as mere commodities. What I yearned to witness was the suffering of humanity, the annihilation of humankind. Yet you, the unwitting executioner, the demon who has destroyed the royal city. What have you done? You, of all people, have imposed a decree. You truly sent people to dismantle those filthy auction houses. You liberated my kin. Those sisters, whom you humans have confined and sold like livestock. Are they finally free? Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. You have slain my greatest enemy and shattered the shackles of the succubi that have bound them for millennia. Why? What do you truly seek? Are you a madman or a saint? Chapter 42. Infiltration. Luo Ling observed her breakdown in silence for a moment. His voice devoid of warmth. I am neither a madman nor a saint. I am merely doing what I believe is right. Ending the suffering of your kind and judging the crimes you have committed against humanity are not mutually exclusive. Under the guise of order, both good and evil shall reap their rewards. The chains binding your kin have been broken as part of this order. The blood debt you owe will eventually be repaid under the same order. Thus, Luo Ling cast a final glance at the tear-streaked face of Licorice and turned to leave. Remember my words. Remain docile until my return. Your life, as well as the fate of your kin, rests upon your thoughts. With that, he did not linger, his figure vanishing beyond the door. Inside the room, Licorice sank to the ground, weeping silently. The wind and snow ravaged the desolate plain, swirling fragments of ice crystals. Xiaoyu and Alice, two shadows blending with the storm, crouched behind a snow-covered stone slope. Below lay an orc encampment. The tents made of animal hides huddled together chaotically. The smoke from the bonfire struggling to rise amidst the blizzard, while the distant thrum of war drums could be faintly heard. Xiaoyu's silver-gray eyes scanned the camp, akin to a hawk locked onto its prey. Her tone dripped with disdain. Humph, a rabble of misfits. They can't even manage a proper watch. Their patrol routes riddled with flaws. Such a lot dares to proclaim a bloodbath against the Asurzong? She turned her head to Alice, who wore a frown. One useless fool is enough to handle this. A single ice spear to impale that sword-wielding hell-roarer, then set ablaze that bull-headed creature carrying the totem. The remaining rabble would be frightened away half-heartedly. Why trouble ourselves to come to this godforsaken place to endure the cold? Alice's emerald gaze remained fixed on the encampment. Xiaoyu, Luo Ling has his considerations. He does not wish to instigate further bloodshed, especially unnecessary slaughter. She recalled the hollow look in Luo Ling's eyes as he stood amidst the ruins. He bore enough already. Each eruption of power was torment for him. What he sought was an order that would end the cycle, not to drown the old in a new sea of blood. Order? Peace. Xiaoyu scoffed. The sentiment of a soft-hearted woman, utterly ridiculous. The law that has governed this world for millennia is survival of the fittest. Strength is the ultimate order. Does he believe that with a paltry measure of compassion and a few parchment scrolls, he can persuade the orcs to lay down their blades? To broker peace between darkness and light? It is nothing but a delusion. This world will shatter his naivety to pieces. Enough, Xiaoyu. Alice's voice, rare and firm, interrupted her harsh mockery. The path that Luo Ling is destined to tread will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. While we may not fully comprehend the depths of his struggles, choosing to stand beside him and offer our unwavering support is the right course of action. Doubt and complaint serve no purpose. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by Alice's sudden assertiveness. At that moment, Alice abruptly raised her hand and pressed it against Xiaoyu's arm. Hush, someone approaches. Alice's innate elven sensitivity was at play. Xiaoyu instantly subdued her presence, directing her gaze towards the direction indicated by Alice. Two tall, imposing figures were slowly making their way along the edge of the camp. They were minotaurs and elite warriors at that, towering nearly 3 meters. Their bodies were cloaked in dense brown fur, with hefty necks adorned by bone chains that symbolized tribal honor. Each step they took on the frozen ground resonated with a muted thud, and they bore heavy totemic columns that exuded a profound connection to the earth. The minotaurs exhaled long plumes of white mist from their nostrils, seemingly scenting the air for any anomalies amidst the snowstorm. One of the minotaurs appeared to sense something amiss. Its massive head turning towards the rocky slope where Xiaoyu and Alice were concealed, its keen yellow eyes scanning the area with vigilance. Humph, just a couple of dimwits. Xiaoyu muttered, a hint of disdain lacing her voice. Their alertness was commendable, yet regrettably too slow. Her fingers tightened slightly around the bone bow, the dark energy surrounding her rippling like water, yet firmly restrained by her formidable control, leaving no trace of its presence. With merely a thought, 2 arrows imbued with corrupting power could have swiftly pierced the skulls of the 2 minotaurs. Alice sensed Xiaoyu's murderous intent and shook her head gently, signaling with her eyes, do not raise alarms. Their mission is reconnaissance, not combat. Xiaoyu frowned, clearly feeling stifled by such cautious behavior, but ultimately relaxed the tension in her bowstring. The 2 Minotaur warriors detected no significant anomaly, lingering for a brief moment at the rocky slope, exchanging low murmurs in their guttural tongue before turning to continue their patrol in another direction. Only when the towering figures vanished completely into the swirling snow did Alice release a soft sigh of relief. The position is confirmed. Xiaoyu's voice returned to its usual tone. Grom's tent lies at the center of the camp, next to the blood-stained banner. Kane's large tent is against the mountainside, the sturdiest one, with 2 towering totem poles standing guard at the entrance. Indeed, Alice nodded, her gaze once again drifting deeper into the camp. It is time. Luo Ling should be arriving. Suddenly, the snowstorm intensified, the heavy clouds parting to reveal a hauntingly blue rift. A chilling pressure descending from above that enveloped the entire orc encampment. A roar, reverberating through the mountains, shattered the stillness of the air. Following this, an enormous, shadowy blue dragon descended, its presence overwhelming as it shattered the swirling snowflakes, landing before the orc encampment. The frost giant dragon, Eistwagen. The campfire extinguished, tents froze, and the once boisterous encampment was plunged into an eerie silence. Xiaoyu observed keenly from behind the stone slope, her expression swiftly transformed by a profound disdain. What a fool, she thought, making such a commotion as if to announce your arrival to the world. All that stealth was in vain. Had I known such foolishness would prevail, it would have been wiser to charge in directly. Alice, too, covered her forehead, her face reflecting a deep sense of exasperation befitting a princess of the elves. The tumultuous entrance by Luo Ling was indeed earth-shattering. The frost dragon, suspended in midair, appeared to have heard Xiaoyu's roar, as its majestic head tilted slightly, betraying a hint of unease. Subsequently, it relinquished its draconic form. The deep azure glow receded, and Luo Ling's figure re-emerged in the sky, gracefully descending near the entrance of the orc encampment. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous sounds resounded almost simultaneously. At the center of the camp, beneath the blood-stained battle flag, a surge of crimson battle aura ascended to the heavens. An orc warrior, wielding a sword as broad as a door, shattered the frozen earth with a single step. His scarlet eyes blazed with fury, fixed intently upon Luo Ling. It was none other than Grom Halhal. At that moment, a towering, bull-headed chief emerged, standing nearly 4 meters tall. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him. 2 totem pole-like structures were hoisted upon his broad, rock-like shoulders. It was none other than Cairn Bloodhoof. Chapter 43. In war, there are no victors, only the vanquished. The frost dragon, and that aura of light. You are the one who destroyed our commander and shattered the walls of Asselzone, Luo Ling. Cairn's voice rumbled like distant thunder, imbued with the weight of the earth. A formidable being, you possess both the chilling darkness and the radiant flames of light, evoking reverence. Yet, what is your purpose in coming here alone? Luo Ling stood upon the rock, his gaze calmly sweeping over the two orc champions. Withdraw your forces immediately, and distance yourselves from Asselzone and the surrounding human territories. The past acts of plunder and slaughter shall be adjudicated under the new code of order. Should you invade again, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Upon hearing this, Grom unleashed a furious roar. Withdraw. Just because you say so? I can see that you are extraordinarily powerful. Yet, do you think that killing our commander will instill fear in the hearts of orcs? This is our territory. We have thousands of warriors. If it comes to it, we can outlast you. You dream of having us retreat without a fight. Karen interjected, Luo Ling. Your strength is enough to make mountains bow. However, the dignity and wrath of the orcs weigh just as heavily. Mere intimidation will not suffice. Luo Ling gazed at the fervent orc leader below, the veins at his temples pulsing with agitation. Very well, reason holds no sway, does it? Luo Ling's voice turned frigid as he slowly raised his left hand. The moisture in the air coalesced instantaneously, and countless tiny ice crystals began to gather fervently in his palm. A long sword, entirely crystalline and translucent, materialized. Its blade was elongated, and its edge unmatched in sharpness. The ice element was sculpted in his hands into the purest of weapons. In the realm of peculiar tales, Luo Ling's right hand hung steadily by his side, while his left firmly grasped the sword of ice, its tip pointed directly at the formidable Minotaur chieftain, Cain Bloodhoof. As words proved insufficient, Luo Ling's voice resonated like the clash of ice, imbued with an undeniable warrior's spirit. Chieftain Cain Bloodhoof, dare you engage me in battle? Without the aid of external forces or the weight of authority. Here, with this sword, let us determine our fates through the warrior's path. Should you withstand 10 strikes from my blade without retreating, or inflict even the slightest wound upon me, the gates of Asselzone shall be thrown open to your kin. I, Luo Ling, shall turn and depart. But should you falter, the chilling winds of my ice sword shall surge forth, and you and your kind shall be banished from this land forever. How do you respond? All eyes among the Orcish assembly were fixed upon Cain. Even the irascible Grom momentarily subdued his fury, directing his gaze towards their earthbound protector. Cain's bovine eyes were locked onto the lethal ice sword in Luo Ling's grasp, sensing the pure essence of combat that coursed through the air. With a thunderous roar that reverberated across the land, Cain issued a battle cry of acceptance. I, Cain Bloodhoof, accept your challenge. The roar heralded the commencement of their duel. Without further ado, Cain's massive hooves pounded the earth with immense force. A resounding shockwave, akin to a surging tide, erupted towards Luo Ling, shaking the very ground beneath him. The spot where Luo Ling stood shattered instantly. A frown creased Luo Ling's brow as he instinctively swayed with the collapsing rock. Cain's battle experience was unparalleled. He swiftly sought to exploit the environmental advantage to force Luo Ling down from his perch. Useless, steady yourself, Xiaohua muttered under her breath from a distant rocky slope. Unable to contain her frustration, Alice's heart raced, her hands clasped tightly against her chest. Luo Ling. Just as Luo Ling stumbled, Cain launched his second wave of assault. With his colossal form poised, he harnessed the power of the earth, his body enveloped in the yellowish totemic energy, causing him to swell even larger. With a war cry, Cain charged towards the unsteady Luo Ling, his horns, capable of demolishing walls, aimed directly at Luo Ling's chest. It was the most straightforward and raw attack of a Minotaur warrior, devoid of any embellishment, solely relying on sheer brute force. Be careful, Alice gasped, almost unable to watch. Grom's grin widened, seemingly envisioning the arrogant human being reduced to a mist of blood by the chieftain's assault. With a resounding impact, Cain's horns, charged with the full force of his might, collided solidly against Luo Ling's left chest. Contrary to expectations, Luo Ling did not fly backward. Instead, it was Cain who let out a piercing wail of agony. The momentum of Cain's charge came to an abrupt halt, that proud, robust horn. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sound of shattering erupted, as spiderweb-like fissures spread across the entire left horn. In the wake of Cain's anguished roar, the stout horn disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from the base of the broken horn. Yet it barely splattered half a foot before the icy crystals from the wound encased it completely in frost. Cain staggered backward, his eyes filled with despair. The chasm between them was insurmountable. It was a stark contrast. How could one possibly fight? Grom's sinister grin froze in place, oblivious to the colossal sword that fell at his feet. Alice let out a long sigh of relief, her tightly clenched hands finally relaxing, palms slick with cold sweat. Luo Ling slowly lifted his head, his gaze calm and unwavering. Shall we continue the fight? Cain's massive frame trembled violently, his once proud strength unable to budge his opponent in the slightest. This had transcended the realm of combat. It was a complete obliteration. Chief Grom, witnessing Kane's plight, felt an inferno of rage igniting in his crimson eyes, yet bewilderment prevailed. Luo Ling, you wield such formidable power. You are the sovereign of frost, an existence capable of rending the heavens and the earth. Grom's voice echoed in the silent camp. You ought to be the embodiment of darkness, leading us to shred those humans and trample their royal city. Let their wails resound across the land, allowing their wealth and women to become our trophies of victory. He pointed at Luo Ling. Why? Why do you stand with those feeble humans? Why do you use this power, potent enough to draw the attention of demon lords, to thwart our rightful claim to dignity and a place to survive? This is a profound desecration of strength. Luo Ling gazed quietly at the seemingly mad Grom, then swept his gaze over the myriad eyes of the orcs below. Withdraw, Grom. Luo Ling's voice was low. For in war, there are never true victors. Only the vanquished, who repeatedly taste the bitter fruit of defeat until they perish together. Chapter 44. The mantis stalks the cicada. His gaze slowly shifted to the figures of Shiyu and Alice, who stood upon the stone slope. The wind and snow tousled Shiyu's silver-gray hair, while it fluttered through Alice's emerald gown. Luo Ling's voice carried a weighty tone. Behold them. Before you stands a princess of the tree spirit race and a war god of the twisted trance. Their respective races, the tree spirits of the light faction and the twisted trance of the dark faction, have fought against each other for countless ages, their hatred deeply ingrained. They once believed that war was the only path, that strength was the sole truth. Until the shadow of Makai enveloped all, until the last two races entangled for millennia. There were no victors, only utter annihilation. Only the two of them survived, a former elven princess and a once mighty Treant warrior. This is the ultimate visage of war, not glory, nor conquest, but an eternal silence steeped in nothingness. I do not wish to stand amidst the ruins of Asurlan, on the scorched earth of the Orcish wasteland, surrounded by a handful of survivors like them, burdened with the weight of their entire race's annihilation, aimlessly gazing into the blizzard. Thus, I call for a retreat. While your tribe still possesses a semblance of a future. The orc encampment fell into a profound silence. The previously fervent battle spirit swiftly dissolved in the face of overwhelming power and the gruesome tableau of genocide. Many orc soldiers instinctively loosened their grips on their weapons, their eyes brimming with dread for what lay ahead. Grom's gaze was fixed intently on Luo Ling. Her words about the extinction of their race instilled an unprecedented terror within him. Yet the deeply ingrained warrior nature of the orcs compelled him to instinctively resist such a notion of weakness, such alarmist rhetoric. Grom countered. The human race is feeble, easily crushed underfoot in Asurlan, annihilating those cowards who cower behind their walls. How could it be as you claim? We hold the advantage. Victory is within our grasp. He endeavored to rekindle the extinguished flames of battle in the eyes of the surrounding orc soldiers. Look at us. Look at these thousands of warriors. Once we eradicate the humans, this fertile land will be ours. We shall emerge even more formidable. Luo Ling shook her head slightly. And then what? What remains after you annihilate the humans? How many of your warriors will still stand? Out of the proud fighters you boast of, how many will remain unscathed after breaching the walls? Half? A third? Or perhaps none at all? Do you truly believe that vanquishing the humans will render you invincible? Is Asurlan the sole bastion of the light? Fools! The dwarven strongholds are not to be trifled with. They harbor profound hatred for your plundering of their trade routes. Will the Phoenix kin stand idly by while you, the blood-soaked butchers, seize the lands of humanity? And what of the other races you have slaughtered and robbed? Those centaur tribes in the forests, the avian clans, the church factions, and even the smaller tribes among your own kind whom you have oppressed? With each name Luo Ling uttered, Grom's expression grew increasingly grim. You think that after annihilating the humans, you will emerge unscathed, while those lurking in the shadows will deliver you provisions, women, and celebrate your victory? They will strike when you are at your weakest, fresh from the bloodshed. They will tear apart your remaining warriors and seize the lands you have won through the blood of your kin. They will turn your women and children into new slaves. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Such a simple truth, yet it seems the simple-minded brutes have forgotten it. Roar! Grom let out a furious bellow upon hearing her words. He yearned to refute her, to condemn Luo Ling's assertions as nonsense. Yet reason whispered to him that the vision she painted was all too plausible. Especially those obstinate and vengeful dwarves, along with the haughty Phoenix clan, whose previously ignited battle spirit, albeit reluctantly stirred by Grom, had entirely dissipated. Many orc warriors instinctively took a step back, their eyes brimming with dread for the impending calamity. Luo Ling observed Grom, now rendered utterly speechless, and chose not to utter another word. Be prudent. With that, He disregarded the silent orcs below and turned towards the rocky slope where Xiaoyu and Alice were concealed. Xiaoyu let out a cold snort and followed suit, while Alice silently trailed behind. After approximately a quarter of an hour, having distanced themselves from the oppressive atmosphere of the orc camp, Luo Ling appeared to recall something. He turned his head to glance at the still stern-faced Xiaoyu. "Hey, madwoman," he nudged her arm lightly with his elbow. "Was I not impressive just now?" Xiaoyu, without breaking her stride, emitted a dismissive huff. "Look," Luo Ling persisted, standing firm against the full-force charge of the Minotaur chieftain, whose horns shattered upon impact. Yet he emerged unscathed, having rendered the beast incapable of further combat with a single word that left the dim-witted sword saint speechless. "What does this signify?" He puffed out his chest. "This prowess warrants a re-evaluation of the term waste. Shouldn't you address me as Brother Ling from now on?" Xiaoyu halted, turned to scrutinize Luo Ling from head to toe, and after a pause, finally replied, "Passable." With that, she ignored Luo Ling's crestfallen expression and quickened her pace ahead. Alice, observing Luo Ling's discomfiture, could not suppress a soft laugh. Luo Ling watched her retreating figure, smirking, and muttered under his breath, "Humph, stubborn. One day, I shall have you completely subdued, and then you'll see what it feels like to be trampled." Just as the words formed, Xiaoyu's figure suddenly vanished ahead. Luo Ling blinked, only to find Xiaoyu's frigid visage mere inches from his own. "Waste. What did you just say?" "Trampled." Without granting Luo Ling any opportunity for defense, Xiaoyu lunged forward, her claws seizing his collar while her right foot aimed directly at his chest. She was genuinely intent on toppling him in a most physical sense. Good heavens! Luo Ling felt a jolt of terror. It was no jest should the apex-level Xiaoyu land a full-force kick. Even his exceptional constitution would not spare him a severe blow. In that fleeting moment, the heart of the flame phoenix within him erupted in a dazzling golden-red radiance. "Madwoman, I shall not play with you any longer. Farewell." Boom. The divine flames engulfed Luo Ling's figure, and just as Xiaoyu's foot was about to crush his chest, a magnificent fire phoenix, in its fabled form, soared skyward. The searing shockwave dispersed Xiaoyu's assault, forcing her to retreat a step, her body trembling with rage as she beheld the soaring golden-red divine bird. The voice of Luo Ling, filled with a mocking tone, echoed across the desolate expanse. "Ha, madwoman! I have taken flight. The holy child of the guide has slipped away. Alice, keep up. We shall await you in the royal city." Chapter 45. The rock bird with a powerful flap of its massive wings, the fiery phoenix stirred up scorching winds, transforming into a streak of golden-red light as it soared toward the direction of the Assel clan's royal city, its speed astonishingly swift. Luo Ling. The furious roar of Xiaoyu threatened to shatter the surrounding rocks, a terrifying aura of darkness erupting uncontrollably. "Just wait until I catch you." Observing Xiaoyu's furious demeanor, Alice sighed helplessly and quickly attempted to soothe her. "Xiaoyu, do not be angry. Luo Ling merely speaks without thinking. Let us return to the city." With her teeth clenched, Xiaoyu shot Alice a fierce glare and declared, "Let's go." Suppressing her rage, she strode forward toward the royal city, her pace so rapid that Alice had to sprint with all her might just to keep up. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from the Assel clan's royal city, deep within a long-dormant volcano, a pair of enormous, rock-scaled eyelids slowly opened. It was the rock bird, Archibald, an immensely powerful entity among the Phoenix kin, renowned for its legendary strength and mastery over the earth and stone. Having slumbered here for countless ages, it attuned itself to the rhythms of the earth's energy. Just moments ago, an incredibly familiar yet strangely fluctuating divine flame aura breached its perception of the earth's energies. "Firebolt." Archibald's deep, resonant voice reverberated within the belly of the volcano, laced with confusion. This aura undoubtedly belonged to the sacred authority of the flame phoenix, Firebolt. Yet, it seemed tainted by some impurities. Furthermore, the origin of this aura lay not within the sacred grounds of the Phoenix kin, but rather towards the direction of the human royal city. Most critically, this aura flickered and vanished, as if it were merely a fleeting glimpse. What had transpired? Archibald's colossal form stirred slightly, causing the heavy layers of rock encasing it to cascade down. Firebolt was not only its kin, but also a sacred being symbolizing the divine flames among the phoenixes. The abrupt appearance of its aura from afar was anything but ordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, Archibald began to rise slowly from the magma pool. It resolved to investigate personally. To ascertain the safety of its kin, Firebolt, with a thunderous flap, its massive rocky wings unfurled, casting shadows that blotted out the sun. Unlike Firebolt, it did not burn with flames, yet each beat of its wings sent tremors through the earth, stirring up sulphurous winds. Boom! Archibald ascended into the sky, propelled by a formidable force capable of shattering mountains, tearing through the heavens in the direction of the Assel clan's royal city. Its speed surpassed that of the enraged Xiaoyu by more than tenfold. Assel clan's royal city, the Garden of Dawn. Luo Ling had regained her human form. Languidly sprawled across a plush armchair, her visage one of triumphant relief after having survived a harrowing ordeal. What ecstasy! That madwoman's face went ashen with rage. Ha ha ha. Let her trample on my dignity all day long. Now she knows the extent of my prowess, doesn't she? Just being able to fly makes me formidable. Luo Ling chuckled, utterly oblivious to the terrifying presence she had unwittingly attracted. Xiaoyu was less than 100 miles from the royal city, having left Alice far behind. Her sole focus was to deliver a thorough thrashing to that scoundrel. At that moment, an indescribable aura of dread descended from the lofty heavens above. This oppressive force was profound, pulsating with the very heartbeat of the earth, far surpassing the earlier orc commander's might. Its target was unmistakably the swiftly moving Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. A lethal sense of danger compelled her to halt abruptly and gaze skyward. Above, amidst the lofty clouds, a colossal dark yellow silhouette plummeted toward her with incredible velocity. This figure was immense, its wingspan seemingly capable of enveloping a significant portion of the wasteland, emanating an aura that made even a being of her dominion tremble at its core. A legendary entity. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu unleashed her thorny domain. Countless pitch-black thorns, adorned with decaying spikes, erupted from the ground, frantically intertwining to form a defense. However, the entity in the sky afforded her no time to react. The ominous, decaying aura proclaimed death. Before the words had barely left her lips, the gargantuan wings of Archibald, covered in rocky scales, surged with a thunderous flap. Boom, boom, boom. Countless massive meteors materialized in the upper atmosphere directly above Xiaoyu. These celestial bodies were densely packed, blanketing an area spanning several miles, as they hurtled downward toward the diminutive figure of Xiaoyu. Yet, despite the thrill of victory, Luo Ling had not forgotten her primary concern. I should check on that succubus. Luo Ling murmured, rising from her seat and stretching her limbs. Hoping she hadn't been secretly plotting in the room, she adjusted her robes, striving to project an air of authority, and sauntered toward the secluded courtyard where Liko was confined. As she rounded the corner of the corridor, a petite golden figure stood defiantly in her path, hands on hips. Lux raised her small face, her azure eyes brimming with disdain, her delicate lips pursed, as if she had bitten into a sour lemon. Oh, isn't this our esteemed saint's son? Just returned from flaunting your might on the wasteland. And you rush here without even catching your breath to check on your little succubus pet? Lux leaned against a nearby column's shadow, her demeanor dripping with scorn. Truly irredeemable. Isn't it? Is there nothing else occupying your thoughts? Luo Ling paused, a vein throbbing at his temple. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his irritation. Lux, mind your language. I am here solely to ascertain whether she has caused any mischief in my absence. Nothing more. Humph, Lux scoffed, clearly unconvinced, a smirk adorning her face as she responded. Such eloquent words. I see you are eager to glimpse that pitiable face and hear her new tricks of sweet talk. Luo Ling, weary of further debate, understood that the knots within her heart could not be unraveled by mere words. He casually dismissed her thoughts with a remark of indifference and turned his attention away from Lux's piercing gaze, pushing open the door to Liko Bosie's chamber. The scene inside caused Luo Ling to pause momentarily. Liko Bosie sat quietly in a chair by the window, draped in her simple gray robe, her freshly washed pink hair cascading gently over her shoulders. The light streaming through the window illuminated her still weary, yet remarkably serene profile. Unlike her usual sharp tongue, she did not greet him with sarcasm or scorn. It was only upon hearing the door open that she slowly turned her head, her delicate lavender eyes meeting Luo Ling's. He stood at the threshold, warily assessing her, bracing himself for potential verbal assaults or traps. Yet, Liko Bosie merely gazed at him in silence, and after a brief moment, her voice clearly reached Luo Ling's ears. You have returned. It seems the troubles with the beastmen have been resolved? Liko Bosie paused, her gaze lingering on Luo Ling's face for a fleeting moment. During this time, I have contemplated much. Luo Ling remained silent, simply observing her, waiting for her to continue. No, holy son. Luo Ling. Liko Bosie raised her head, locking her eyes onto his with an unprecedented seriousness. I know you might believe I am putting on an act, seeking new opportunities. However, every word I speak now is genuine. You have bestowed upon me an immense favor. Luo Ling's brow furrowed in surprise, unprepared for such a revelation. It was you, Liko Bosie, she continued, striving to maintain her composure. In the slave market, you liberated me from the grasp of those filthy buyers. Though your initial intentions may not have been entirely pure, The outcome was my freedom. It was I who schemed, wielding your power, manipulating you, ultimately leading to the downfall of His Majesty Raymond, Lord Roland, and Grandpa Elon, as well as the calamity in the royal city. This sin, I accept. I thought you would rend me to pieces or torment me with the most brutal means to vent your fury. Yet you did not. You even spared me from that little madman's blade. More perplexing still is your decree. You dismantled those auction houses. You freed my sisters. As she spoke, Liko Bosie's voice trembled, her lavender eyes brimming with tears, yet she fought to hold them back. You vanquished our greatest enemy, shattering the chains that have bound our kind for centuries, pulling the entire succubus clan from the depths of despair. Tell me, Luo Ling, how am I to face you? How can I repay you? Chapter 46. Sacrifice. Luo Ling listened quietly, his expression inscrutable, though a ripple stirred within his heart. He sensed that Liko Bosie's emotions were genuine, her feelings far from feigned. So what do you wish to convey? Luo Ling asked nonchalantly. Are you overwhelmed with gratitude, resolved to reform, and destined to become my loyal maidservant henceforth? Liko's response was indirect. Master, she gently inquired, what kind of person are you? You have annihilated the guardians, yet liberated the slaves. You possess the power to obliterate the world, yet you seem to strive for the establishment of some semblance of order. You confound me entirely. I am no saint, Liko, he replied. I act according to my convictions, to eradicate injustice, to punish evil, and to forge order. There may be sacrifices and mistakes along the way, yet the direction remains steadfast. Your king gained freedom because the slave trade is an abominable evil that the Codex of Order must eradicate. The sins you have committed will ultimately be reckoned with under this order. There is no contradiction in this. Luo Ling rose to his feet. It is good that you can comprehend some matters. Continue to maintain your composure. Remember what I have said. Your life and the fate of your people hinge upon your thoughts. With that, Luo Ling turned to leave. Liko's current state was far superior to her previous hysteria or pretense. At least she was engaged in genuine contemplation. He felt a measure of satisfaction in this. However, just as Luo Ling's hand was about to grasp the doorknob, he let out a muffled groan, staggering to lean against a nearby stone pillar, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. At that moment, the left half of his body felt as though it had been frozen by an eternal winter, blood stagnating, muscles stiffening, an excruciating chill threatening to freeze his very soul, while the right half felt as if it had been cast into a furnace, blood boiling, veins ablaze. The crimson fire patterns beneath his skin flaring uncontrollably, as if they would ignite him from within at any moment. The balance of ice and fire was utterly disrupted. This backlash was more ferocious than any before. The two strands that sustained his life, one had snapped, while the other was taut. What was happening? Luo Ling's heart raced in terror, cold sweat soaking his back. He quickly realized that this was no mere natural conflict of power, but rather an external, powerful interference. Only one possibility could shatter the fragile balance he had maintained since merging with Xiaoyu and the life magic harmonized by Alice, even inciting such a violent backlash. Xiaoyu. Luo Ling looked up, his eyes brimming with fury. Had something happened to her? The delicate connection established through their union and life link now conveyed a signal of Xiaoyu's vitality rapidly waning. Who dares to harm my own? Luo Ling's rage eclipsed the agonizing pain coursing through his body, a tempestuous desire for vengeance surging forth, causing the temperature in the Garden of Dawn to plummet to freezing levels. The tender flowers and grass in the courtyard were coated in frost, only to be scorched by the rising waves of golden red heat. Alas, at the pinnacle of this intertwining agony and fury, a spurt of blood erupted from Luo Ling's mouth, splattering onto the ground. Darkness swirled before his eyes, and his body could no longer withstand the strain, collapsing heavily forward. Ice and fire within him spiraled into utter chaos, fiercely vying for every inch of territory. His consciousness rapidly faded, and Luo Ling could distinctly feel his vitality draining away. Death had never felt so palpably constricting around his throat. Master. Liko Pas was taken aback by the sudden upheaval. In one moment, the man radiating an imposing aura collapsed to the ground, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. She observed how the left side of Luo Ling's body was encased in a chilling blue ice, frost flowers spreading across it, while the right side blazed a fiery red, steam rising ominously. The two opposing and terrifying forces clashed violently within him, each impact causing his body to convulse violently. This backlash was the consequence of power rebounding upon itself, and he was on the verge of succumbing. Witnessing this scene, Liko Pas comprehended the gravity of the situation. She had heard tales of formidable beings who had perished due to the inability to control their power, yet she had never anticipated witnessing such a spectacle, especially occurring before her eyes in the man she had once despised and feared, but now felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow for. Gazing at Luo Ling's agonized and contorted visage, All her hatred was overwhelmed by a different emotion in that moment. It was he who had pulled her from the depths of hell. It was he who, after she had committed unspeakable sins, had granted her a chance to cling to life rather than meet immediate annihilation. It was he who, with what seemed to be an absurd sense of order, had severed the chains that bound her kind for millennia, granting her sisters true freedom. Yet now, this man, whose strength instilled despair within her, was on the brink of death, dying before her very eyes. No, Lycopas murmured, her lavender eyes reflecting a final struggle that was swiftly replaced by resolute determination. Master, I owe you too much. She spoke softly. I owe you a life, the freedom of your kin, and a comprehension of the order that eludes me. Drawing a deep breath, her delicate fingers began to dance before her chest, as dark magic, imbued with the essence of sacrifice and covenant from her demon bloodline, began to coalesce around her. Lycopas, what do you intend to do? Luo Ling, amidst the agonizing pain, caught a glimpse of the haunting determination gleaming in the demon maiden's eyes. By my true name, Lycopas, I invoke the pact. By my bloodline, I offer the fuel. By my soul, I present the sacrifice. To the abyssal source, I beseech the breath of chaos. Retrace, return to the source, quell the tempest, harmonize the imbalance. Lycopas's voice crescendoed, radiating a resplendent pink light. Her form became translucent within the brilliance, transforming into a pure manifestation of energy. Chapter 47. Pseudo-Demon King level Luo Ling's figure vanished from the spot, and in the next instant, he materialized in the sky outside the Dawn Garden. Without uttering a word or hesitating, the newly awakened Pseudo-Demon King's frost power erupted. A deep blue light tore through the air, accompanied by a draconic roar, as an even larger frost dragon descended upon the world. Xiaoyu, its wings unfurled, shrouding the sky, and each beat summoned a chilling wind that froze souls, instantly coating the eaves with thick icicles. The dragon's silhouette transformed into a stream of deep blue light, hurtling towards the direction where Xiaoyu had been attacked with a speed surpassing its previous phoenix form. The velocity was so great that it left behind a crystalline trail in the air, freezing the atmosphere in its wake. At the edge of the wasteland, Xiaoyu lay on the edge of a vast crater, formed by the impact of a meteorite, surrounded by the shattered remnants of thorns. Her breath was faint, nearly extinguished. In the face of the legendary power, the thorn domain was effortlessly torn apart, as if it were mere paper. The meteorite, imbued with the strength of the earth, not only obliterated her defenses, but also sent a terrifying shockwave coursing through her very organs, nearly severing her life force. Alice knelt beside her, fervently channeling vibrant green life magic into Xiaoyu's body. Beads of sweat dotted the elven princess's forehead, her complexion scarcely better than Xiaoyu's, lips pressed tightly together. Her emerald eyes filled with despair. Her life magic struggled to mend Xiaoyu's shattered insides. Yet the darkness within Xiaoyu teetered on the brink of collapse under the assault of the legendary earth power. The injuries were too severe. The attack from the rock bird had rendered Alice's healing magic akin to a drop in the ocean, barely sustaining the last flicker of Xiaoyu's breath. Above them, two colossal beings were engaged in a fierce battle, the horrific shockwaves spreading outwards, carving new ravines into the ground. On one side was the rock bird, Archibald, its wings draped in thick, stone-like scales. Each flap resonated with the earth's rumble, sending massive boulders crashing toward its foe. Opposing it was a slender dragon, its scales a deep, pure azure, embodying the boundless ocean, encircled by surging waters that formed solid shields. This was the water dragon, Lord Waterjing, skillfully weaving through the air, unleashing torrents that crashed against the rock bird. The clash between the two was purely instinctual, their factions colliding, and Xiaoyu's fate seemed of little consequence to them. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure swept across the battlefield like a tsunami. The deep blue frost dragon, Luo Ling, descended, enveloped in a chilling wind that froze all in its path. Its massive form landed directly in front of Xiaoyu and Alice, shielding them securely. Luo Ling, Alice cried, her voice tinged with desperation. Quick, Xiaoyu is fading fast. It was that stone bird in the sky. It attacked her out of nowhere and nearly. Luo Ling's gaze locked onto the rock bird, Archibald, fury igniting within its dragon eyes, threatening to manifest as tangible ice flames. The overwhelming frost pressure, emanating from the Pseudo-Demon King, caused even the two legendary beings to falter, their movements involuntarily slowing. You harmed her. Archibald sensed the pure frost power emanating from Luo Ling. A frost dragon? No, this power is mixed. Who are you? I seek the essence of Wolde. This dark trend obstructs my path. Obstruct? Luo Ling's voice dripped with unrestrained wrath. Then you shall perish. He had little interest in questioning the identity of the water dragon or the reason for their conflict. Those who harmed his kin must pay the ultimate price. Ice Arcana, Eternal Frozen Ground. Buzz. As the formidable rock bird, Wolde, prepared to launch its next assault, the space surrounding its colossal form abruptly solidified. Its immense power, capable of manipulating the Earth's veins, its heavy rock-like scales, and its sweeping wings were all forcibly frozen in an instant. On the opposite side, the water dragon, Lord Waterjing, who was maneuvering the currents for a counterattack, found itself equally ensnared. The once thundering torrents of water around it lost all vitality, transforming into solidified blue ice crystals. Its graceful silhouette, too, was firmly shackled by an invisible force, maintaining the posture of expelling water, rigidly plummeting from the sky. Bang! Bang! Two resounding thuds echoed as two small mountains crashed to the ground. The legendary rock bird and water dragon, rendered utterly powerless before the frost mastery newly comprehended by Luo Ling, fell from the heavens like frozen insects, incapable of movement. Chapter 48. Lord Waterjing within this realm. Only Luo Ling's will float. He cast a cold glance at the frozen rock bird and water dragon, momentarily dismissing them. The massive dragon forms swiftly diminished, reverting to human shape. He hurried to kneel beside Xiaoyu, gazing at Alice's pallid face and Xiaoyu's feeble state. His heart tightened with concern. "Alice, how are you?" Luo Ling asked, steadying the faltering elven princess to stabilize her excessively depleted magical energy. "I'm fine, quickly save Xiaoyu. Her essence is dissipating." Alice grasped Luo Ling's arm, urgency lacing her voice. Luo Ling promptly placed his hand upon Xiaoyu's forehead. The perception of frost, akin to that of a pseudo-demon king, seeped in, probing her injuries. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. The rock bird's earth power had not only severely injured Xiaoyu's physical form, but had also directly assaulted her core of dark essence, nearly shattering it. Alice's life magic could only mend superficial wounds, proving ineffective against such foundational injuries. He immediately attempted to harness the pseudo-holy flame's power. The nascent form of the purifying flame, igniting with warm, divine golden light in his palm. However, as the sacred flame made contact with Xiaoyu's body, particularly with the dark essence residing within her, an unexpected transformation occurred. Hiss! The remnants of dark power within Xiaoyu reacted violently against the purifying flame. Her body trembled violently. The already fragile flame of life within her, under the scorching of the sacred fire, hastened its extinguishment. "This won't do." Luo Ling swiftly extinguished the holy flame, his expression darkening to an extreme. The purifying flame was devastating to dark power. Employing it to heal Xiaoyu would be akin to adding fuel to the fire, directly threatening her life. Alice's heart plummeted to the depths, tears streaming down her face. "What should we do? My life magic is insufficient." Luo Ling, observing Xiaoyu's increasingly feeble breath, his gaze turned gravely serious as he focused all his attention on the demon king-level frost power. Perhaps ice could be the solution. A thought flickered in his mind. He cautiously pressed his hand once more against Xiaoyu's forehead, this time channeling the gentlest essence of the pseudo-demon king's frost. A wave of deep blue chill, akin to the most tender stream, slowly flowed into Xiaoyu's body, wherever this frigid aura traversed. The rampant annihilative power within her was subdued as if it had encountered its nemesis, forcibly restrained by this superior frost. The shattered organs and torn meridians within Xiaoyu, under the influence of this extreme cold, were suspended in a state just shy of complete collapse. It was as if time itself had frozen within her, halting the spread of her grievous injuries. Simultaneously, this icy power did not harm the dark essence of Xiaoyu. Rather, it delicately enveloped her dwindling core, preventing its further disintegration. The pain etched on her face gradually eased. Though still pale as parchment, the rapidly fading vitality within her had finally been forced to a standstill. Stabilized. Luo Ling exhaled a long breath of relief. Such meticulous operation demanded far more concentration than merely unleashing destructive forces. "Alice, quickly! Use your life magic in conjunction with my freezing power to slowly mend her bodily tissues." Seeing that Xiaoyu's condition was no longer deteriorating, Alice wept tears of joy and immediately began to gather her life magic once more. The emerald radiance intertwined with Luo Ling's deep blue chill, cautiously commencing the restoration of Xiaoyu's battered body. At that moment, Luo Ling finally turned his gaze toward the disoriented water dragon, Duke Wielding, who lay sprawled on the ground, as well as the frozen rock bird, Wolde. "Now, it is your turn. Kindly explain why you harmed me." "And you," he said, looking at the water dragon. "Who are you? What are you doing here fighting?" The fallen water dragon, Duke Wielding, shook his massive head. Confusion initially flickered in his azure eyes, soon replaced by a surge of fury. He seemed deeply dissatisfied with his own disheveled state, and even more irked by Luo Ling's condescending demeanor. Deep blue light swirled around his form, and in the blink of an eye, the elongated dragon body vanished, replaced by a figure standing before Luo Ling. It was a girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, of similar height to Luo Ling. She possessed waist-length hair as pure as the deep sea, cascading gracefully, and her skin was so pale it almost seemed translucent. Her large eyes, a pure azure, now burned with fierce anger. Dressed in a gown woven of flowing deep-sea waves, it accentuated her slender figure, emanating a humid mist. This appearance was nothing short of tranquil and elegant, as if she had stepped forth from a tapestry of the deep sea. However, explain, the blue-haired girl exclaimed, hands on her hips, her azure gaze firmly fixed on Luo Ling. I was peacefully slumbering in the abyss, and what do I find? This cacophonous stone bird. Its racket could be heard hundreds of miles away, rousing even the dragon scales. Do you not know how much I detest these fiery, hard-headed, raucous birds? Seeing it is bothersome. Being disturbed from my slumber is even more vexing. If I do not thrash it, I shall write the name of Water Duke Gung backward. As for why I am brawling here, I simply find it displeasing and wish to strike. Is a reason truly necessary? Water Duke Gung declared with unwavering conviction. Then, as if just noticing the familiar and significant aura surrounding Luo Ling, stepped closer, almost pressing her face against Luo Ling's. Wait, you. Why do you carry the essence of that icy block, Duke AC? What have you done to him? Speak quickly. Where is that taciturn, ice-faced block? Have you hidden him, or have you done something to him? Her fingertips began to coalesce with numerous droplets of concentrated water, radiating a palpable tension that suggested she was ready to act at a moment's notice. Your Grace, Water. Alice interjected, her heart racing as she witnessed the unfolding scene. Please remain calm. Luo Ling is not an enemy. Xia Yu is the injured lady on the ground, almost slain by that stone bird. It was your timely intervention that thwarted its attack. Although you may have merely sought a fight, you objectively saved her life, and we are truly grateful. Huh. Water Duke Gung scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd jest, dismissively waving his hand. Who would wish to save this dark and murky creature? I merely intended to pummel that rock bird. Do not delude yourselves. Chapter 49, Water Dragon, do not weep. Luo Ling's lips twitched slightly. Well, this blue-haired water dragon lady is undoubtedly of royal caliber, yet her intellect, or perhaps her reasoning, seems excessively blunt. The rationale for fighting is simply discontent with a bird? This reasoning is even more nonsensical than Xia Yu calling him worthless. What are you, the loquacious insect, and your shameless water lizard, up to? At that moment, the rock bird, a bird, frozen in the eternal frozen soil, forcefully transmitted its mental waves. Release me, you despicable fiends. How dare you employ such base tactics to imprison a legend? I shall grind you and this very land into dust. It glared at Luo Ling. You bear the essence of Faberto. Though tainted, it is undeniably hers. Tell me, what have you done to her? Answer me. How irritating. Stone bird. Water Duke Gung, already flustered by the aura of Duke AC emanating from Luo Ling, became even more agitated by the rock bird's roar. Shut your mouth. I would not soil my hands on you. But alas, you are currently immobilized. The blue-haired maiden displayed a mischievous grin, swiftly forming seals with her hands before her chest. Deep blue water runes illuminated instantaneously, emanating a terrifying surge of magical energy. Seizing the opportunity of your weakness, I shall take your life. Behold the abyssal torrent. Boom. A deep blue high-pressure water column, several meters in diameter, hurtled towards the unsuspecting rock bird, a bird. Crack, crack. The hard rocky scales shattered instantaneously upon the impact of the legendary level water magic. A deluge of debris mixed with a peculiar earthy glow erupted from the struck area. Although the eternal frozen soil has immobilized the space and mitigated the transmission of impact into the very essence of the rock bird, the sheer force of energy unleashed still reverberated painfully through Joa Archibald's soul. What Ju Gum? You despicable, shameless water lizard, how dare you? Joa Archibald's roar echoed violently in the minds of all present. If you have the courage, release me. Let us engage in a fair fight. To ambush a bound opponent is beneath a legend. Bah, who fights fairly? As long as I can hit you, that's all that matters. With a hint of glee, What Ju Gung withdrew her hand, glancing at the conspicuous dent on the rock bird's body. Her mood seemingly lifted, if only slightly. Yet, recalling the aura surrounding Luo Ling, her expression darkened once again as she turned menacingly towards him. Hey you, immediately tell me where that dead ice block, Ace Ju Gung, is. Otherwise, you'll be the next to be swept away by the water column. The scene descended into chaos. Xiaohua lay gravely injured and unconscious. While Alice exerted all her efforts to save her, the rock bird remained frozen and helpless, consumed by impotent rage. The water dragon, single-mindedly focused. was intent on striking the bird and demanding the whereabouts of Ace Ju Gong, ready to unleash violence upon Luo Ling at any moment. Luo Ling felt overwhelmed. His mind clouded with turmoil as both the ice and fire cores within him stirred restlessly. He gazed upon the seemingly serene, yet volatile blue-haired water dragon maiden before him and sighed in resignation. Enough. Luo Ling's voice quelled the agitated droplets of water at what Ju Gong's fingertips. Ace Ju Gong is dead. This declaration rendered the furious what Ju Gong momentarily frozen. The fierce expression on the blue-haired maiden's face solidified, and her hands, previously on her hips, slowly descended. Dead. What Ju Gong's voice lost its earlier fervor. You must be lying. Ace Ju Gong is a true demon lord, far more powerful than your half-baked pretense of a demon lord. How could he possibly be dead? She abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes swirling with stormy intensity, as if attempting to pierce through Luo Ling's very soul in search of a trace of deceit. How could he be dead? Who could have killed him? Tell me. Who was it? Was it you, using some vile trickery? Luo Ling, observing her volatile demeanor, felt an even stronger sense of dread. The rapid fluctuations in the blue-haired girl's emotions were bewildering, almost faster than turning the pages of a book. He sighed in resignation, aware that without a clear explanation, this volatile firecracker might indeed unleash her fury upon him. I am not deceiving you, Luo Ling replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. Here is what transpired. He succinctly recounted how he was thrust into another world by the two goddesses, pursued relentlessly by the formidable Ace Ju Gong and Fa Wolde. He detailed how, in a moment of desperation, he sowed discord between them, ultimately leading to their mutual demise, and how he narrowly escaped death amidst an energy storm, fortuitously merging the Frost Dragon heart and the Flame Phoenix heart. Thus, Ace Ju Gong and Fa Wolde perished together in their final clash. I have survived and endured the power they left behind. Such is the reality. Luo Ling spread his hands, his tone imbued with the complexity of a survivor. Lord Waterdragon listened quietly, his expression shifting from anger to astonishment, filled with profound sorrow. Fool! After hearing Luo Ling's account, Waterdragon suddenly erupted in a shrill cry tinged with tears. You great fool, Ace Ju Gong, a complete and utter idiot. She stomped her feet in frustration. To pursue a newly reincarnated insect. To compete with that wretched firebird? You sacrificed yourself for that. That foolish dragon, so obsessed with face-saving. The more she scolded, the angrier she became, her voice brimming with the indignation of unfulfilled potential. Is the command of the Dark Lord truly that paramount? Important enough to disregard one's own life? It was entirely unnecessary for you to die? You, as she continued to berate. The intense fury was engulfed by overwhelming despair, and Waterdragon's voice suddenly transformed into a heart-wrenching wail. Wah! She squatted down, hands covering her face, shoulders shaking violently. Crystalline tears cascading like pearls from her fingers. This sudden breakdown left Luo Ling utterly dumbfounded. He watched the legendary water dragon maiden, who one moment appeared fierce and threatening, and the next was sobbing uncontrollably, feeling utterly helpless and bewildered. The emotional turbulence and behavioral patterns were simply incomprehensible. Hey, don't cry. Luo Ling awkwardly extended his hand, attempting to comfort her by patting her shoulder. Water dragon, please don't cry. He tried to calm her with the notion that life and death are predestined, but even he found the consolation to be dry and unconvincing. Shut up. Who needs your comfort? What do you know? That idiot ice block clearly said he would be a liar. A big liar. Waterdragon cried even harder, her tears flowing more fiercely. Luo Ling, realizing his attempts were futile, looked to Alice for help, the elven princess, while continuing to tend to Xiaoyu. Cast a sympathetic glance at Luo Ling, indicating her inability to assist. Just as Luo Ling contemplated using his frost power to freeze the blue-haired girl's mouth shut to silence her cries, Waterdragon's sobs abruptly ceased. Her tear-filled azure eyes instantly locked onto the rock bird, Rorquebald, still frozen in the eternal frost land. Chapter 50. My wife. That gaze was filled with both old grievances and new animosities. If her earlier assault had merely been the result of being rudely awakened, then now, this stone bird represented the perfect outlet for all her sorrow. It's all your fault. Waterdragon's voice brimmed with hatred. If you, this wretched stone bird, hadn't inexplicably flown over and awakened me, I wouldn't have chased after you. I wouldn't have heard this dreadful news. I wouldn't be this heartbroken. It's all your fault. The peculiar logic left Luo Ling utterly speechless. Can this also be blamed on the rockbird? Ace Ju Gong is dead. It is all the fault of you foul birds. Fabold is dead, and you shall not fare any better. Water Ju Gong has completely lost all reason, pouring the anguish of Ace Ju Gong's demise onto Rorquebald. Die? Deep ocean's grasp. With a sudden lunge, she thrust her hands forward. Azure runes spiraled before her. Boom! The space surrounding the rockbird Jokibald, though still imprisoned by Luo Ling's perpetual frozen soil, was suddenly inundated by surging seawater. The impenetrable rocky scales of the rockbird cracked under the terrifying water pressure, shattering and falling away in large chunks. Frozen within the amber-like space, Jokibald was rendered immobile, helplessly watching as its shell was gradually obliterated. The agony rendered even its mental cries silent. Water Juegan, you madwoman! Ah, you despicable insects! I, Jokibald, shall not rest until you are annihilated. Luo Ling observed the one-sided onslaught, glancing at the frenzied, blue-haired water dragon beside him, as well as the severely injured Xiaoyu and the busy Alice. He sighed helplessly once more. Under the brutal water pressure unleashed by Water Juegan and the confinement of Luo Ling's perpetual frozen soil, Jokibald resembled a specimen ensnared in a high-pressure water knife prison. Water Juegan, you lunatic, cease this at once. Jokibald's mental roar brimmed with despair, yet it was overshadowed by a profound fear of death. The Phoenix clan shall not let you escape. Ah! Its mental waves abruptly ceased. The core of the rockbird Jokibald, the rock nucleus that housed its legendary earth power, shattered utterly in the deep blue torrent. Earth and light burst forth like fractured stars, scattering and then mercilessly engulfed by the ocean. Its massive rocky body lost all vitality, transforming into countless fragments of sand and rock dust, slowly settling to be ultimately sealed within the deep blue ice crystals. Thus fell a legendary Phoenix clan powerhouse, a demise both tragic and suffocating. Water Juegan gasped for breath, her azure eyes fixed intently on the pile of frozen rock debris, staggering slightly as tears welled anew. Oh, foolish ice block, she sobbed quietly, her tears cascading down once more. Luo Ling, witnessing this legendary water dragon who had just been wreaking havoc and was now weeping like a lost child, rubbed his temples in exasperation. He approached her, attempting to soften his tone. Hey, you are Water Juegan, right? Please, do not cry. Water Juegan lifted her tear-streaked face to look at him. Luo Ling searched for comforting words. You see, Ace Juegan, well, a dragon cannot be revived after death. Accept my condolences. He surely would not wish for you to be in such sorrow. As the words left his lips, he himself found them lacking in conviction. However, the cries of Lady Waterjugan gradually diminished. She sniffled and carelessly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. You are right, Lady Waterjugan exclaimed suddenly. Crying is of no avail. That prideful fool, the ice dragon, shall not return. Just as Luo Ling sighed in relief, believing his words of comfort had taken effect, Lady Waterjugan's next declaration nearly caused him to choke on his own saliva. But, you, she stepped forward, you have inherited his core. You can transform into the frost giant dragon. Since Ace Juegan is no more, it is you who shall repay his debts to me. You must take responsibility. Luo Ling. He was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank. Responsibility? What responsibility? What connection did he have with her? How had he become entangled in this? What am I responsible for? Luo Ling felt completely lost in the convoluted reasoning of this water dragon. Lady Waterjugan placed her hands on her hips, her logic unwavering. Is that even a question? You bear the essence of Ace Juegan. His power resides within you, and you can take on his form. Does that not mean a part of him lives on within you? Since he exists within you, it is only fitting that you repay his debts to me. From now on, you are mine. You must take care of me, play with me, protect me, and listen to me. Do you understand? Luo Ling was rendered speechless by this peculiar theory, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. He had just managed to stabilize Xiaoyu's injuries and was still contemplating how to face her potential wrath upon awakening. Now, inexplicably, he was being saddled with the responsibilities of a royal water dragon? What was happening? Lady Waterjugan paid no heed to Luo Ling's internal turmoil. She scrutinized him from head to toe, seemingly finding his dazed expression somewhat foolish, yet tolerable. She pouted and self-assuredly remarked, though you appear rather dim-witted. Your strength pales in comparison to that of Ace Juegan, that frozen block of ice. You lack even the basic dragon skills and would likely rely solely on brute force in a fight. She recalled how clumsily Luo Ling had transformed into the ice dragon, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. However, she acknowledged his cleverness in using ice to trap that stone bird. A slight improvement over those foolish dragons who relied merely on raw strength. Humph, while you may be lacking, it's acceptable enough. Out of the kindness of my heart, I shall allow you to accompany me from now on. Remember, you are the one who benefits. Luo Ling felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. At that moment, all he desired was to find a place to lie down and sleep, hoping to awaken and discover that this was merely an absurd dream. Yet, reality was harsh. Just after Lady Waterjugan unilaterally declared Luo Ling to be her responsibility, Alice, who had been tirelessly tending to Xiaoyu, suddenly let out a soft gasp. Luo Ling. Xiaoyu. She seems to be waking up. Luo Ling's heart seized, and he quickly cast aside his frustration with the blue-haired water dragon, hastening to kneel by Xiaoyu's side. As the ethereal figure of Xiaoyu opened her silver-gray eyes, they initially appeared unfocused before swiftly honing in on the nearby Luo Ling. She seemed poised to utter a word, yet an overwhelming wave of pain forced a sharp intake of breath from her lips, her voice rendered hoarse and fragmented. Her gaze was rife with confusion, evidently unsettled by her grievous injuries and the unfamiliar surroundings. Ultimately, her eyes traversed from Luo Ling to Alice, settling on the regal blue-haired girl who exuded an aura of sovereign authority. In that instant, Xiaoyu's pupils constricted sharply. A royal being? And a water dragon at that. Instinctively, she attempted to rise, to summon her strength, yet her battered body rendered even the slightest movement an insurmountable challenge. Lord Watteau observed Xiaoyu's awakening, particularly her vigilant gaze, and rather than being perturbed, he appeared to have discovered an intriguing new toy. He leaned in closer, tilting his head, and pointed at Xiaoyu. Addressing Luo Ling with a teasing tone, "Oh, this little dark one has awakened? Is she the one who nearly fell victim to the stone bird? Quite the resilient spirit. Pray tell, Luo Ling, what is her relation to you? A little concubine, perhaps?" Luo Ling nearly choked on his own breath, exclaiming in disbelief. Xiaoyu, incredulous, turned her gaze towards Luo Ling and then to the unabashed blue-haired water dragon, a faint flush of indignation coloring her pale cheeks. "Cough, cough. What nonsense are you spouting? You madman." Alice quickly intervened, placing a calming hand on Xiaoyu's shoulder. "Xiaoyu, please, do not agitate yourself. Your injuries are severe. This esteemed Lord Watteau has just saved your life. She is not your enemy." Yet, Lord Watteau seemed unfazed by Xiaoyu's outburst, his interest in Luo Ling unabated. As if awaiting a response, Alice, her face flushed with urgency, attempted to clarify. "No, Lord Watteau, you have misunderstood. Xiaoyu and Luo Ling are not involved in such a manner. They are merely," Alice faltered, struggling to articulate the complex and nuanced relationship between Luo Ling and Xiaoyu. Were they adversaries? Allies? Reluctant companions bound by circumstance? Entities shaped by experiences of life and betrayal? The murderous intent Xiaoyu once harbored towards Luo Ling had long been supplanted by a more intricate array of emotions, while Luo Ling's feelings towards Xiaoyu remained equally ambiguous. Alice's heart was in turmoil. She was Luo Ling's savior, the harmonizer of his powers, a comrade in battle. Yet the moment Xiaoyu forcibly intertwined her fate with Luo Ling's, though it was under duress, left an indelible mark upon her heart. Her gaze towards Luo Ling had evolved beyond mere guardianship and concern. "What, pray tell, is it?" Lord Watteau inquired innocently, his curiosity unabated. "Humph." Xiaoyu, enduring her agony, scoffed. "Who would be involved with this insufferable wretch? You mad dragon. So not a little concubine." Lord Watteau feigned disappointment, only to brighten once more. "Well, that is of no consequence. In any case, from now on, Luo Ling will be under my supervision." As she pointed towards Xiaoyu and Alice, she spoke in a condescending tone, "Considering he still cares for you, I reluctantly permit you both to accompany us. I shall take the lead, while you play supporting roles." Uft. This time, Luo Ling nearly choked on her own saliva, erupting into a fit of violent coughs. The thought process of this blue-haired individual was nothing short of a disaster. Xiaoyu was so incensed that she almost lost her breath, her pale face instantly flushing with rage. "Why should you take the lead? Who wants to be beneath you?" She halted mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that she had been drawn into a ludicrous dispute led by this mad dragon. When had she, the warrior goddess of the Twisted Tree Spirit clan, fallen to the level of squabbling over status? This was an utter humiliation. Noticing the situation spiraling out of control with Xiaoyu on the verge of fainting from anger, Luo Ling swiftly intervened. "Stop. Enough of this bickering. Lord Watjagan, Xiaoyu is gravely injured and requires immediate medical attention. This place, having just witnessed a fierce battle, is filled with chaotic energy and the remains of powerful phoenix warriors. We must leave at once and return to the royal city. It is a safer environment where Xiaoyu can receive the healing she needs." He turned to Alice, seeking her support. "Alice, you agree, don't you? Xiaoyu needs a tranquil setting and continuous healing." Alice nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. Luo Ling is right. We cannot delay Xiaoyu's condition any longer. Let us hurry back to the royal city." Lord Watjagan glanced from one to the other, pouting slightly, seemingly displeased. Yet he acknowledged that remaining in this ravaged area was indeed uninteresting. All right, I'll follow your lead, little Luo Ling. Where to now? Back to your den?" To the royal city, Luo Ling replied decisively. Observing the assorted ladies before him and then glancing at himself, he sighed. With Xiaoyu unable to walk on her own and Alice considerably drained, he turned to Lord Watjagan. Could you carry us back? Your true form is that of a water dragon, which should facilitate a swift journey. Upon hearing this, Lord Watjagan resolutely declined. No. After chasing that stone bird for so long and engaging in a battle, I am exhausted. I refuse to move. Weren't you just transformed into a frost giant dragon? You seemed capable enough. You should carry us back. Me. Luo Ling was taken aback. Transforming was incredibly taxing. Moreover, carrying 3 individuals, he recalled his earlier clumsy dragon claws and felt a twinge of insecurity. Stop the whining. Lord Watjagan waved her hand impatiently. That frozen block of ice owes me. Now you will repay the debt. What is the harm in carrying me once? Hurry up, or I will blast you with a water jet. Luo Ling's lips twitched as he looked at this unreasonable creditor, then glanced at the injured Xiaoyu and weary Alice, ultimately resigning with a sigh. Fine, I suppose I am simply unlucky. He focused his energy, feeling the power of the frost dragon heart surge within him once more. An ethereal blue glow enveloped him, and his form rapidly transformed within the light. Moments later, the formidable and fierce frost dragon re-emerged, cautiously lowering its body to reveal its expansive back. Alice promptly assisted Xiaoyu, who, despite her reluctance to mount on Luo Ling, had no choice but to grimace and laboriously climb onto the dragon's back, positioning herself near the base of its neck. Alice settled behind Xiaoyu, gently encircling her waist with her arms, both to secure herself and to offer some support to Xiaoyu. Lord Watjen, however, was the most exhilarated of all. She gracefully leaped onto the crown of the frost dragon's head, sitting cross-legged with a sense of pride, playfully patting Luo Ling's scaled head, producing a crisp sound. Let us go. Up we soar, little Luo Ling. She called out cheerfully, as though commanding a steed. Luo Ling exhaled a bemused snort. With great care, he flapped his mighty wings, stirring the biting cold winds, and gradually ascended into the sky. Up high, the frigid winds howled. Luo Ling diligently controlled the steadiness of their flight, striving to prevent any jostling that might exacerbate Xiaoyu's injuries. Unable to restrain himself, he mentally remarked to the blue-haired girl perched atop him. Hey, I must say, Lady Watjin, you can fly on your own, so why must you ride atop my head? It's rather heavy, you know. Humph. Watjin retorted with a tone laced with entitlement. I prefer it. From up here, I can see farther. And besides, it feels a bit closer to that imposter, Lord Ace. Luo Ling's thoughts faltered, and the urge to complain dissipated. This seemingly capricious water dragon harbored feelings for Lord Ace that perhaps ran deeper and more complex than he had imagined. Choosing silence, he focused intently on piloting their flight. The enormous frost dragon carrying its 3 passengers, slicing through the clouds towards the royal city of Acerlon. Below, the frozen battlefield and the remnants of the rock birds shrank in their view, ultimately vanishing into the vastness of the earth. In the vicinity of the royal city, at the outskirts of the Dawn's Garden, the silhouette of the frost dragon cast a shadow over the palace, inciting a brief stir among the populace. However, upon recognizing the form of the prince, the commotion quickly subsided, replaced by expressions of reverence. Luo Ling descended in an open space behind the palace, away from the crowd. Reverting to his humanoid form, Alice carefully assisted Xiaoyu down. Although her complexion remained pale, it had improved slightly. Yet her gaze towards Luo Ling and Lord Watjin was still unfriendly. Meanwhile, Watjin curiously surveyed the human-style palace, displaying an eagerness for everything around her. Luo Ling ensured that Xiaoyu and Alice were settled and rested, instructing the guards to be vigilant, especially regarding the newly arrived blue-haired girl, Watjin, so she wouldn't dismantle the palace. Watjin expressed her dissatisfaction, clamoring for Luo Ling to take her to fun places, which he tactfully postponed for another day.